Welcome back to day 3 of the NASPA Games Scrabble Players Championship 2026 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm here with Will Anderson, Josh Sokol here. All day, it's going to be us calling the matches. How is it going, Will? Are you excited or what?
Yeah, I'm thrilled to be here, Josh. Thank you so much for having me. And I've been catching as much of the action on the first 2 days as I can. There have been some incredible games already, and that's only halfway through. So, with 2 days in the books and two to go before we determine our finalists, there is still so much to play for. These games are going to get more and more impactful as the day continues along, and really excited to be alongside you, buddy, to catch all this action.
And for those wondering, again, the format 28 games and then a best of 5 finals. In terms of who we're going to be featuring, it's going to start being pretty much the top table every round, at least after lunch, because things are getting really, really tight up there. And the lower games are pretty much not going to matter at some point. But in terms of a lower table, we're going to choose table 4 for the first matchup rather than table 1. Why is that? Mac Meller versus Joey Krafchick, the two top-rated players in North America, top-rated players coming into this tournament as well, are struggling a little bit after 2 days. One of them has to cannibalize the other, Will.
Yeah, it's not the matchup that either of those two is looking to see to kick off day 3. Both of them are still right at the top area of the standings. They are a couple games back from the leaders, but certainly well within both of these players' abilities to go on a huge run today and tomorrow and leapfrog everybody ahead of them and try to secure that spot in the finals, one of those top 2 coveted spots. But it is going to take very good day 3 and 4 for either of these two. Starting off on the right foot will go a long way for either of them.
That's right, and I think we have the updated standings for you guys. If the producer wants to show those on the screen right now. Who is in first place? Jason Lee, my clubmate from Montreal, is at 11-3, 11 spread points atop Joey Malik, who we saw finish the day with a loss yesterday against Joey Krafchick. So he's also at 11-3, just very much in it. Second place, Ori Swift in third place. Evan Chester, the new phenom, in fourth place. Yeah, Joey in fifth, Mac in seventh, Chloe Fatsis sixth.
Yeah, it's a star-studded lineup at the top of the standings here. A lot of chalk here in terms of the top seeds doing well. Really, the one really surprising result so far, you always expect to see Jackson Smiley among the top, but he has had a rough start to this tournament. We'll see if he can put together a really hot day 3 and 4. But apart from that, these are pretty much the top seeds right around where you would expect. The order still a little bit jumbled up, I should say. As we mentioned, Mac and Joey K, the two top seeds in the field. They are not the top 2 ranked players in the standings right now. But sometimes, Josh, that's why we play 28 games instead of 14. Let's see if either of these two wind their way further up the standings. But you mentioned Jason Lee. Jason Lee definitely more than just a clubmate for you, Josh.
Absolutely, and as we just want to mention the last 3 people, 8, 9, and 10, Jerry Lerman, John Lubkeman, Chris Cree from the previous generation of players, doing quite well in the standings as well. But yes, Jason Lee, for me, more than just a clubmate, he was my mentor. He taught me how to be a top player as he was soaring up the rankings himself. He ended up playing for the championship in 2014. If he won his last game against Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, he would have been national champion that year, but he did lose. So he's vying for another attempt this year. He's quite sharp. He spent a little bit of time on vacation in his home country of Mauritius, but he kept studying. He's really in good form, and we can see it. He's at the top of the standings. So we'll be following his progress for sure in the next few rounds, as well as Joey's, Ori's, Evans. But Joey Krafchick, a game and a half behind. So you see that 1 next to the 4, that's a tie. We can hand to the board, the players are ready to play, but a tie means that you don't have to worry about wins or losses. Just have to actually, you do have to worry about wins or losses. You don't have to worry about tiebreak. Uh, Mac 2 games behind the field. So yeah, you're right. It's nothing crazy, but they need a good day 3 or day 4 to be in the finals. Joey going first in this game, Will. A little bit of, I guess, luck of the draw there. 55% of the time, the player going first will win the game against an equally strong player. So we'll see if that works out for Joey this game.
Yeah, I was really curious about that. I made a video on that effect of going first and what, how to break down that advantage. And really, it boils down to the chances of you getting one more turn than your opponent in the game. So, something that we may see come up later. Ooh, interesting draw for Joey. Looks like he is close to a bingo, but for the worldwide audience out there, he does not have one, and he's going to be looking to play short or exchange almost certainly here, Josh. So, yeah, kind of a tale of two racks as both players drawing the nucleus of a good bingo rack, but maybe not quite that 7-letter word.
And wow, we see a very quick decision to exchange just an I. How fast could Joey Kravchuk have gone through the alphabet and figured out that he gets a 7-letter word with enough tiles here? This looks like a very strong play. I was also thinking about exchanging the second E,
Yeah, for
but
sure. That's tricky to calculate, but he has done it extremely fast. And Joey, I do associate as being a very, very fast playing player. That's not going to throw Mac off as well. Anybody that watches Mac on YouTube knows he is an unbelievably gifted blitz player. But actually, Josh, you were saying it yesterday, as fast as Mac can play and as fast as he generates options, he thinks so deeply about each move that sometimes you may see him get into some time pressure down the stretch of a game just because he's evaluating those options on a level so deep that most of us can't really appreciate.
yeah, that's a very good point. As we see already a minute gone by, I feel like if Mac had gone first, he would make this decision a little bit quicker. But after the exchange 1, there's a heavy signal that Mac is getting that Joey's really close. So the play of Yiend or Yenta, which you would normally want to play here just for points, becomes a lot less good when you infer that Joey is very close to a bingo. Every single prime tile you give back in this position is going to increase Joey's chances of getting an 8-letter word and getting that 50 extra bonus points. So I'm wondering if Mac's going to pivot here. I'm feeling like playing YE for 10, even exchanging YE might be an interesting choice. But we'll see what he does. He's already taken 2 minutes. Joey's drawn the second Y, which is probably not what he was looking for.
Yeah, so many tiles would have given Joey a not only a 7-letter word, but even failing that would have allowed him to respond to a play like this from Mac with an 8-letter bingo. It doesn't look like he is going to have a bingo here, which is going to be a huge relief to Mac. I'm sure what Mac is thinking with this play of Yiend, which under normal circumstances looks like a great play and may well be the right play here. But as you said, Josh, it puts a lot of really nice bingo letters onto the board that are going to increase Joey K's chance of bingoing in response. Mac may be thinking that his odds of playing a 7-letter bingo after an exchange 1 are high enough that there's no real need to sacrifice too much here in order to prevent those 8-letter bingos if you're just going to get hit with a 7 anyway. So that could be what Mac's thinking. But meanwhile, Joey, with that Y draw, is going to have to improvise and figure out a way to get that first bingo down.
Yeah, and it's such an interesting metagame. We saw it in a previous game, Joey Kravchuk versus Jason Lee, where an exchange 1, then an exchange 1 happened. And it's funny, Joey Kravchuk could respond in turn with Yiend himself through the A, just to do a little joke. That's definitely not the right play here. But yeah, a couple of overlaps are possible. Joey looking at Yenta on the right of the Y-E-A-N, and Yeti is also an option. I kind of prefer Yeti on the left side, making Y-A-E-N-T-E and I-D. But maybe just dropping the Y and the E is also strong here, just keeping a really strong nucleus of tiles, D-E-I-N-T. So that's what Joey opts to do instead of overlapping. He really wants to bingo Stoon, 14 points for Y-E-A.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Get rid of the Y, the weakest bingo tile, undouble the two E's. You've got a really good chance of plucking a 7-letter bingo from the bag, or potentially an 8 through the still unobstructed E and D. And there we go. Nice pull for Joey. So he should be looking at bingos here, Josh, unless Mac can find a way. And Mac should still be very much in block mode after exchange one and then a play of just a Y and an E from Joey. So if ever Mac would find a way to block the board up as much as possible, now might be the time.
Yeah, would EEW from the E and Yay block Joey's bingos here?
Oh, wow. Something like that would be very reasonable as a blocking play here. Of course, it is worth noting that Mac has quickly spotted what looks like a great equity play of just AW underneath the Y and E of Yay. This is a solid play. It's not going to block nitrided through the T of Yiend at the very least, and there may be other options as well.
Yeah, Inditer and Nitrided will fit now, but after EEW, I think Joey was actually without a bingo. But in terms of this play, Max may be thinking, well, if Joey bingos, it's going to be somewhere not so good, and I can bingo through that with my very strong leave of C-R-E-E-T. Of course, A-C-E-R-T would have been a stronger leave, but AWN scoring 24 points rather than scoring only 15 with EEW. That's a little bit too many points to sacrifice. And Mac has seen a very good draw. He has Reenact as a 7. He's going to be able to respond to Joey's bingos for sure.
Yeah, so we see nitrided set up on the rack. Inditer going down from that D of Yiend would open up the triple a little bit. Well, this is still a lucrative opening. I shouldn't say it's not opening anything, but at least you're not getting hit with the dreaded triple, which, by the way, Joey also has to be inferring strength from Mac's previous play, just a 2-tile play. So placing an R in the triple lane with Inditer, definitely not advisable. Would have given Mac not a triple, but very big bingos, such as recreant through that letter. So yeah, a lot of action here. KG opening, Josh. It's opening up quickly to bingos.
Yeah, this is a very common outcome in top level games. A little bit of shimmy shammy, a small exchange, small plays, maybe one big play, and then just a bingo and a bingo response. So Centiar for Mac, he understands that the I in Nitrided opens a humongous scoring spot. And instead of playing something like Crenated or Cantered to the D in Nitrided, Centiar, that opens a little bit more in terms of, I guess, bingo chances for Joey. That R in the double lane is a little bit dangerous, but I think you have to just take out that I and play something like Centiar Creatine. And if you play Creatine, that's setting up a huge S hook. So I think this is the right bingo for Mac.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Agree with that. It does, as you said, point out this this R. It looks like for whatever reason my telestrator's not showing up, unfortunately, but maybe we'll fix that on a break. But the main thing that Joey is looking for right now is the R of Sentier, just making sure that he doesn't have a play spanning 2 doubles. I think as quick as both of these two players are at generating their candidate options and finding all of their bingos, even with a blank in hand, I do think we're going to see Joey sort of rule out the possibility of plays like that and make a relatively quick play here. However, his best play, this is where champions are made here, Josh, because He has a 74-point bingo through the E of Yiend, but maybe that's the best play. There is one higher scoring bingo than that, not by much, but a much higher degree of difficulty.
Yeah, so something through the E of Yiend available, something easy like Mentored to the D of Nitrided available. Joey has probably generated pretty much every single one of his choices quite quickly, but with a blank, you have to be careful. You have to make sure you're looking at all the nooks and crannies on the board. And you also have to make sure that Remoter does not take an S, which I'm pretty sure Joey knows. He's lined up Tremored. That's a play through the R of Centiar, but it is not the play you're talking about here. But it might be a little bit safer than Entoderm through the N of Nitrided, setting up a big triple. But I think this might be a slight inaccuracy.
Yeah, Entoderm right here would have been absolutely stunning. Yeah, that would just be crazy to see. So I don't necessarily think it's the best play, but Telomere would have scored similarly. So a little bit of a point sacrifice for potential board position here, which makes some sense for Joey, though the score of the game is still quite close. So it could go either way on that one. And meanwhile, over to Mac, and he has some serious problems to unravel here, Josh.
Yeah, it's very, very weird draw here for Mac. The first play he's generated is Jive to the E of Centiar, getting rid of that awful V, but opening up a huge triple. Right now, the state of the board is such that bingos are probably not going to fit. There are a couple triples open right now. The R in Tremored opens a 5-letter spot. On top of the D in Nitrided, you can play a 6-letter word starting with a vowel. And those aren't super, super great spots, but after you put a J out in space with Jive, it's almost certain that Joey's going to respond in turn with an easy play from the J. So looks like Max pivoted away from that. He's looking at Jiao now, which plays really, really nicely through the A of Centiar, making NIT and TOE, but it keeps B, C, V, Z. And although that's a nice rhyme, is hardly a nice leave. So I'm not sure what I would do here. Zhao looks okay, but you need vowels. Maybe Jai-V instead. To the Y and Yiend was what Mac was thinking, actually. Now that I look at the board a little bit more. Joey hoping for an E for belonged. That doesn't quite fit, making BEW on the top of the board. But yeah, Mac back to trying to keep his vowel. But the score difference is huge. Jivey is 17. Jiao is 33. And if you could just draw an E after Jiao, you have the possibility of playing Z to the E of Centiar on the top there. Just a nice 32. So this is a very bizarre position for Mac Meller, and kind of illustrates why the play of Tremored might not be so bad. So it really doesn't create much in the way of easy scoring spots. Had Entoderm hit the board last turn, Comb or something of that nature would have fit through the M, the final tile, and scored a huge amount of points on that triple. Yeah, a huge amount of time being spent on this one move for Mac Meller. Lots of heavy consonants. It's really, really hard to find moves in these positions, but here you are. Easier it is to find your candidate plays. Back under 17 minutes. He's down 21 points. So it's a very close game. When things are close like this, it's your turn. You're down around 20.
Hey, everybody. Just trying to
even
check if my audio is okay. Had a little snafu there. Can you hear me okay, Josh?
I can.
Okay, great. I should be back up and running. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, Mac decides to play Jivey, sacrificing a lot of points, getting rid of the V, keeping a vowel instead. Very reasonable choice.
Yeah, sometimes with all those high pointers, you just have to realize that scoring a ton of points with them is not necessarily in the cards, and the best thing you can do is get back to a balanced rack as quickly as possible. So Mac taking that approach, definitely a very reasonable one.
Joey looking to play to that bottom middle triple with Road keeping GLN. There was a situation in the final round, last game that we streamed against Joey Malik, where the eyes just stayed in the bag for pretty much all of the end of the game, second half of the game. And after Robed, there's a good chance Joey draws an eye to make ING. There's 6 eyes left. He might be thinking about the last game and wondering if he's going to draw. I think he drew something like 10 eyes in the entire game. It was crazy.
That was a crazy game, and I feel like Joey navigated so many difficult turns in that game very, very effectively. That was a bit of a mind bender of a game between Joey and I believe Jason to end the stream yesterday, and it just showed that Joey, with just immense play finding and bingo finding ability, also has a very strong positional sensibility. Really showed in that game, and he plays blot here. Reasonable, keeping the NG combo as you were describing, Josh, in hopes of maybe drawing that eye. Could easily happen.
This is a 7-point sacrifice over Robed, a much more defensive choice. Perhaps Joey reading wrongly into Mac's previous play and being quite worried about just blowing the bottom of the board open. I would not have done this, but it is definitely Joey Krafchik's style to take point sacrifices to create less volatile positions, especially early on in the game when the scores are close.
Yeah, it's a play that would make an increasing amount of sense if Joey's lead were even larger than it is, just because, and I'm going to give a shot at actually drawing on this board here. I don't know, something's awry. Oh, there we go. Okay, so just the play of Robed going down from this R, opening up such good bingo tiles in a much more flexible way. Yeah, the D of Robed would go in this spot, and there already is a D in Nitrided here. But that being said, the E is the major key difference between those two plays. Putting an E out in space, you are asking to get hit by more bingos than you would otherwise. So it makes a lot of sense that Joey would balk at doing that, and he's decided that 7 points is a worthy sacrifice.
Yeah, another interesting idea on this board when you're thinking about finding good plays, making the right choice. We haven't seen an S yet. Centiar does take an S. That spot isn't huge, but we could easily see a bingo come down with an S in first, second, third, fourth position at some point, and Robed would actually deal with that consequence very nicely. But neither player has seen an S yet. Mac with another very awkward rack. You can't just get out of JVBZ easily, so he's gonna have to think about this one pretty hard. I don't really see a good move for him at all. Something like Tofu from the T and Tremor is being suggested as the top play based on points and leave by the engine, which is just
That is,
it sets up Cuz, I guess, for 28. But other than that, it sets up a humongous spot for an S. There's no way Mac is making that play. Will we see an exchange instead? It is such a weird position. FUCI to the I and Jivey opening a triple for nothing. Fuse to the E and Centiar is probably the most reasonable choice here.
This is what he has lined up. So I really feel like it's so bizarre to feel like only a whatever that is 18-point play may actually be the best in a given position holding the Z, but there is no good place to score with it. And the best thing that you can say about a play like Fuse is, yeah, you're not scoring great with your Z, but you are using up your two weakest tiles in the F and the U, and you're scoring 18 points. Doesn't sound like a lot, but Josh, you just mentioned that maybe exchanging could be on the radar here, and 18 points looks very good compared to 0.
Absolutely. And what's going on this board after the decision by Joey to play Blot, there's a lot of tension. And we see this in chess positions a lot where there's like pawns looking at each other. But in this Scrabble context, what I mean by that is the two triples that are open right now, the one on the middle right and one on the bottom middle of the board, they will almost certainly get used at some point soon. And when they get used, suddenly so much space is opening up. So whenever that happens, both players are going to want to be prepared. Either they're going to be the ones to open it, or they're going to be the ones to try and respond to the triples being used and hopefully getting the next bingo down. Right now we've seen 3 bingos. We're probably going to see at least 2 more on a board like this one, Will.
Yeah, as you say, the board is so closed right now, but could open in a hurry if the lure of points in certain spots are just too great to turn down. So you mentioned it, Josh. There's a couple of options, a 6-letter word here, and now we're going to see just such a play. Joey playing Raved. He has that V on the rack, and this is really by far the best way to score well with it. But this is exactly what you were describing and why a play like Fuse makes sense. The leave of A, B, C, O, not that great, but it was Mac's best chance to be able to respond to an opening play like Raved. And he's drawn pretty well. Imagine if that G were something else, as Joey with Sun Gods lined up on his rack. There is a valid word in there, and I'm sure he's aware of that. But yeah, doesn't look like there's a place yet to play that. But as you suggest, board opening up a little bit.
Yeah, and Joey this time will open up the board. He has a V. He doesn't have a counter option this time of something like Blot taking out another triple. He has to play Raved and just suffer the potential consequences. And yes, there it is, lined up, Sundogs. If Mac makes a play that opens a spot for an S, that will come down very quickly. So if you're Mac Meller here, you're down 36 points. And that's not super great. He's definitely feeling a little bit behind in this game, but he does have that first S. And with 3 more to come, the S isn't super valuable, especially on this board. Centiar is now no longer really a big deal. You could see something like Gobs and Centiars here, keeping the nice CAL together. You could also see a longer play, Mac going for that second blank, playing something like Boscage, Boscage to the E in Raved, though that opens a pretty nasty triple. So I'm wondering, Mac's looking at vocabs, a similar idea to spend 5 tiles, open the board a little bit, and score points without giving back a big triple to Joey. But I like Gobs here, Will.
Yeah, Gobs makes a lot of sense. Keeping things nice and tight, a little bit cagier. It looks like he's seriously considering vocabs, which is a little more aggressive, putting an S out in space like that. We'll have to see if he pivots away from this. Also keeping LG as a leave, not quite as good as CAL after Gobs on the other side of the board. You maybe have a better chance of hitting the D, which the D of Raved and Nitrided is a very important tile right now, because if you're able to draw into a bingo ending in D, it's going to play in 2 different spots on the board. It's pretty much the only sort of activity this board has as far as bingoing before vocabs. Now you've got an S in addition to the E of Raved.
Yeah, and Joey might be wondering here, does Mac have that 4th S? Joey knows that there are 4 S's in the game. Mac's just played the first one. He has 2 of the last 3. That play sort of smells like a play you would make keeping an S and another consonant. But Mac does not have that last S. So is Joey going to be a little bit more defensive here rather than trying to set up his S. It looks like he's considering just playing Dugs and Centaurs, and this time he's opening another triple, but being ahead 8 points, scoring almost 30 with this play, makes a decent amount of sense. 23 points. But Mac is going to very, very quickly find an amazing peg box through the B of vocabs. What an awesome spot, Will.
Yeah, no delay. And he needed that too. If you look at the time gap between the two players, Mac really not, I mean, the 52 points is fantastic, but getting that down within a few seconds of it being his turn was arguably just as important. He needed some quick turns in order to preserve some of his clock for those tough late game positions in a game that looks like it's going to be right down to the wire.
Yeah, wow, I did not notice how low Mac was on the clock. With a third of the game left to go, he's under the 10-minute mark. And there's a lot of complications left. So we're going to see if that comes into play. Joey Krafchick won a game pretty much because he was way up on the clock against Jason Lee yesterday. Jason struggling in the end, panicking and making some bad moves and losing the game. So Joey always uses time to his advantage. He's so fast, so strong, and Mac is 6 minutes under Joey, and he's also not in a great position with that draw.
Yeah, no question. The consonant overload is not what you want to have here, given that the obvious places that you want to play are through the D of Doug's. You're going to need at least a couple vowels to play anything strong through that. And the X of peg box, you really want to try to get several vowels to play there. But ooh, look at this aggressive setup. We like it.
I think I know why Joey's making this play. I don't think he's happy about it, but he doesn't like the fact that he can't make a play through the X of peg box and score really well, really easily. So he's trying to eliminate that while also setting himself up. If he draws a few vowels here, he's going to be able to bingo. Wow, he's drawn the last E. What an amazing draw here for Joey Krafchick.
Great draw. 2 vowels, the most important thing, and it doesn't look like he has anything with roofs, but he is going to potentially play Stentor alongside Pegbox, unless there's something even better. So even if he's not going to get a best case scenario of getting that roofs hooking play, he's still in very, very good shape, especially with Mac drawing a mismatched group of vowels and consonants. It's going to be difficult for him to make a play that he likes after that very nice play of peg box. Oh, never mind. That's great. That's by far the best.
Really, really quickly. And it's good that he got that down. And Gulf just blowing the top left of the board open a little bit and just scoring as well as he can here, but he can't feel good about the situation. That's very interesting. You know how I was saying the vocab sort of smells like another S? If that were the case, I don't think Joey Krafchick would have ever played roof. So a very, very aggressive play working out for Joey. And there's the cue for Mac Meller. So he's going to be saddled with that. This is looking very good for Joey.
Yeah, this is a huge swing. Joey getting the bingo down to jump into the lead, and Mac will now have to deal with this cue without the aid of a U or really very much to support it at all other than an I. This could be a situation where if he has the right scoring option, he might try to keep it and hope to get that last U or blank. But has just gotten quite grim. I guess he could play Quinn through the U. Oh, wow. Beautiful draw there for Joey K.
It's looking really good. There are no E's left. That is the biggest problem. Mac Meller probably feeling like if he doesn't draw that blank, he will lose this game. Yeah, you can play QIIS. You can play Quinn through the U of Doug's, blocking the D of Raved, which isn't really that good of a spot anymore without a D. No, without an E, excuse me. The ED suffix, really, really important. But no E's left at this stage of the game. It's looking quite grim, like you said.
So Mac has Quinn set aside. It's really the only realistic play other than QIS into the S of Stentor or QI alongside the S of Stentor. And both of those plays may not be what Mac wants here because that area of the board is one of the few spots that, for example, the D of nitrided, I guess the D of raved again is if you're going to have one or the other of those, but at least Quinn gets rid of another tile, which is nice to try to get that blank, which you don't know Joey already has.
Yeah, if Mac does bingo here, he should win, is probably what he's thinking, with the score still kind of close, 29 points between the two players. But like you said, it's looking really grim. 13 tiles in the back. Mac's only going to get one more play to try and consolidate and draw into a bingo. HOLO, not a good leave. Joey threatening a play of HAW to the right of Stentor, which would really close the door on so many threats.
Mm.
And yeah, Mac's got to feel pretty bad about this, hoping that Joey has drawn a ton of eyes after Stentor. Again, we have this situation where it's so many eyes unseen. Do you play Quinn? Do you play QI? Leave more spots open on the board? Looks like Mac is going to go and get rid of his probably best tile in the N. I'm not really sure about this, Will. I feel like playing QI and IS might be a better choice.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's a huge difference too between playing QIS or QI and IS because one blocks one of the two Ds and the other leaves nitrided open, which could be really important for Mac to leave that tension in the position. If he were to block the D of nitrided with QIS, Joey would have heavy incentive to block the D of raved and feel much better about his chances heading into the end game. Mac drawing the
Yes.
Mac drawing NS, but really nice play. You already pointed it out, Josh, of Haw scoring well. And I really like that this play prevents Mac from placing a different letter than the H in that spot where Haw just hit the board, which would create an S hook and make life much more annoying for Joey. By placing this H here, Joey's done a great job of scoring while opening nothing new.
So now this is the most important pivotal turn for Mac Meller. He's staring down the barrel of a bag with 4 eyes, 3 A's, but also a blank. And part of his reasoning for Quinn is he's playing one more tile trying to get that blank. He hasn't seen it, but he has seen an S. It worked out okay for him, but how does he untangle here? How is he going to bingo? He's down by, I think, too much to just try and come back without a bingo, unless there's a really nice scoring play in this position, which there isn't. So a little bit scary for Mac Miller with only 4.5 minutes left. He's under 300. He's going to need a really, really good draw, no matter what he does here.
I agree. I also feel like working against him here is the fact that most of his logical scoring plays do not use an I here. It's very difficult to come up with a good candidate play. Something like HOO in the upper left corner alongside the EN and G of engulf at least scores decently. And the game is still very close to the point where, with a really good scoring tile draw for Mac, he could potentially find a way to stay in this game without a bingo just by scoring well. But it's going to be really annoying for him to make a play here that uses that I, knowing his chances of getting another one from the bag are so high. I guess we can see, though, Josh, that Joey has 2 of them already on his rack. That might reduce some of those chances. Maybe Mac has to play something like Who and Pray.
Is something like unis through the N of Stentor crazy to set up a good lane? I feel like nothing is crazy here. You're only down 39, but you're really, really desperate. There's 7 tiles in the bag, so the tempo is not in your favor either. And you basically need a bingo or you're gonna lose. So trying to maximize those chances right now is what Mac is looking to do. He is calculating, his brain is working faster than any other person in the room right now, trying to find possibilities. If I play HO, what can I draw? If I play HI, what can I draw? If I play OI, LI, if I play an O and a U, he's looking at all of these possibilities to try and find a way out of this bad situation. What else is there on this board? It really feels like you can't play HOO, Will, on the top left. It feels like you have to leave as much space open as possible, but maybe Mac thinks there's a way out. Maybe he thinks if he scores something, threatens some other stuff, he can just barely come back. What if he draws the K? The K could score super well on this board. Something like Knit through the end of Stentor is possible. So maybe that's also what Mac's thinking about, but he does not have time. 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, you're totally right that a play like HOO in the upper left corner is highly anti-thematic to this position. Mac needs to leave as much room open on this board as possible. It's not a good board at all for bingoing, and you need to keep any options alive, no matter how improbable. An 8-letter bingo from the E or N of engulf is exactly that sort of improbable bingo that you're just praying you can connect on. And if you play something up there, you're continuing to winnow down your already poor options. So, all right, looks like Mac is, oh man, is he considering just playing Lino through the end of Stentor? This would be completely motivated by time. He may feel like he has to do something incredibly forcing here with no real time on his clock to calculate all the close end games that could be coming. He might be about to force the issue, Josh.
Lino is an amazing play. Like we said, Mac feels like he probably needs to draw the blank to win this game. Instead, he's pivoted over to maybe NOH or OH somewhere. But Lino would be amazing if Joey doesn't have the blank. Mac's threatening humongous plays that triple, not just bingos, just 50-point plays. But maybe he feels it's just not quite enough. He's pivoted over to something else, but 30 seconds left. This is Mac Meller at his most panicking. He's playing in Seoul for 21 points with 27 seconds on the clock, gunning for that blank. He will not draw it. Wow.
Yeah, purely going for that blank and hoping for the best, using enough tiles also. There's a really nice benefit of this, using enough tiles that a play like Knit or Gnar or whatever it may be through the end of Stentor is going to empty the bag, which makes it much scarier for Joey to make a non-bingo play like that. But of course, he will be able, and he has so much time to do so, he will be able to look through the unseen tiles and start to feel pretty confident that there's probably, I don't know, I'm looking through the D. I don't think I'm looking at stuff like Omphaloy. It doesn't really fit. I think the odds that Joey can suss out any possible bingos that Mac may have with this not that great unseen pool, and maybe he will feel confident to just play through that N, take
You,
a really good score, almost never get bingoed on, and seal this win.
you can't play Knit, Will. You can't play Knit. That would give back Lipomata.
Ah, okay, there we go. So
This
that's the
is
sort of thing you're looking for. Yep.
this is a really instructive moment, and we saw it in the previous game as well against Joey Malik. Joey leaving himself with so much time for the most pivotal positions of the game. And it's a tale of two clocks here. Mac Meller's such a strong player, but just not leaving himself with enough time to sort through his options in the pre-endgame where everything matters the most. This is where games get won or lost. The play of In Soul might have been really great, but Mac doesn't know. Mac was not able to look at all of the options that he had in the position. It was such a complicated one. But Joey, on the other hand, now with two tiles in the bag, has all the time in the world to figure out how to approach this situation. He's up 18 points. He has the blank. All he needs to do is make sure Mac can't score a huge amount of points and can't bingo. And he's going to be able to do that. He's looking at Knit, though. Knit would give back the possibility of Lipomata. He has to see that as a threat and pivot away from that, because I'm pretty sure there are ways for him to win 100% of the time in this position.
Yeah, the only question is if you look into those unseen tiles and you happen to see, for example, a 7-letter word that overlaps alongside Stentor, he may be looking for something like that and reasoning. And no, he's just going to go ahead. So, to your point, this is not an 100% winning play. It is a play that wins an overwhelming amount of the time, but there were miracle combinations that Mac could have had in response to this. That being said, this looks like it
Take
is
it.
going to be Joey's win.
That is very surprising. He has 10 and a half minutes. That is an overconfident, way too quick decision. We were talking about how the only issue Joey's experienced in these nationals is rushing, and this was a rushed play. Very surprised by that decision.
It is not going to cost him here, but you're right. That would be in the whatever percent of the time, 1%, 2% that Mac has Lipomata through the T. That is the type of crushing loss that you do not get over quickly. But in this case, and in the overwhelming majority of cases, you're going to be okay here. But yeah, let's just watch for that, I suppose, in future games from Joey. Let's hope that he does not get burned by the 1% at some point making a play like that. But overall, very, very nicely played here by both players. Mac, of course, with 2 seconds on his clock, Josh. You don't see that every day.
Well, if you do watch his channel, you see that pretty often with his touches.
True.
But yeah, very, very rough situation. Mac playing Ohio, knowing he's lost the game. Joey can just go out here, win by over 50 points. Just shocked. Will, I'm really, really shocked at that play of Nit. Because Joey's so good at finding threats, finding bingos, just looking through the pool, making sure there are no threats. He's in such a crushing position. Why not take the time to be doubly sure?
In a way, you could read it as potential confidence on his part of saying, I think I would see anything through that open tee of Nit quickly. And it just so happened that maybe Lipomata got past his notice there as he was looking. And he has that extremely high confidence level to know that most of the time, if he's not seeing something in the unseen pool, it's because it's not there. He did just happen to maybe be incorrect in this one instance. But again, we're talking about the difference between 97 or 8% win and an 100% win. Doesn't feel like a lot, but with the talent, the sheer number of good players in the field at the Scrabble Players Championship, those types of margins are what determine a lot of the time those winning margins, who makes the finals and who does not.
Yeah, Mac was around 1 in 6 to potentially have that bingo of Lipomata. Just because there are a couple ways to draw it. Maybe not that much, but you're losing the game like some percentage of the time. And we're just lucky. I mean, Joey's just very lucky that it didn't happen this time. The only explanation I would have is if he saw that Mac had an H, for example. Maybe Mac, in his panic, like dropped the H on the table. And in that case, well, Lipomata is impossible. But anyways, moving on from that, Joey Kravchik has 22 points as his highest outplay here through the O of Ohio. Peloria is his best play. Mac threatening to go out, so it is certainly not worth it for Joey to delay. And he's just going to go through every possibility now that he has still a lot of time. He's going to try and see if there's some overlap of Ohio that would score more. And Joey Kravchik going to take down the top seed, Mac Miller, in their first matchup on day 3 of the Scrabble Players Championship. Huge thanks to NASPA Games for sponsoring the stream. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Finally got me.
The streak is over.
Yep.
Your win streak will start now.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh man, I kept HO with this.
Yeah, that's ugly.
You must have had the blank, right? Because I thought about playing Lino here.
Yeah, I had the blank here with AIT
Yeah.
blank.
I had the H when I played Quinn. I thought about playing OH here, but I mean, that just gives you back too much, and then the Q is going to cause me problems, I think.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I figure here if I draw the blank and you've got like a bunch of eyes or something, I have a chance, but it's pretty bleak either way. I wanted to drop an O here and hope to draw a T for Lustihood, but then you're just going to play here and block.
Lustihood, that's a good one.
So that's never going to work.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lino is just too blockable. So what did you have when you traded one?
Just an eye left Endite.
Huh.
It only had like
Yeah.
47 that it drew into, which is, I mean, it's 40. That's good.
Yeah, it's a lot of 8s too. I mean, I wanted to play
Kids.
short, but I mean, I just kept a T. Like, what else am I going to do? I think I just got to... I mean, I figured you were going to bingo, so I was like, all right, just score and try to neutralize it.
Yeah, I think exchanging the Y or YE is not good enough because your
For me, you
leave,
mean? No, I didn't.
your leave isn't potent enough.
I don't think so. Yeah, and giving up 28 points is a lot. So, yeah, I didn't really like that. You had some weird racks in the middle there too. Like this kept CBOZ.
Right. Yeah, I knew something was up there.
CABO. Yeah.
Yeah, I was already on E alert early because
Mm-hmm.
while you were tanking on Jivey, there was already 8 accounted for. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think I had 1 on my rack and there was 7 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I have to do this. Like, it's just too many points. Yeah, vocabs, maybe. I had GL. Maybe I should have played Boskage over here, but I was still down to tempo, so I liked keeping it more open.
Yeah, Boskage, I wouldn't have had much. I had Sundogs. there.
Oh. Yeah, maybe it's a little better to get rid of the G. I don't know, but...
I'm gonna check my blink bingo rack. Tremor, because remoter
Yeah.
is just remoter, right?
Right, yeah. Remoters is no good. But yeah, no, definitely not. Orometer.
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay. Yeah, it's the only other one I saw. Not that I looked. Ectomere doesn't do any better.
Yeah, peg box, that's a good one.
Yeah, I was just lucky that stayed open.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't...
Yeah, when I played Blot, I could have played Deco there. The 32, leaving BGLN. But I was already
BGLN.
very much wanting to
So you
protect the
could,
E's.
so you could bludgeon without a U.
Right. Yeah, I was hoping you floated the E for belonged.
Or that, yeah.
I can only hope. But yeah,
I
drew what I
no
needed
business
to.
to float an E with that rack, that's for sure. Yeah, I could have played Zhao for like 16 more, but that would have kept ZCBV, which didn't feel palatable.
Yeah, that's ugly.
So I don't know. Yeah, really tough turns in the middle there. I don't know about Insol, but everything just felt pretty bleak.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go for the blanks.
Yeah, I think you're leaving 2 in the bag. I mean, maybe if I draw the blank and you have garbage, I could outscore you, but it's probably a long shot either way. Like if I draw the K in the blank or something, if I get a good out in 2, or even a bingo, it's just so hard to bingo with that pool.
So we got 72 difference?
Yeah. Did you submit it?
I did not. I got to go scan my QR code.
Okay. I can. I think I have it up, so I can take care of it.
All right. So as the scores are submitted, there was a 1-point delta there. Somebody, Joey lost a point. We have the score 408, 337. They have something slightly different. We're going to take a break. We don't have pairings yet for round 16. So while we wait for those pairings to get out, we will leave you guys briefly before round 16 of the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. A great win for Joey Kravchik there. Almost feels like a necessary one, especially against the top seed. He was struggling a little bit. Now he's at most a game and a half behind first place after 15 rounds. But Mac Meller, having lost 4 games out of his last 5 yesterday, losing the first one today, he was he was not in great spirits after yesterday, but hopefully he can bounce back and win some games today and stay in the running. Anyways, Will, anything to say before we go briefly?
No, I was just going to say a lot of these big championship level tournaments, it boils down to when you hit that inevitable rough patch, how quickly can you stop the bleeding? And Mac's been there before. He is a previous winner of this event, and he has that makeup, that mental composure to weather the storm here. but he does need to go on another winning streak very, very quickly. We'll definitely keep our eyes on that as we return to some of our top board games going forward, Josh.
Absolutely. You need to devote all of your positive energy to the games. And, if you have a bad day, wait till the end and then just let it all out. Mac took a drive yesterday just to relax and get out of his own head, and hopefully he's back in good spirits. It seems so, and maybe we'll see him later once he bounces back, hopefully. Anyways, we'll be back in a few minutes once we get the pairings up, and we will see you guys when that happens. Don't go anywhere. More Scrabble coming soon. Welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship. Josh Sokol here with Will Anderson. Sorry about that delay. We have pairings. We have our esteemed matchup here on the stream board. Nigel Peltier, last year's champion, the defending champ, versus Joey Malik, who was in first place a lot of yesterday.
Yeah, it's a great matchup. Joey Malik, as you well know, Josh, has made it to the finals before. Definitely a player who nobody should be surprised to see right at the top of the standings. And he's going to have to go through last year's champion, as you said. Great matchup for us to cut our teeth into after a riveting game in the previous round between Joey Kravchik and Mac Meller. And that's just 2 games in. Can't wait for what's in store for us throughout the day.
Absolutely. Let's cut to the board. Some fantastic matchups. We saw Joey Malik take down the legend Joe Edley, 3-time national champion, yesterday in, I think, the best played game we've seen on stream, where Joe Edley basically played perfectly, but Joey just outmaneuvered him, playing almost as well according to the engine and winning the game by a huge margin. So that was probably the most impressive win we've seen thus far. In terms of just skill. So Nigel Peltier going second, Joey Malik going first. Joey's at 11-4. Nigel on a losing streak at 8-7. So he really needs this win, Will.
Keep in mind, though, that he won last year's championship despite having a 7-7 record at one point in the tournament. So yeah, would it be nice to have more wins than 8 if you're Nigel Peltier? Of course, but he is no stranger to making huge comebacks from a somewhat of a slow start. And Nigel P as well has one of the more impressive streaks of cashing or placing in the top 10 at nationals of almost any player. He's been remarkably consistent in his career. Certainly, it's very difficult to come in the top 10 any year, but Nigel has done it 7 or 8 times in his career with very few misses in that span. So in any case, Joey, the one going first, a phenomenal player in his own right. As I mentioned, Josh, he was your opponent in the finals in 2023.
Absolutely. So look at this opening rack. A lot of junk, just an E to score with. KHET comes to mind. Heft. KEF maybe? Actually, KEF might be pretty good here, Will.
It's interesting because the remaining...
Oh, no.
Ooh, very surprising. Is Nigel... Wait, are we seeing...
No way. You're kidding me.
So
what?
this is a shock, everybody. Josh, that is not a valid word, and it doesn't look like Nigel... Maybe Nigel just saw the 4 tiles hit the board and just assumed there's no way this could be... Maybe he hasn't even looked at it yet.
Oh my goodness. That is unbelievable.
Look at that. Look at his facial expression now. Look at his facial expression. He's realized it. I'm pretty sure if you look at Nigel's body language, I think he just realized, oh my God, I think I just let one slide.
Possibly? I'm not sure. I can't believe we just saw this. It's one thing to play a phony 4. It happens once in a while, even at the top level, but it gets called out. Like it just gets challenged immediately every time. I've not seen this ever, especially not on the live stream. Wow. Okay, well, drama to start off this round 16 match between 2 of the top players in North America. Very, very unbelievable. Phony 4.
Yeah, it looks like many other valid words being pointed out in the chat. KHAF and KEF are both valid. There are a slew of other words, and it should be noted that this is by far better than any other option that Joey had. But of course, risking what we fully expected would be a challenge. I know for those of you in the audience who may be more casual fans of Scrabble or may not be players in your own right, that a lot of the words that you see on these boards look a little bit out of the ordinary. They look a little bizarre. But at this level, you do expect extremely strong command of words through 4 letters in length. These are the bedrock words of competitive Scrabble. So to see a phony one be played is surprising enough, and to see it not be challenged is like a lightning strike on board one.
Yeah. So a lot of players at the top have learned all the four-letter words like 20 years ago or something. Like Joey Malik learned all the four-letter words over 20 years ago. And sometimes one can slip through the cracks. It is possible. The top players do focus on the bingos because you really start with the shorter words. As Zhao coming down for Nigel. Yeah, I really wonder if he has recognized what has just happened. This is 24 points, setting up the F very nicely. So if it weren't for the fact that KHEF is on the board, this is a very normal start to a Scrabble game. But yeah, like I said, it's the bingos that players tend to go through and study the most at the top level, and sometimes the shorter words, the bread and butter, the bedrock of Scrabble just gets lost a little bit. And KHAF, KEF, KHET, CHEF, so many times when you see a phony word get played at the top level, it is just an amalgamation, a bastard child, some would say, of many different valid words. So Zhao coming down 28 to 24. It's going to be very interesting to see whether KHEF gets hooked with an S. I don't believe Joey Malik has any doubt whether or not this is a word. He played it confidently, just like he played the other turn. And there is an amazing draw for Nigel Peltier. So we will see. Antifaz is one of the words that Nigel has. We will see, depending on what Joey Malik does, whether that will be hooked.
Really interesting to see what's going to happen there. So one of the plays that Joey can make, if I can test the telestration, is something like Mott under here. This scores decently. He's looking at playing omit. That would also go on top here. The trick for Nigel is if he's identified, and I'm betting based on his body language, I think he has realized that he inadvertently let a phony slide. He's got the S, and he won't have to play it if he has this lane to play Antifas, and he can keep this S hook alive. I think he's going to want to, if he sees it and knows that it is a trap, I think he's going to want to leave it open and hope that Joey eventually stumbles into it, and it would cost him a turn. That would more than give him the payback for letting this phony remain on the board, Josh.
Yeah, and we're talking about Nigel's turn. Antifas would be 84 points with KHEFS, the phony 4, as Mott comes down. I think that's Joey's best play. Fantasy also plays to the E with the blank T for 80 points. So because of how heavy KHEF is in terms of score, Antifa scores better than hitting the triple. Let's see. Wow, here we see it. So Antifa's getting played. Has Joey Malik noticed that he's made a mistake? We will find out very, very soon. He's staring intently at this play, but it looks like he's going to accept. And there it goes. All right. It might as well be valid. No hold for Joey Malik. Might as well be a word, Will.
Wow.
Stop talking about it.
Yeah, that is crazy. So clearly it has not been ringing any alarm bells for either player, especially with so many other options for Nigel P available there. He must have full confidence that if Joey's playing it and it looks like all these other valid words, that it must be valid. So missed opportunity potentially by both players there. But as you say, Josh, we move on now with the rest of the game. Still a big deal. And we are going to see indictee very nicely spotted. Only bingo for Joey here.
Think about it, right? Like maybe Joey does recognize that this might not be a word, but it gave him a bingo. So he basically has to accept it if he has any doubts on KHEF. Unless he's 100% sure it's not a word. You let it go and you play your bingo. This is crazy stuff, Will. So indictee, very nice find through the blank T of Antifas. Another good draw for Joey Malik. An S and an S for Nigel Peltier. Both players with a U to try and deal with. Unmew is the first word that comes to mind for Nigel Peltier. Nothing, nowhere to play that very nicely. But upstager, oh my gosh, Will. Wow.
Unbelievable redraw for Joey. He sees upstager quickly. It would play in a dangerous spot right here, but you will take this gladly if you're Joey Malik to be able to bingo with the U, the G, the P, not lucrative tiles on the rack outside of that nice ERST combo. You're going to take that bingo every day of the week. But for Nigel, what could he do here? Is he
No
looking
way.
at playing something like Joram right here?
There's
And
no way he's
maybe
blocking.
he's never blocking it, Josh, but is he going to keep an S and a huge play to come back? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, right now 20 points between Nigel Pelletier, the defending champion, and Joey Malik. Joram is 28. Nigel would take a small lead. Upstager in the 60s, but the responses could be in the 50s, could even be a bingo after something like Joram. Will we see Joram? He's lining it up now. That's a great play. I was thinking maybe MEWS underneath Mott, but that sets up an S hook you don't have. So I don't know if it's great. It's a very, very high score, 40 points. But Joram looks actually better here.
Yeah, you keep that S in reserve, which is not incredibly valuable here, but it is certainly always a tile you want to keep if you can score decently well and do so. Joram also setting up a new S hook. So what you don't have on the post Joram board is a spot to play a bingo with a terminal S in a really good spot. What you do have are a number of S hooks. If you just imagine Joram on the board, you've now got the S hook here, here, here. There's a whole bunch of spots where if you do draw something with S in early position, you're going to be in very good shape. So there's a lot of upside after that play. The S has kind of a weird value here. You love to see that terminal position for, playing 7-letter bingos. You don't have that. You do have a lot of other options for it.
I guess there's a world, Will, in which Murine gets played through the Eye of Indictee to keep the WS for that underlap spot. I don't think it's right, but it's a nice way to set yourself up nicely for next turn. So there's a remote possibility Upstager's getting blocked, but if not, Joey Malik is playing that within 5 seconds. No hesitation whatsoever. He is a very confident, very intimidating player. When he knows what he wants to play, it just comes down, and you just have to be like, okay, there you go. Sometimes Joey Malik makes his best play within 5 seconds, 12 turns in a row. He's barely used 5 minutes of his time. We see that he plays a lot of blitz with Mac Meller. He sees his plays fast. He's confident. Nigel, a little bit more deliberate. Now he's looking at Muse, which is, again, a very nice score underlapping the MOT of Mott. But RUN, not a great leave. And setting up that S, there are 2 S's left.
And the L, Josh.
And the L.
The L. So not only with this square right here, as I clear all this off. Okay, he's gone back to Joram. So he thought about all of his realistic options here. And as you suggest, watch Joey put Upstager down with speed and confidence here. Maybe he'll take a quick look through the newly opened U and M and just say, could I possibly have something better there? No, let's send Upstager quickly. Here it comes. Big swing here. Will Nigel draw something good for the S, or will he just draw something with his W that scores really well? Ooh, tricky draw. I'm not sure. I guess he has U's, Josh, spelled out, but would have been great for him to be able to use that spot on the top row without cashing the S. Not sure he can do it.
Great. Yeah, it would be great to use the spot with something else than use, but use itself is 53 points on the top of the ER, just tying the game back up there. So we'll see Upstager added to Joey Malik's score. 63 points brings him to 191, but use would basically tie the game. Leaving LNR, Nigel is in a worse position. He's going to need some fouls after that play. I don't really see him getting away from that play. Is there some other way to hook onto Upstagers, get the Y on the triple letter score? I don't see it.
Yeah, if you could play a 5-letter word with SY with this pattern, which seems very reasonable with the tiles that Nigel has, that would potentially score enough points to be well worth it, turning an extra tile to try to draw more vowels. But I think the best he can do in that spot is Slyer, which is still reasonable, but that only scores 44 compared to the 53 you pointed out after use on the top row. But meanwhile, Joey has drawn the Q, doesn't want to see that, but the second blank, a huge draw for him as he looks to protect this lead.
Yeah, Nigel looking at Sly instead, opening a not as easy to use triple. Newsy with Jorums, I guess, is what he's looking at now, but I feel like you can't do that. It does open another huge triple. It's a dynamic move. We know Nigel likes to play dynamic Scrabble, but I feel like you just take YEWS. I just wonder, Will, it was lined up on his rack. Sometimes it happens when a word is lined up on your rack, you haven't actually looked at that particular word, it's just lined up. Our brains immediately try to unscramble letters. Is it possible that Nigel Peltier has not spotted that he has YEWS up top?
It certainly can happen when you just lock into a certain type of play. I think it's very natural to have, and I think the word we always use for that is just tunnel vision. You just tunnel on a certain type of idea and you assume that that type of play has to be the best play. I do feel like I saw him line up use, and he does it again. And I think it's just too many points to pass up. But you're right that sometimes the most surprising plays can be missed. It is that consistency at the top level of, can you turn those plays where maybe, an intermediate player would see 99 times out of 100. Can you turn that into 999 times out of 1,000 or even less frequent? These are, it's hard to go to 100% that you're never going to miss even the most simple plays.
So use coming down, this blocks Joey's best play of weld or even wend in the top right, and it's going to make his life a little bit harder. I'm sure Joey would have been pouncing on that spot otherwise, but this is a huge score, bringing Nigel Peltier to 189, but there's a 8-minute difference on the players' clocks here. And now Joey, with his rack of DELNQW blank, really only has one spot for the Q, right, Will? QI for 11? I don't feel like you can play that.
It's interesting because your leftover letters are pretty good, but I don't necessarily feel like, I guess you can look at it as, if I get an I after playing the Q, I'll have swindle, which is pretty good. There are other things that you can possibly draw, but the board is not so good or so open that I would feel that comfortable just plopping the Q down here. I think it's very, well worth considering what options does Joey have that keep the Q and score a little bit better. And I guess my question there, Josh, is does he even have anything of that type of play that's that good? And if not, maybe you just go back to plopping the Q down.
Yeah, nothing is good here. So Joey taking his first think of the game. Normally, in a situation that Joey was in, you think about your plan B. Your plan A is, of course, play in the top right, but Nigel has blocked that. So what is your plan B? Is it playing the Q? Maybe he thought about that, and he was like, wow, I could do this, but what if he has an S? And the play of use actually kind of signals a potential of having another S, but there's only one S left. So I feel like after that S is played, you maybe just plop the Q down and hope to draw an I or something. Swindle will fit down, swindled, all sorts of plays on the top right will fit. And that's about it. Like, you need to draw a vowel. If you don't draw a vowel, then you're in trouble if you're Joey.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like he's spotted the idea that if he's not going to play his Q, playing something like weld or lewd in this spot underneath the eye of indictee is about as good as he can get, with about 22 points there, leaving the Q along with his N and blank Maybe he draws one of the two U's, which normally you would not want to see the U find its way onto the rack, but keeping the Q has that very sneaky, subordinate benefit. It's not usually that good to keep the Q, but at least it turns a bad draw in the U into something good, helps you hedge against some of those worst case scenario draws of like U from the bag. He's going to go with Weld. I think it makes some sense here. It was either that or plop the Q down. And he's got a decent amount of help for it there, Josh.
Yeah, this is a very reasonable choice. Weld in a different spot. Of course, he would have liked to play that for around 50. Instead, he is getting 22 for it. And the U and Joram, actually a little bit of a help. When you have the Q with the blank, you might just draw an 8-letter word. There's a U on the board. But Joey's drawn into a host of Q without U words. Kadi, Sank, QI. So he's going to be feeling okay about that draw. But Nigel, his draw on the other hand, he did draw a couple vowels, but he also drew a couple of duplicates. Very, very poor draw for him.
Yeah, brutal, classic, tough draw of all low pointers, but this is a great find on his part of Aaron. Look at those overlaps, Josh. ICAT, row, neither of those are the easiest hooks to spot, and it doesn't score a number of points that's going to make you jump for joy, but the ability to get in the mid-20s with those low pointers and remove all of your duplicate issues on the rack in one go, that's a very nice play by Nigel Peltier.
Yeah, and he has some chances to draw into a bingo starting that S on the top right of the board. That's a big spot. Okay, he's drawn 2 vowels with 2 E's, so he's got a better situation now. Over to Joey. Kaid looks perfectly fine making did on the top left. But we did see Joey. Okay, well, too late for that thought.
No delay, yeah.
Umiak was 50 points through the M of Joram, a really tough find, but burning the blank. We did see him burn the blank against Joe Edley. But yeah, Kaid makes perfect sense. Keeping the CN blank. Again, that S in the top right, such a huge spot for both players. Somebody's probably going to draw a bingo up there at some point, unless it gets blocked.
Yeah, I do want to point out that there is this wide open triple line at the top of the board, which has not been touched at all. And I just want to point out, if anyone out there in the chat is looking at that and saying, geez, how is that possible? Doesn't that look like such an appetizing spot? The U makes it very difficult to re-parallel. There's not that many consonants that fit above the U productively, and a lot of those are already on the board, the M potentially being the worst of those in this game. So seeing a play actually fit on top there is not that likely, and it's kind of a phantom threat here. I agree with you, Josh. This S is considerably more concerning. You mentioned it in a previous game yesterday. The S, of course, we know it likes to end 7- and 8-letter words, but it also is the most frequent starting letter of 8-letter words. So if you're trying to protect a lead, as Joey Malik is, that's the last letter that you want to see up in that upper right corner of the board with a free row, or a free column, I should say, to shoot at.
Yeah, that is definitely a phantom spot. Really hard to hit. It might get hit at some point. Probably not super hard. Look at the play that Nigel is considering. THER, either from the I and Antifas, would actually shut down that S. Either is an adjective, or it is the same as either. So it does not pluralize. And that would have been, if he makes that play, it's 25 points. I would play that pretty confidently if I was up 35, but Nigel's down 35. And he's kind of close to getting something from the S and U's. So I feel like maybe he's going to pivot away. He's going back to it. He has the H for HM on the bottom left of the board, but any play there is going to open a huge triple. So he's just choosing a more defensive route, just saying, I don't really mind blocking this huge threat now and just closing in on you score-wise. Very interesting decision. I like it.
Yeah, it's definitely a patient play on the part of Nigel. We're just talking about how lucrative that S in the upper right corner may be, but Nigel is only down 10 after this play. He doesn't have to basically sit and pray that he be the first to hit that S. He can play a little defense and mix that into his plan here. And this is the sort of play where even though you're trailing by a little bit, maybe a play like Ither blocks those bingos from the S just long enough to give you a chance to land something somewhere else on the board. Josh, I heard you react though to Nigel's draw.
That's so bizarre. So many vowels left, and he hasn't seen a single one on his 4-tile pull. It can happen. From Joey Malik's perspective, 19 vowels, 18 consonants, and he also only has 1 vowel. So both players in good position in terms of that fact. If I have a lot of consonants and I'm looking at a lot of vowels, I'm very happy. That means my opponent is super likely to have a lot of vowels. But in this particular instance, neither player has vowels. Comb is what Joey Malik is considering through the M in Joram. That's just a nice way to score 20 and keep DNR blank, which again, with a lot of vowels to come, is pretty good. And Joey can feel pretty confident in this position, having the final blank. There's only 1 S unseen. That S and U's has been blocked. I'm sure Joey's actually kind of happy about that, given that he has a slight lead here. And yeah, I like the play of Comb here.
I'm agreeing with that. I mean, there's some other options that don't quite score as well or leave slightly worse. The one thing you want to do if you're Joey here is try to use that B. It is the weakest bingo tile on the rack. Comb looks perfectly reasonable here. It's the play he's going to go with. And even as we see that huge vowel imbalance in the tile bag, it's worse than it in reality than it is from the player's perspective, because as you said, Josh, we know both players have so many consonants on the rack. It means the bag is inordinately full of vowels. So we're going to see that come into play in the next few turns.
And for this rack, Nigel Peltier under the 10-minute mark. We had a very similar situation. Mac in the right-hand seat, under 10 minutes against Joey Krafchick with 35 tiles unseen, now 34. That means 27 in the bag. That means a third of the game, and the most complicated part of the game, the pre-end game, still to be had. So Nigel needs to act. He made a couple of quick decisions. Use was a little bit of a slower decision, but he made the quick decision to play Airn. That was a nice play. And now he's considering, well, I'm in a bad spot. I have a bad rack. Should I play Bell and Combe? C-O-M-B-E. That is a word. When you're in a position like this, you start to get a little bit ready to make plays like Bell. I mean, it's the only way to score reasonably with the rack, but it keeps 2 ends of G, throws open a huge triple. Joey Malik has found maybe his only bingo in the position of Euroland, and I don't think that's going away. But we'll see what Nigel Peltier does here with so many vowels unseen from his perspective. I think you actually play Bell and just recognize the fact that your position is really bad now.
That would be
Looking at exchanging.
Yeah, it looks like exchanging now on his radar, which is also defensible just because Bell is just so crazy to on this otherwise quite cagey board after a bunch of plays that are very, neither player wants to, break the tension here. Nigel playing Ither to block a little bit of the board. Joey playing Comb to balance his rack without opening anything new. Bell in this spot with Comb, the E-hook, would be a total departure from that strategy. And it looks like Nigel's going back to it. I'm so curious to see what's going to happen after this, because this L, if Bell is played, doesn't really give Joey anything new. Is it possible that if he wants to bingo, he'll be forced to do so still with a play like Euroland? And could we see Nigel draw something huge through this L that he's created? This is really exciting to see what's going to happen from here.
Yeah, Nigel Peltier is such a dynamic player, going from defense to offense, recognizing the subtleties of the position. I'm pretty sure Nigel knows Ither doesn't take an S. I wonder if that's going to come into play with 1 S remaining, but Euroland is still, I think, Joey Malik's only bingo, 60 points. If he doesn't want to bingo, he can play Lur Dan up top on the left, making NU for 29, keeping the lone blank. Is that in the cards in this position? I feel like you take 60 and try to run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, at this score, You really want those points, right? Deferring too many points here could be your undoing, and you're
Okay.
only up by 11. So Euroland is the play, but look at Nigel's draw. Where
What
are the
the
vowels,
hell is
Josh?
going
Where?
on? What is going on? Nigel going to respond with Zune for 66, a higher score than Euroland, keeping 4 consonants. Is Joey going to draw 7 vowels? There's an X out, there's an S out. Where are those vowels? Joey Malik needs a couple consonants to remain in control of this game. And there's a T, and there's 4 vowels, and there's
Oh,
very quickly 6 vowel draw for Joey Malik, and S is still out there. We're going to see Joey Malik play through that Elif Bell. He's still in a decent position. He's probably going to play something like Outlie, but that's only 21 points, and he's only up 5. This could be really, really huge. What is Nigel Peltier going to pick?
that S looming so large with the Eurolands hook. The X is something he wants to see. And the R, the vowels are just not coming for him. I'm sure he's shocked to see the consonant overload that he's drawn, Josh. So many vowels unseen to him. Almost all of them on Joey's rack. Outlie, as you suggested. But man, Joey can't be feeling great knowing there's another S that could easily be on Nigel's rack along with the X. This doesn't score that well. Nigel, with a balanced draw, could be poised to take a big lead here, but not with those consonants that have flooded his rack.
Now, if you're Nigel, I think you just have to play Vax through the A of Euroland for 29, take a 3-point lead. But there's the S, the only consonant Joey drew, the most important one. So he's back in a decent situation. From Nigel's perspective, 3 consonants remain, a Y and 11 vowels. And actually, 2 of those consonants are still in the bag. Nigel Peltier going to play Vax. What if he draws VG? That would be insane. So Joey Malik, up 26 now with 8 in the bag, has got to be feeling like, where the hell are those consonants? And Nigel in a complete opposite situation. So I think Vax is just forced. What else do you do here, Will?
I think that's it. There's really no way to score anything without using your X in this spot with the consonant of your choice. The V is a critical tile for Nigel to use because one of the few consonants still unseen to him is another V, and you really do not want to have to navigate 2 Vs on the rack, whatever little chance you may have. And frankly, it's interesting because with all those vowels, Nigel has a pretty good chance of drawing a bingo here. If he draws 2 vowels, there's all kinds of stuff that he can get. He can play parting. He can play trepang. There's lots of things that he can actually hit with 2 vowel draws that are so likely for him. So Vax, almost certainly the play, and hoping against hope that Joey does not have that last S, which would allow him to block the bottom of the board as it flips on me. But what can Joey even do with that S? It's not that easy to use, and he's going to keep all vowels if he plays it.
Okay, good decision by Nigel. He's under 5 minutes, Will, so he needs to go. And there's the G. What the freak is happening? That is not a good draw for Nigel. It also means Joey only has a V and a Y to draw out of the bag. So what does he do here? There are 6 tiles unseen to him. He's in great position with the only hook remaining for Euroland. But a play I'm seeing immediately is just OE on the top of the board. For 16 points. You can play Vo from the V and Vax for 4 more, but why block your S spot? So I think that's a good play. If you want to play your S now, you're only getting 20 plus for it. That's not enough. I think OE or maybe a longer play, trying to play 3 vowels at once is what Joey wants to do. So he's in a good position, but it has to feel a little bit worrisome that bottom row is open. So maybe he will play his S. Maybe he will go with something like OSE and Eurolands in order to block the threats on the bottom row. I think in either case, Joey can feel pretty confident about his position despite being down 3 points, but there's a lot of scoring power left, so maybe not.
Yeah, it's scary. I mean, there's definitely now a few things that you have to be worried about if you're Joey, like Genoa on the top part of the board would hit really, really hard. He's going to just play Odia. Wow, that's
Oh, that
surprising. An extremely low score compared to some of these other options, but it keeps that S and and three more vowels. What is going on here?
wow. V, Y, and the last A are what are unseen to Nigel Peltier, so he could potentially draw into Trepang if he drops the G, but that's not happening. I think he has to go for a score here and hope the S is in the bag. Odia looks like a play kind of trying to block Eurolands, so maybe Nigel thinking maybe the S is still out there. He's only down 9 points, and if he plays Pager, which was the first play he was looking at, now he's looking at something else. If he does that, now he's looking at Gager. Um, he might actually win this game, Will.
That is crazy just because almost any lone consonant for Joey would almost certainly have been enough to get a Eurolands play that would have been very tough for Nigel to outrun in the end game, especially if he's going to play 4 tiles here with Gager or Pager through this A. Nigel is going to have 6 tiles on his rack in the end game, which makes it very unlikely that he's going to have an outplay. That would allow Joey to have a 2-turn sequence of a Eurolands play and then an outplay after that. Instead, it's going to be extremely difficult for Joey to go out in 2 with all the vowels that he has. And it should be a much more flexible and high scoring set of tiles on Nigel's rack after this play. So, man, this is a crazy run out here for both players. But as is sometimes the case, Josh, if you have to pick between vowels and consonants to have too many, often having those consonants is better just because they score a little bit better. The vowels can not only clog up the rack, but also reduce your scoring potential. So we may be seeing that play out here.
But Nigel has to move. He's at 2.5 minutes. He cannot afford to go overtime in such a close game. He's looking at Gaper, Gager, Pager. He's got to make one of those plays very soon and try to just outrun Joey in the end game, which he has good chances of doing unless he goes overtime. This game could be within 10 points. You can't afford a -10 time penalty if you're Nigel Peltier. So let's see when he makes his decision. 2 minutes, you have the chance when you have under 1 minute, but more than 30 seconds to make an out sequence, to make one more move, even 2 more moves, as long as your opponent is thinking. But Joey Malik has been playing lightning fast all game. The time pressure is there. Let's see. What does Nigel Peltier do here? He's probably feeling okay, but not great. If Eurolands gets hit with something like IVs and OE, I think the door is shut. Little does he know Joey Malik has that S, but the V and the Y are in the bag. So Nigel Peltier about to draw AVY if he plays all 4 tiles. Right now, he's thinking, okay, maybe not. Maybe I play 2 tiles, but you have to go. You have to score, and you have to do it now.
Yeah, got to get something down quick to be able to evaluate this end game. He's clearly thinking hard about different options through this A. Playing the P now scores 3 more points than Gager. You get 24 points for Pager, 21 points for Gager, but there is kind of a decent spot for this P. If you're trying to, play something like this and keep it, maybe there's a way to draw into something. I'm actually not sure you can even do that if you play Gager, because you're really looking at Gorp in that spot with an O draw. So lots to consider here. The flexibility of keeping the P versus playing it. But Nigel, as you say, Josh, he's got to go. He's got to put something on the board. Gager.
He's got 30 seconds. There we go. 29 seconds left for the rest of this game. Is Joey Malik going to assess that his best chance of winning here is to play fast? If he plays OES and Eurolands, is he going to have enough? He's playing Louis instantaneously.
Brilliant play, saving AIS. This is the only way he can use those vowels, Josh. Playing it first might be what he has to do here.
He's already worked it out, and now Nigel Peltier has 15 seconds. He has to block Eurolands. I think he knows that, but how do you block it? He's looking at PYA. You can play pave to the E. 6 seconds left. Go, go, go. You have to go. Your time is out. 23 points for Paya. What is going on? Is Nigel Peltier going to outrun? He has 12 points on his rack, but Joey Malik with AIS is going to go out with airs and its and MI, and I think that will be it. I think this game has been won by Joey Malik.
Yeah, I think by my count, he's going to win by something like 10 points, 8 points, something like that. Brilliant job by Joey to not cash his S right here and leave the threat of it as something Nigel has to deal with so that he cannot play anywhere else. He cannot play his V, which he would have wanted to do along with the P. Louis, the only way of dumping all those vowels in one go. The fact that Joey saw that and played it instantly to put maximum pressure on Nigel Peltier is a masterclass. He's probably already had that worked out in a lot of cases in that pre-end game situation. Very, very nicely done.
Was there a way for Nigel Peltier to win? He didn't know. He didn't have the chance to figure it out. PATY was better in that spot, and that would have gained him around 5 more points, but I don't think it would have been enough. I think the time didn't necessarily matter here, but it could very well have. What a brilliant play of Louis. And Nigel, I think, recognizing the fact that he missed Patey. Yeah, he's showing us. There's the emotion. There's the oof. You got to feel for him. Wow.
So that would have been Patey would have been 26 points in that spot. So an extra 3 points for Nigel. Imagine that instead of this score, he is up by 27. Then Joey would go out still with the same 18-point play, and he would not collect the points for this T, but he would collect 10 more points from the unplayed V and N, winning by 1 point. So it does not look like Nigel had a win. In the heat of the moment, he probably can't know that. We're sitting in the booth and we can do the math out all cool and collected. We're not the ones with 2 seconds left on the clock.
Unbelievable. So would that have happened? Would it have been a 1-point win? It seems like Gager is a losing play for Nigel Peltier. Was Gaper any better? I don't actually think so. I think he was losing regardless, but he just didn't have time to figure it out. Joey Malik now tracking. Has he just not tracked the whole game? And now he has to figure out, what does Nigel have? Does he have enough points to give me? That is crazy. Joey might be thinking Nigel has 3 1-point tiles, in which case Ayers would tie the game at 394 apiece, and he would have to find a better play to win the game, and he has 10 minutes to do so. This is insane. Joey Malik just saying, I am going to play as fast as possible. I don't care about my tracking. I don't care about anything else other than putting the time pressure on you. And now he has all the time in the world to figure out Nigel has VNT. Let him ruminate, marinate in his very, very, oh man, I'm really feeling for Nigel. You can see the emotion on his face. But yeah, he knows the game is lost. And he thinks that AD was a winning play, but it wasn't.
Right, which will be comforting in a sense. But I am so curious to hear the post-game discussion from the two players on this. It's so interesting that Joey is tracking again now and not before his play of Louis. That being said, in that situation for Joey Malik, playing Louis almost certainly has to be correct no matter what Nigel has. It's the only way, as I mentioned, to dump all those vowels at once and keep that tension with your S. So really amazing time management by Joey Malik there. Nigel doing an amazing job as well to continue to fight his way back. His play of Bell was a brilliant bit of aggression at exactly the right time. Crazy draws here for both players, with the consonants somehow flooding their way onto Nigel's rack despite that imbalance. Joey making his winning move here of airs to, wow, an instant classic. Josh, nice job.
400 to 394. Let's pan to the overhead mic and see what scores the players have.
I was only seeing AIS there for 12 once you blocked that, and
I suppose the the only play I saw in hindsight that I liked so much better. I didn't see this, but I think I lose by 1. That
Oh,
because that just gives me 3 more points.
I was hoping maybe I could force you into it. I'm almost positive that was the best play, so I figured I'd maybe be able to get you into overtime.
Well, you did. You did.
Yeah.
I don't know if I had a play that would withstand that.
Yeah. And I had the yes for a couple of turns, but I had nothing but vowels with them,
It's amazing that you were able to pull that out.
which is almost a good thing because that meant you didn't have them.
One
Yeah, so,
consonant.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I had just anything big there, it'd probably.
The VY draw at the end sort of
Oh, wow.
stunned me, like, because I was hoping for vowels the whole time. I was sort of expecting vowels by the end. Yeah.
I remember this used to be phony, and I'm pretty sure they added it later on.
Yeah, I liked it.
Because it was. I think Brian Capoletto tried it and got challenged off by Nigel Richards at his first nationals. So
I didn't know
I have all
that.
these weird references for certain bingos.
Cool. Oh, this felt weird.
Yeah.
NNG.
What's that with Bell?
Yeah, I left NNG.
Oh.
It's just kind of bizarre. I was gonna trade in, or
I assume I didn't have anything through the L. Anything else? Any feedback or anything?
I got nothing. That was a tough game.
Would you have an outplay if he didn't go out and like just stuck an S on you or
Well,
that?
I had AIS here too.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't able to
Not if
come.
we
I
put
ran
Kyle-
out of time too
Yeah.
early, but
Yeah.
the play I wanted to do is pay T. If I thought about it longer, it's just way better. It has an outplay and it scores more.
Yeah.
And that would make it so that this still wins by 1, though. I believe.
And you were double checking your tracking at the end, I take it?
Yeah, I just making sure he had I thought there was a V still missing, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't. Yeah. But if I'd seen this right away, I probably would have played. Oh wow.
He did so well with all vowels.
Yeah.
It's like navigating situations with
Yeah.
literally all vowels. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just,
Yeah.
that was just funny. It was interesting how it played out.
Yeah.
I did have constants for, well, basically
Yeah.
since Antifa. Yeah. Yeah, I think I drew 7 vowels since Antifa.
So Nigel
Seven.
Peltier
7.
at 8-8. Such a similar situation to last year and many previous years where Nigel does not start off super well, but ends up winning tons of games near the end. And this one, like you said, Will, an instant classic. Starting off with a phony 4. That feels like lifetimes ago. So much happened after that, and could have been a 1-point win for Joey Malik, but indeed it was a 6-point win in the end. Crazy, crazy game. Wow.
Yeah, really exciting one to watch. That was a real pleasure. And it's a huge one for Joey Malik as he continues to solidify his position at the top of the standings. As you said, Nigel P dropping to 8-8. We mentioned he was 7-7 at one point last year and rebounded from that to make the finals and defeat Mac Miller to capture the championship and is still the defending champion. So do not count him out just yet. But just a riveting game in just our second game of the day, Josh. 5 more coming up today. I can't wait to see what those other games have in store.
Yeah, 2 games left before lunch. We're going to take a little bit of a production break here before the round, get the next pairing for you very, very quickly. And we'll see you in just a few minutes with another crazy matchup. Welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship 2026. We are sticking with Joey Malik here in third place now after beating last year's champion, Nigel Pelletier, but he has an opponent to face here, Will, and what an opponent this is. Jason Lee in first place at 13-3. But what's more about this matchup is Jason has had Joey Malik's number for very, very many years. There are only a few people that have played Joey Malik 30 or more times that have a really good record against him. Jason is one of them. Total record between them, 15 wins for Joey, 24 wins for Jason Lee. But look at that draw, Will. Oh my goodness.
That's what you're looking for when you've got somebody that you struggled against. You'd love to start the game on the right foot, and Joey is going to do just that with Santour here. Plays it quickly, as we have gotten used to seeing, but Jason in a great position to respond with the first blank on his rack. So contrary to a couple of the games we've seen so far, which took a little time to develop, this one starting off with some fireworks. That's the beauty of Scrabble, Josh.
That is indeed, and Joey probably thinking, all right, I got a good start against this guy for once, but not really. Jason Lee is going to respond in turn with one of a number of bingos. The first thing you're looking for here is a potential play down to the triple or up to the triple, but also a double-double through the O of Santour. So pile wart is the only thing I see through the O. But is there a possibility of something higher scoring here, Will?
Yeah, he's going to be looking. He's going to be looking through that O. That is the first place where you would want to look. Try to get that double-double. Then from there, you want to go for that A. Try to connect something to the triple. Doesn't seem like there are any words that do that, but Jason, with that blank in hand, is going to take a couple minutes to identify those possibilities. I do feel like the O looks incredibly tempting here, that there should be a double-double. It just turns out there is not. The best, or I guess I should say the highest scoring by a solid margin, so potentially likeliest to be the best play here, is Writerly, which is a little bit off the beaten path, Josh. This is one where if I saw this, I would assume there was probably something better than this here.
Yeah, Writerly is the best bingo at 80 points. Jason going to take a really, really long time. How long do you think Jason Lee should or will take on this turn, Will?
Great question. I would want to really try to cap my time expenditure here at about 3 to 4 minutes. We're seeing Jason having spent a couple already. It's when you have the blank tile, that is the most time consuming letter that you can have. You have to consider every single possibility. Well, maybe not every single one, but in this situation, you may be wanting to do that. And oh man, I sure hope he does not play Wilters, Josh.
This is a common phony. This would be really bad if it comes down. I'm pretty sure Joey Malik would remember this not being a word. It looks like a word, though. Okay, it looks like instead we're seeing twirlers for Jason Lee. This is 72, not as good as, not as good as Writerly, but it is definitely a word.
Yep, valid word, solid play, leaving a couple points on the board. But if you could stipulate that Jason would find Writerly on his rack, if he spent, let's say, 3 more minutes in the game to do, now you have to wonder, boy, maybe it's worth just taking the 72-pointer that I see right now and keep that time for those more impactful decisions. That being said, we just saw a game end with a 6-point margin of victory for the winner. So 8 points does matter in this game.
I think what matters the most in this game is history and psychology, but definitely the plays matter too. Twirler is definitely a little bit of an inaccuracy, but you're right. The time usage is important. You're playing against Joey Malik, of all people. You have to play quickly. He's going to make his decisions fast almost 100% of the time. And Beam, another pretty quick decision, only using 44 seconds on average a turn. This is a high score, but a really, really bad leave. So we'll see if Joey's going to be able to get out of OOV. Jason, on the other hand, his post-bingo draw, pretty nice, pretty balanced, pretty high scoring. But now on this board, it's hard to score points. YEOW underneath the ANTO of Santour. Potentially, I would be looking through the ET on the top of the board to see if I can get that double word score, that triple letter score. What are you looking at here, Will?
Yeah, definitely. You can probably dispense with the B relatively quickly. If you have a word ending in B with these letters, it's pretty likely that you're going to see it quickly. My eye would definitely be drawn to playing through this ET, trying to find something that puts a good tile in the triple letter score. And failing that, you're going to have to improvise. And I'm wondering, is it possible that Jason will have the stomach to play something with Beamy here? That is a valid word, but man, it's hard to play there without opening up something pretty scary. That is not what I associate with Jason's style of play at all.
Yeah, so he's doing Yao as expected. This sets up his P nicely with top OWE, so he immediately has the possibility of re-underlapping with PER for 28 points. So this looks like a good play. PER, very good leave. PYRE or PYRO with Beamy were interesting. Pyro takes the S. Pyre takes an S and an X. So that would have been really, really rough to see if Pyre came down and then a big X play for 60. But we're not seeing that. And Joey Malik now, a little bit of a tough rack to deal with. He did keep VOO, but HIPY actually really complements his leave pretty much as well as anything.
Yeah, to his VOO leave, he got a nice mix of scoring tiles. It's going to give him, oddly, he now could play Pyro if he wants in that very same spot. So both players have that play to choose from, but may opt for more defensive choices. In this situation, though, it's hard to come up with a play that scores as well as those. I guess you could play Piety through the ET at the top of the board. That's interesting. Looks like he's considering it now. The nice thing about that is you keep O's that would potentially play on top of the P, which is not that easy to overlap. Without the O or U, you literally cannot overlap that P in that position. So Joey would have some of the few tiles that you would need to play back to the triple afterwards. Looks like a little bit safer of a play overall than Beamy and Pyro. But meanwhile, Jason sitting on excellent tiles. We're going to see another bingo from him next turn.
Absolutely. There's no way Joey Malik is going to block Terrans here, playing with AYS, the very least. And yeah, Piety looks pretty smart. It sets up the O on the top with OP. Hooli through the L of Twirlers would be a nice play if it didn't set up that gigantic double-double spot, which I don't think is close to Joey Malik's style. I don't think he does stuff like that pretty much ever. So Piety looks smart here. Viol, VIOL was possible for 15 to the L of Twirlers just to keep a really nice high-scoring leave. But Piety looks very strong. And he's going to have to get rid of that V. He has the H with it now. Same leave as last time, but with an H. And here's what happens when you draw poorly. Look at that terrible Q draw. It just sticks there. Your bad tiles will stick on your rack. Your good plays will use other tiles. And wow, after Terrans, although Jason Lee's only going to be up around 30 points, this is really, really rough for Joey long term.
Yeah, really tough draw of that Q there. Certainly, maybe literally the last tile that Joey wanted to see, as long as it didn't come along with some kind of support like a U. Now you've got that same issue. Joey has left OOV, and he left that by itself after Beam, and with an H after Piety. And it's going to be difficult for him to either shed the Q and not keep all that stuff again, I guess you can play cough here through the P of Terrans. That looks... He's going to play it fast, Josh. Wow, that's surprising. I'm not sure this is worth it. Obviously, you want to dump the Q, but at this cost, that is a steep cost to pay.
It's 18 points, and you can draw a big play on the bottom left with the V, like Ovine, Ovoid. I really liked keeping that Q, playing Moho or Homo with OP, scoring way more points. And if you draw an I with that Q, tons of I's left. You're threatening QI and MI, QI and HI for over 30. I think patience was lost here for Joey. He did not want to keep a V and a Q on his rack. So a very sensible decision. It was a quick decision, and I'm not really sure it's really worth it, especially since that bottom left triple is easy to access. Lots of 5-letter words starting with a vowel will be drawn on average by Jason Lee, but in this particular case, no. In this particular case, it looks like Joey will have that spot. But Kagu keeping IIE, that's a pretty good way to get rid of a terrible set of tiles on Jason Lee's redraw after Terrans. He needs to avoid drawing a third eye, but he could easily get through this rack.
Yeah, for sure. That was by a lot the best play. Of course, the leave of EII is not ideal, but that play scored 31 points, which is definitely way more than you're going to get with anything else, and uses up that top triple. So there are a lot of good things about this, the leave being the only blemish. And with tiles as bad as Jason had, you're going to get some kind of a blemish on your move, whether it's a bad leave, a low score. You're going to have to pick your poison. Jason absolutely dead on to play Kagu there. And now back to Joey, who plays his Q, does not get hit with a big play in the lower left of the board, but he himself doesn't really have a great play in that spot either. He's thinking about playing closed.
No. This is not a word.
Oh, right. That is one of the most common phonies. So could he go back to this well? He's played a phony in the previous game that was not detected. This is a tough challenge for Jason, though. What do you think, Josh? Is Jason going to know this? If cloved is the play, I think he's going to play it on top with days in the center of the board. Will Jason have it in him to make a huge challenge here?
Why hasn't Joey played this yet? Because he is not sure if this is a valid word. He's trying to think in his memory bank. Has he seen this word before? There might be something in his head saying, something about this word. And that's the thing with the word like cloved. It looks so word-like, Will. And I think in these players' long history of tournament Scrabble and competitive Scrabble, cloved has been played against them, or they have played the word. If you've played cloved before, that's how you remember that it's not a word. But if it's been played on you, your brain is going to play a trick on you. Your brain is not going to really remember if it hit the board and wasn't challenged. It's not going to remember if it's not a word. That's the brain psychology of Scrabble, and is why it's so difficult sometimes to get everything straight. Cloved is not a word, and Jason is probably either going to just accept this as like, yeah, that's a word, or he's going to think about it. And once he thinks long and hard about this, challenge, but there is no hold, and that's the thing. He
No
has
reaction.
not. There's such a big chance that you just don't even think about this, and this play will not get challenged. And this is the second phony in 2 games by Joey Malik. Very important for Jason Lee to have challenged this.
Yeah, that play, as he's now counting the score, it should be noted that Joey had plays like homed here for 35 points. Yes, it would have left CLV, but very good scoring plays here. Of course, the M is the only tile that he did not expose with his play of cloved, so Jason can't know that. But I do feel like if you're Jason and you're trying to evaluate, could this be a phony? You would want to see it score a lot higher to start considering it more, critically, or I don't know, block a bingo, something like that, where you have more incentive to consider challenging. But it's sort of in the interior of the board and not that critical of a spot, and it doesn't set off any alarm bells. So we move on. Missed opportunity there. And Joey gets away with one again.
Yeah, crazy stuff again. It's just about hesitating. If you don't hesitate, this just looks like a word. You don't even think about it. But if you think about it, maybe you can remember at some point cloved was played and it's not a word. I've played cloved, so I'm in a position where I knew straight away this wasn't valid. But
I think
there
I
goes
have too.
TITI for 13. A very good play. It blocks a lot of the high scoring 5-letter words on the bottom left. But will Joey be able to maximize the value of this X? He's drawn super well after his play, being rewarded for it in some way. But there doesn't appear to be a 5-letter word starting in AX. He's just one tile off.
Yeah, that's certainly what he's going to be looking at. Playing something with the word form of AX blank, blank, blank down all the way. There are a bunch of words like that. He does not have any of them here. Once he rules that out, it does feel like something just like ox in the upper corner, leaving the very solid realm as a leave would be a reasonable option. But there is going to be other stuff for him to consider here. If he wants to score a little bit better, maybe will he opt to play Amol in this spot, Josh, just to cover it up? It is kind of a scary spot. A lot of I's, a lot of other tiles that hook HI still in the pool, C, G, among others. So I wonder, a lot of different ways he could go. Not a clear decision.
Definitely a good position for Joey. He is down 35, but his letters are really nice, really balanced. He's going to be able to score, make good plays for the next couple moves. Amol is the play that makes sense. It's 36 points, keeps the X. You have big chances of drawing Axe or Ox on the top right again, or even some overlap on the bottom. But it also breaks up the rack a lot, plays all 3 of your vowels. LX can go south. If you draw 3 consonants, 4 consonants, even 5 consonants are possible after a play like Amol. So I think Ox, to me, looks like the best option for him, just to keep things a little bit safer in terms of leave. And AELMR, that could easily turn into a bingo. This board isn't great for bingos, but 8-letter words are possible. And the T and TT is a potential spot. And underneath the OW of Yao, you're keeping ME at the very least. That's a nice spot that's been open for a while. So I really think Ox on the top right is what Joey's going to choose. Can't feel great. There's a blank out. There are S's out. You don't have any of those. You're just so tantalizingly close to better plays, but I think this is the play.
Makes sense. Sometimes the simple play is just the best play. Ox and oi, 2-letter words. If you're out there as an aspiring player yourself, it could be empowering to see a player as good as Joey Malik making a play like this. A lot of plays that are, strategically complicated look deceptively simple. This play, I guarantee you, looks simple, but has a lot of logic behind it. As you say, Joey may be thinking that the M is a really good tile. Wow, really quickly, we're going to see the value of this spot making itself clear to Jason. Genie E in the corner. Great looking play with no playable bingos for him, Josh.
Yeah, he was really hoping that Joey Malik would play a 5-letter word there, ending in an R. Look at Joey with the little funny. Lerman's is his rack. That is Jerry Lerman, one of the players in this tournament. Longtime friend of Joey's. But yeah, Genie I coming down without that R being floated into space. That is a clear decision. The ING is nice to keep, but 30 points is nicer. And there is that second blank. What a huge draw for Jason Lee. He is in fantastic shape now to win this game, even after the bingo of almoners and ups.
Yeah, just in the nick of time is Joey going to get this bingo down, because Jason is going to counter right back, and Joey's going to be in a similar situation, needing something else in order to continue clawing his way back. So things looking very good for Jason. You mentioned it at the outset, Josh, that Jason with a very strong head-to-head record against Joey Malik, and we could be seeing another game start to tip further on the scales toward Jason, as he is at first place in the standings after 16 rounds of play, could be poised to get another win. But after the trade of bingos, it's still going to be anybody's game. Plenty of terrible tiles that Jason could draw, plenty of good ones left for Joey to draw. Still everything to play for.
Jason right now, he's tried to alphabetize his letters, but the I is in the wrong spot. Looking for a 7-letter word under the KA of Kagu, probably ending in IE or something. That's going to get blocked by Almner's. He's going to have to look for underlaps. So Almner's fits with ups. We can put that on the board. It doesn't quite reach the double word score. So there is a possibility of a potential word under or over, but look at that. LMN in a row. It's not going to be possible, is it, to underlap that? So I think after Almner's, Jason can pivot and look maybe from the T of TT. Tortoise plays there, and he'll have around a 30-point lead after all is said and done. So maybe actually not as bad as I was first saying. There is a lot of potential for Joey Malik to draw a big scoring play after Almner's and after Jason's response. So I think this is actually a game hanging in the balance right now. Very, very close, even after Jason's bingo response.
The J and Z still lurking, as you mentioned. There are scoring plays that could hit very, very hard. The board spins here. We'll redraw. Something in this spot would be very, very heavy hitting. Instead, we're going to see Sutir, and look at that. Both the J and the Z find their way onto Joey's rack, which oddly, he would probably rather have one of those at a time because it's difficult to use the two of them together. I'm sure he would want to swap that J or Z out for a different letter that would give him a 4-tile play in this spot, but I'm sure he's going to be able to do something good with those high-scoring letters. Oh, jaunts to the E of Sutir looks like a great option for him right now.
Yeah, if he sees that, that's coming down very, very quickly. So this is a very interesting situation, Will, because Joey Malik is down 4 minutes on the clock. Have you ever seen that? Jason Lee playing quickly, confidently, and he's ahead by 40. This is basically how a lot of the games between these two go. Joey's made a run for it recently. He's won a few games against Jason, but he was on a crazy streak at some point. John's for sure the play for Joey to take a small lead. And I think this was a pretty big swing. Joey drawing the J and the Z, 2 tiles he was probably afraid of in response to Almner's, but then he gets bingoed on. And so suddenly, maybe not. Maybe this isn't a good position. If Johns comes down, look at what you're writing on the board. Bod will play underneath the LMN. Just as I said, you can't underlap, but this is a miss. It feels like there's a G out to punish this. There's an S out to punish this. Cuz for 39, setting up Zaz or Zag, Jaunts was 50 points, almost 50 points, 48, I think, and that was missed.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those, some of the most maybe underappreciated way that luck can manifest itself in the game of Scrabble is when you make a mistake, does it just happen to be the case that it benefits you based on the tiles that your opponent has? And in this particular case, yeah, I think we would have wanted to see Joey play jaunts right here, but blocking the 5-letter overlapping play right here by denying the B underlap of the A of Almner's actually makes Jason's move much, much tougher. Crazy that Jason actually did draw an underlap with the pattern of consonant, vowel, 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 consonant, which is the only way without an M, I suppose, under the M of Almner's that you're going to fit a word in that spot. Not many words fit that pattern. Jason had one and it gets blocked. So yeah, now we move on with a tie game, Josh. This one getting very, very interesting.
And if you're Jason Lee here, like you said, the play of Bod being blocked, you are scared because looks like a play you would almost certainly not make unless you had an underlapping hook to Za. So Jason probably thinking Joey has that last S. He couldn't be further from the truth, though, if that's his thought process, but you don't know. You have no idea what Joey Malik is holding. So suddenly, things have actually swung in Joey Malik's favor, at least momentum-wise. Jason Lee is probably going to take quite some time here trying to figure out if he can do anything about that huge spot that Cuz just created. 50 points are super easy under there, but what can Jason do to block? He would have to sacrifice tons of points to do something about that spot. Is he just going to play Obad, A-U-B-A-D-E, to that E in Sutir, keep 2 E's, and try to gun for the G or the S? This is a really, really difficult position now.
Yeah, you're so right that it is so difficult because of the likelihood that Joey has the last G after a play like cuz. It's just so much likelier than usual. There must be other ways that Joey could have scored decently without creating the zag hook underneath. But yeah, certainly if he had the G, that would hugely tip the scales in favor of such a play. So Jason may just have to hope that Joey didn't have or potentially missed something better somewhere else. Much more likely, again, at this level, that Joey just didn't have a better way to use his Z. And maybe Jason can be the one to take that little small lead and snag that G himself. He will be so happy to see that tile find its way onto his rack if indeed he can draw it. So now he's shifted to potentially just taboo. Is that what he's considering? Maybe trying to keep a good bingo leave together could be an option for him.
Yeah, this is such a difficult turn. Trying to find options here. EAU would be nice, but I don't see anywhere that really fits on this board. And Jason Lee, yeah, starting to be in the tank. We might see a reversal of clock times here. Jason Lee falling below Joey Malik on the clock, but both players have tons of time, excuse me, to think about the rest of this game. If Jason Lee plays Obad to the E, that will block the play that Joey's been thinking about, Fan Jet through the E of Sootier. And if you're Joey, you're probably like, oh, I'm really glad Jason hasn't played quickly, because that probably means he doesn't have a hook to Za.
True. And yeah, just pointing out also that the unseen pool is in favor of a play using those consonants that Jason has. You don't have to go for a balanced leave when the pool is double as many consonants as vowels. So that does tip the scale a little bit in favor of a play like Obad or Tabooed in this spot for a couple more points. Either of those look pretty good here. Joey does indeed. He had set up Fanjet, but now, Josh, he may be thinking about playing Daft, setting up his J, which would be a very interesting 1-2 punch for him to make. Not sure if that's worth doing compared to just playing the J now, but a really interesting idea that I believe he's considering strongly.
Yeah, that's a really cool option, just the setup play. But Tabooed would be fantastic. I feel like that's a better version of Obad. So if that does come down in the end, then we're going to have a game. It's going to be a race to the S or the G to give some player an advantage. We might see a bingo still on this board. It is possible. And instead, we're seeing Butte keeping ADE. This is an even more aggressive line. This is only 14 points, but sets up big underlaps for Jason Lee and trying to deal with the threat on the top by setting things up on the bottom. This is a very dynamic decision by him. And now Joey Malik probably just going to go ahead and play Fanjet now that Daft was blocked.
The funny thing, too, about Butte is that it's a great play to keep with ED on your rack in reserve if you can fill up with consonants in the right way. And it looks like he has drained, and that is still going to play underneath Fanjet. The ED possibility is still there. Oh, he doesn't have it. Okay, Aneroid. Oh, so Aneroid did get blocked and now is not going to play because FI is not a word. Oh my God, Josh, that is crazy. What a swing.
Let's see what Joey gets. The G still out there, the S still out there. There's the G. Wow, that is a good draw for Joey Malik, but Jason's so close to a bingo. Is he going to try and block the spot now with something like Izard, Izar, Azan? I feel like now that's when you start to just worry about that spot. I feel like Jason's going to make a play up there once he realizes that he doesn't have a spot for a bingo. I think you have to play Azan or Izard. With 5 tiles in the bag, the likelihood that Joey has a G or an S is huge. But Jason Lee's so close to a bingo. Maybe he can play something like LO for 2, MO for 4, and just draw into so many different possibilities. But he's going to have to look at those options and see if they're worth doing. I think Izard leaving 2 tiles in the bag is the best way to have good timing here. And if he plays Izard, he has a 3 in 5 chance of drawing that S. And then Joey Malik, I mean, he won't have any good plays. You might have to play something like Tagged from the T in TT. So Izard, I think, putting Jason Lee in a very good position.
Yeah, he's already, you can tell those tiles set off to the side. He's already thinking about that exact thing. If so, this is interesting though to think Joey playing Fan Jet. What does this mean for the G, right? Is it possible that Joey would play this simply to block this area and hold the G in reserve, even if you had stuff like Fang here, which would have put you much further into the lead? Even if you didn't have the G, you're drawing 5 tiles and your likelihood of getting it is very, very high. So I think you still have to play as if this spot right here is the key spot to obstruct. The question, though, is the score of the game close enough or far enough that you need to pin your hopes on potentially playing a bingo instead of just getting that timing edge going into the end game? I think the score is easily close enough where Jason can afford to be patient, not necessarily go for broke on that bingo, score well, block zag, and maybe still draw into something from that consonant heavy bag.
He's considering Azan now. The timing is worse. It sets up a big S spot you don't have while blocking the bigger one. But it does leave something that is much likelier to result in a bingo on the bottom row under the FA of Fanjet. Remember, Butte set up ED plays. Fanjet remains a play that leaves ED bingos on the board. It's just that Jason drew into OID bingo instead of ED. So if you play Azan, the likelihood of drawing a bingo on the bottom is pretty high. I really think that it's just not quite good enough, and that Izzard will be Jason's ultimate choice here. But he's considering both of the plays. He's going to look at the unseen pool, try to assess how likely it is Azan will result in a bingo for him.
Yeah, now it looks like he's considering a slew of other options that might be more bingo prone. And again, if you can find a play that nearly guarantees you the ability to bingo, some kind of a fish underneath here or here that opens up this lane of the board to pair with this spot, if you have a fish that gives you 80% chance to bingo or something like that, that might just be the way to go here. It's all about what is the play that you can make and what are the eventual chances of you bingoing. Instead, he is going to play Izzard, and this cripples Joey's ability to do anything on this turn in terms of scoring without that zag hook available.
Will Jason Lee draw the S? Will he draw the V? Will he draw the F? Will he draw the H? 3 out of 5 tiles being drawn out of this bag. It's an important one. The most important one of the game. There's an F.
Flavone?
And there's an H.
Oh, not quite. Okay. So I thought that would be hilarious if he drew into Flavone. That would have played down here. It turns out, though, he does not draw that, but he has very good scoring tiles. But the last 2 tiles in the bag are LS, which is going to help Joey to draw that 4th and final S here. So this is a really tricky position. Can't wait to see how Joey navigates this. 10 minutes left on his clock to sort it out.
Yeah, apologies saying tagged would be played. Joey has 2 Ds, not 2 Gs. So this is actually, I think you want to play a lot of tiles here and try to go out next move. But yeah, that was probably actually the worst draw Jason Lee could have gotten out of that pool of 5 consonants. But yeah, Flavone would have been really funny considering the fact that Jason Lee is a chemistry professor by trade. Joey Malik, on the other hand, is looking at playing Adage that only plays with F, A, A, G, and N, E, or F, E, right? I don't see a better spot for that. That seems extremely risky.
You just get hit with overlaps that are a little bit too heavy after a play like that. I do feel like something like gadded through the D of Izzard is significantly safer. Similar scores, getting a lot of tiles off the rack and setting you up to go out in 1 on the next turn. If you can dodge a really big scoring play for Jason on his next turn, you might be able to squeak ahead with a play like that. I think the goal here for Joey should be to use as many tiles as possible within reason and set yourself up to have 1 more turn in the game and hope that Jason cannot score a ton after the whatever play you choose.
So let's assess this position. Joey Malik looking at an unseen pool that you see on top of Jason Lee's player camera. You want to play as many tiles as possible. So 6 is the ideal here. Of course, you can't play 7. That would have already been on the board. 6 tiles would be ideal. 5 is the second best. You really want to go out before Jason. You need that tempo. You're down 14. Gadded is a great choice through the D of Izzard. I think in either spot doesn't really matter. But I feel like Joey Malik, looking at the unseen pool, might actually play graded through the R of Terrans, keeping an A and an E, hoping to draw outplays not only under the FAN of Fanjet, but also potentially from the C of Cuz on the top left, or from the D or through the D of Izzard. I feel like that might be his best chance.
Look at this, though, Josh. You really have to be cognizant that there are plays available in the unseen pool that score a ton. You have to be worried that whatever you choose also needs to score enough that your eventual outplay actually wins you the game, facing a 39-pointer in Hen. If Jason has those 3 letters, among other things, the H looking pretty good, the HE combination hitting quite hard at the top of the board. So not sure there's a way to obstruct that. I think from Joey's perspective, the saving grace of a play like Hen being on Jason's rack is that he is likely to not be able to use the V and F if he makes such a play. So your eventual outplay is going to collect way more points than usual off of Jason's rack. So much it depends on how much Joey is able to score here, and does he draw outs that score enough. So, man, this is a very, very tricky position. The play of graded looks reasonable. Gadded looks reasonable. Adage, though, something either adage here or adage a little bit further to the right just gets you hit way too hard. Looks like gadded may be the play for Joey, setting himself up well if he draws SL from the bag that's waiting for him, Josh.
Yes, if he plays graded, he will win this game as long as both players play optimally. Jason Lee is just saddled with too many points. Graded is 18. That would put Joey up 4. You said 39 for Hen. That'll put him down 35, and he'll be collecting 20 points from Jason Lee's rack in the end game. So all he needs to do is score 16 points, and he'll be able to do that with AELS on his rack. And this would be a sale here, or lays, is 17. Does that mean Joey Malik will win this game by 1 point? Very
Incredible.
possibly. So graded is a winning move. I haven't checked gadded, but this is the word that Joey is thinking of playing, and it's on the board, and I think this is it. I think Joey Malik is going to take down the leader, Jason Lee, by 1 point, as long as they have the scores proper.
Incredible. Just another masterclass by Joey here to squeak out this incredibly tight game with very nice pre-endgame play. And Josh, to your point, another underrated thing about the play of graded is that it gets in the way of Fovea, which would otherwise be an interesting option here to score decently well and also dump those 4 pointers in one go. You can't play that after graded, whereas you can after gadded, which could make a big difference in this game. Now, Jason evaluating, is Hen going to score me enough points? Needs to figure out, what can Joey do with these letters? And he's going to find out that Hen, as nice as it looks, is not going to get the job done here.
So close. In fact, it is a 2-point loss after Hen. Fovea does still fit with FE and AA. That doesn't score nearly as much as Hen, and is going to lead to a loss because it sets up easy outplays for Joey Malik, collecting too many points from Jason Lee. And I think the more Jason does the math, calculates this, double checks, the more he's going to realize he needs better than 39 here. And where is it? Is there anywhere else on this board I can dump these big tiles I did not expect to draw? The answer is no. So unless Jason Lee comes up with a crazy way to steal this game, which involves a phony most likely, he will be losing once the scores are double checked by both players. And we want to say this, we say this sometimes. The players are responsible for scoring their own games. We do not intervene in that regard. We know what the actual score should be, 367 Joey, 363 Jason. But when games are so close, the players are the ones that agree to the final score, and sometimes there are mistakes. However, players are allowed to recount a game that is really close. So if there is any doubt, Jason Lee will certainly try to recount this game, try to find some points that he might have missed. He might have misscored some of his plays. But Hen is going to lose the game by 2 points when all is said and done between the MNE of Almners and the KA of Kagu. And it all came down to that post-Izzard draw for Jason Lee, FHV, just a little bit too heavy. I feel like in this particular instance, with this particular bag, Jason Lee would have won most of the time. But instead he drew FHV, and sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah, with anything else, he's in great shape here. And to his credit, he is basically sussing out, this is the best I can do. How quickly is Joey going to play his winning moves here? Could he recount the game? He's obviously both players still with a good chunk of time on the clock. But I just want to point out, Josh, had Joey played gadded here for 20 instead of graded where he did, this game would be a tie. Fovea would come down here scoring just enough extra, 28 instead of the 22 that it would score here by shifting it 1 over, and blocking Joey's overlapping plays and forcing him into just low enough scoring outplays. So gadded would have been a tie. Graded gets him the win. The tiniest nuances can decide games at this level, and they do often.
And with 5 tiles, how many different draws are there possible? I think this might have actually been, based on what was in the bag, a 50-50 shot after Izzard, based on what Jason Lee draws. 3 tiles out of 5, leaving 2 tiles in the bag, and Sale coming down for 17 points, bringing Joey Malik to 384 plus 20 from Jason Lee's rack, 404 to 402. And we will go to the overhead mic, but I think we're going to see a recount here.
A recount.
Okay.
You want to start from the beginning? That was
Yeah.
a good game. I don't think I can do better.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 66. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 72. Do you like Wilters?
No.
Yeah, I don't like it either. Beam is 6, 7, 8, 9, 13. 37 is 103. 16. 20, 22, 23, 26 is 98. 9, 10, 16 is 32, 135. 9, 10, 23. 73. Yeah. Is 171. Off is 10, 18, 153. 5, 6, 9, 9, 27, 28, 31. Is 202. You sure about this one? Cloved?
I think so.
It's something.
I think it's an adjective.
Oh, okay.
I don't think there's clothing.
Yeah, that's it. 6, 7, 8, 12, 16, 20, 21, 22.
You heard that, Will?
26, 27.
Yep, sure did.
It's not good.
It's not good.
No.
I had like a little like inkling it wasn't good, but like. 8,
So
9,
stoic, though.
12,
Wow.
15.
Jason Lee, the maturity there.
No, the idea wasn't there. 8, 9, 13 is 215. Ox 27, 28, 32, 212. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 21, 22, 24, 28, 243. 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 70. No, there's no double. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 66, 78. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 20, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 16, 17, 20, 74, 317. This killed me. You have the G and the S?
No.
Not the G.
I had AFJN.
You have J. Oh, we didn't have the S.
No.
Jesus Christ. 10, 28, 20, 39, 317. Yeah, nothing here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 is 331. 10. Late that 10, 11, 12, 16, 32. Is 349. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 32. 363. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 18 is 367. 24, 25, 29, 30, 31, 36, 39 is 402. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17 is 384. Alright, good.
Thanks. I actually saw you could have had overhauls.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you played great. What was in the bag?
LS.
LS?
Yeah.
Well, I have to play this anyways, because I have to assume
Yeah.
you have an S, yeah.
I had the G, not the S. Yeah.
I drew FVH out of this.
Huh. Yeah. Once in a while,
if I drew
it
an
goes my
L
way, I guess.
or you know, like something else, it might have been better. All right.
I haven't been on the wrong end of a lot of these. So.
They've won 2 tight games in a row.
Yeah. No, I mean against Jason.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, he had 2 1-point wins against me in 2014.
That's true.
Including round 30, which
That is
which was
true.
basically for the title game.
12 years ago, we do not forget.
No.
I'm submitting.
2 1-point, 1-point games are they kind of
This is a 2-point game, so you got both
yeah.
back right now. Okay. 2, 2, 2, 4, 2,
I was sure.
4. Huh?
I was sure about clothed. I was.
I was not sure.
I thought it was
I
like-
looked at it. I should have held. But even if
Yeah.
I held, I don't think I would have challenged.
Yeah, I had an hand.
It's something like that.
I had
it's
home
decent.
for like a lot there, but saved CLV.
I would have blocked it. I would have played. Oh, you could have just played Coved. I would have played Inti and then it leaves Coved. I don't know. I would have had to do something.
Where would I
else.
play coved?
Yeah, huh?
Where would I play coved?
Like I can't play this anymore. Then I have to.
Oh,
do
yeah.
Then I have to do something else.
Yeah.
Maybe I would have done Inti here. Something like that.
Yeah. I was gonna play Clomb, CLOMB.
Oh, okay.
That before we played Kegu. I wasn't expecting that to get used.
Oh, Clone here.
Yeah.
Nice. I kept IIE here. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, remember to submit.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty, so after that recount, it was a very instructive recount. Jason very quickly reassessing the scores, making sure there were no mistakes. The confirmation is 404 Joey, 402 Jason. An incredibly clutch win for Joey Malik. The precise play of Graded coming back and winning him the game. So we will be sticking with Jason Lee in this one. We do have a new leader, though. Ori Swift has won his game by, I think, around 200 points against the player that Jason Lee is about to face, Evan Chester. And Evan Chester, what a run he has had in his first ever Division I Nationals, Will. Was he not playing Division II last year? Did he not win Division II last year? Isn't that what happened? How is he so good so fast? We will be trying to find out.
Yeah, Evan is my club mate here in the Philly suburb, Delaware County region. I've played a lot of games against him over the last year plus, and it is astonishing how quickly he has picked up the extremely deep strategic nuances of top-level Scrabble. It is crazy how natural all of that comes to him. The word knowledge part is something that takes time for all of us. His strategic acumen is just so advanced. The word knowledge is coming along rapidly. He is a player to watch, not just in the future, but clearly right now, contending at the top of the Division I field in his first ever top division nationals. Incredible achievement by him.
Absolutely. So, without further ado, guys, Jason Lee versus Evan Chester coming to you relatively soon. Take a short break, and that matchup will be the last one before lunch at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to Scrabble Players Championship 2026 in hazy Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It's a smoky day outside. Kind of smells like smoke in the hotel as well. But what is more important than a Scrabble tournament for national championship title? Evan Chester, his first Division I championship at 11 wins, 6 losses. He was in 4th place at the start of the day. He hit a couple of snags, and lost a couple of games. But he's going first now against Jason Lee for the second time this tournament. This is a repeat pairing. I actually don't know what happened in their first meetup, but this will be an interesting one, Will.
Yeah, very, very interesting to watch this one. Two players with very, very solid defensive-minded sensibilities here. And again, just to really hammer this home, Evan's first competitive Scrabble tournament coming just over 2 years ago on June 29th, 2024. Crazy. That is amazing. You do not see ascension this rapid in this game. There's just too much to learn, too many strategic ideas to master, too many words to learn to anagram and see in game. This is a rare talent. And with just barely 2 years under his belt, it's going to be really, really fun to watch him over the next few years. But of course, it is fun to watch him right now go up against one of the masters in this field, Jason Lee, as it looks like he's getting set to play Erie here. Good way to unduplicate some vowels, score decently, and move on.
Yeah, Erie was an option. Yeti was an option. Exchanging down to TRRE was an option. All those plays pretty similar in value. Evan taking 44 seconds for this decision. This is top level strategy, time management. And like you said, it's just been 2 years. And since then, he has ascended faster than anyone in Scrabble history, Will. And there is a nice rack of AEIORST. If he gets a letter to play through, he will be bingoing next turn. It is just incredible. We have the prodigious story of Mac Meller, who started when he was around 10. As Buck comes down for Jason Lee, this looks like a very strong play for him. But eroticas will be possible now for Evan Chester, as well as rotaries through the R. But yeah, I just want to speak a little bit about the ascension. Like you mentioned, Evan Chester gaining around 750 points in his first year of Scrabble play. Mac Meller started when he was 9 or 10 years old at a 1400 rating, got up to 2000 within 2 years or so, 2 or 3 years. Evan Chester getting up to the 1900s, but will he make it to 2000 level? Right now, his live rating, 1905. So probably not this tournament, but it is just incredible to witness his ascension. But we'll see if the more experienced Jason Lee can take him down in this game. Rotaries is the choice by Evan, and that is a nice way to take an early lead in this game, 80-30. And look at that rack for Jason Lee. Oof.
I would say in a vacuum that I might prefer eroticas here through the C, not just for the 2 more points, but just to avoid placing an S in this nice spot. If you put the S here, you cannot end 8-letter words in it. Whereas here, not only can you play into the S, but you can play ST and SS words. So maybe he has a strategic reason for it, but I think I would have taken the extra points there. That being said, good job by him to get off of that rack, play the bingo, and now a tricky situation for Jason with all those consonants. How is he going to be able to navigate this, Josh? Tough situation for him here.
He has an amazing option through the Y of Erie, TYPP, one of the least seen 4-letter words in all of Scrabble, requiring both P's and one of the 2 Y's. That looks like by far and away his best play. I don't know how much worse rotaries is than eroticas, although it does create better bingo opportunities. The R in eroticas would have set up 6-letter words to that triple, so maybe there is some scoring defense associated to this play. Jason finding PWN, which fits with NE or EN, but I feel like TYPP is a must-find here if you want to make the best play.
Yeah, fantastic play through this Y, scoring 29. That is so far higher than anything else. Keep your Z for next turn if you can draw some vowels. Usually we've seen, oh, there we go, Josh. He set the letters aside. I think the light bulb just went off.
That is such a good find. It is just a 4-letter word, but such a bizarre one at that and playing through a Y that looks blocked off. That is top level.
Beautiful play finding by Jason Lee. And we move on. Evan with the Q, and he does have a pretty clear place to play it, and he's going to go ahead and waste no time. I think this makes all the sense in the world, Josh. This is the only way to productively play with that Q. Yes, you give up the S. Yes, you give up the T hook of Roquette, but that's a small price to pay to dump that Q now and move on to the next turn.
That's right. Yeah, great find. Once that was the first 3 tiles you drew, RQE. So a little bit easier than usual maybe to spot the play while you're drawing your new tiles. But such a nice in-between move. And there is Jason Lee. The tile he had flipped over is a U going with that V and W. So not the last tile you want to see on your rack. And it's going to be really hard again to find a good play for Jason Lee. ENRUVWZ is Jason Lee's rack. I just do not see a good option for him.
Yeah, of course, with the leave of WNRZ, you're definitely setting yourself up to struggle at times on your next turn. But drawing UV into that rack and into almost any rack is almost always the kiss of death anyway. So picking 2 tiles that anti-synergistic that to go along with your W, that's just not what Jason needed right there. Not even the E could save his draw from that VW, one of the worst combinations. If you watch enough Scrabble streams, you will hear Josh, you will hear me, you will hear all of our commentators bemoaning the combinations like VU, WU, and WV.
What do you do now? Jason Lee setting up Z at the bottom left to the E of Roque for 28. That's his best score. But it keeps VWUNR.
Oof.
How are you getting out of that next turn? You need very specific draws to continue to play after a play like Z. Will we see Jason Lee exchange instead? He's down by around 50 points. But he's just going to go ahead and take 28 and try to trudge through the mud. His next couple moves, narrowing the gap to 21 points. If Evan Chester has a tough rack to deal with, this might be fine. And this does block Roquette as well. Is harder to use now. So Evan Chester hoping for a spot for Ladrone. He's not going to get one.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision by Jason because in a vacuum, you would never want to keep WUV or whatever it is, but this board is very closed down. If ever there was a time for Jason to be patient, take your 28-point play while you have it and keep the board locked down, it's while your tiles are weaker. If the board was wide open with tons of bingo opportunities available, if only your rack was a little bit better, then maybe it's time to exchange and try to hit that bingo. But this is not that type of a board. So I think there's a very reasonable decision there to just grab the points, fight your way through the clunk, and eventually when the board opens up, maybe then you'll be ready to pounce.
Yeah, it's good to take the points. It's also very practical, making the position a little bit more complicated. Perhaps Jason Lee making a little bit of a choice based on who he's playing to keep things more complicated, keep things more closed, keep things closer on the scoreboard, and try to maybe induce more mistakes against his younger, less experienced opponent. And look at this. Lied through the eye and Erie?
I can tell you that if Evan, so he's now thinking about Ordeal, 2 very different plays. And I think if you're going to dare Evan and say, are you the 2-year career player? Are you comfortable dancing with me on a really, really close board? Evan is going to say, no problem. He is very comfortable. That is his strength. He likes navigating these increasingly and incredibly closed boards, but he is going to go ahead and take the points here. This is perfectly reasonable as well. kind of a choose your own adventure type play, Josh, where you want to take those points and open things up or keep it tight. That being said, what does your opponent playing Z do to factor in here?
Yeah, maybe doesn't have a T pretty much ever. Yeah, I wonder if there's any inference to be made. Such a huge difference. If Evan had played lied, kept things tight, suddenly Jason Lee has nothing. Now he has unwove to the E of ordeal, and that is going to be easily his best play, and he's playing it almost instantly. So he got out of the rack. He got what he wanted, 32 points, 119 to 140. But look at the draw for Evan Chester. He has a bingo through that L, and does he know it? It is kind of low probability, Will, and we know that Evan Chester is brand new to Scrabble, and he's been studying his head off, but has he studied enough to have seen the word finialed? That is a really tough one, even if you've studied it, actually.
I believe this word is in his range, and I think he's probably feeling that spider sense that, man, I probably have something here. And wouldn't you know it, it just got even more important that he see this bingo and figure out a way to play in this spot, because Jason can just hit 50 points if he wants it next turn at this point. So this is going to be a huge swing. Are we going to see the bingo of finialed come down? I like his odds to know this word. I don't like my odds to draw the letter F on the screen, but I do feel like Evan should know this. I believe this is in his range. As you say, though, having studied a word is not a guarantee of coming up with it in game. And there we go. Tiles arrange. Now, oh, he looks skyward, though, Josh. Is this, oh, man, am I hallucinating this on the live stream? Nope.
There it is. Such impressive word knowledge from Evan Chester and word finding ability. Jason knows this word. He's going to give it the nod of approval. No nod at all, actually. And this was huge for Evan Chester. Like you said, a huge swing. If he played something like fine, which is a good play to the left of unwove, EX coming down, narrowing the gap. But now Jason Lee in a world of trouble with 6 consonants and really no good way to part with the X or even create opportunities for himself to bingo.
Yeah, that just really hurt. He was hoping against hope that that X spot would stay open and just let him score an easy 50. Instead, a much more complicated decision to make. Now you have to decide, how am I going to use this X and keep the nice nucleus of bingo tiles that I have together? There isn't really a great way to both use the X and keep your vowel. You almost have to play that E if you're Jason, if you're going to play your X anywhere. Not even sure where that would be, whether you're playing Lex and XU up here. This doesn't look great to play. Are we looking at just playing, you know, I don't know. You couldn't play. There's just no other good plays. I'm not sure what to do.
I think Jason is having a little bit of a brain fart here, if I had to guess. Maybe he's thinking he can play from the A of ordeal, but that would make XE. Yeah, otherwise I'm not sure what he's thinking about. Where do you even play the X? XU for 9?
Just here. Oh,
There's nothing to do here. So this must just be a weird situation where Jason is hallucinating a 2-letter word, if I had to guess.
the score being what it is makes me less likely to consider something like lean, which if it were even remotely close, I would consider this just to grab 20 odd points, keep the X for next turn, and maybe you draw enough vowels to play something a little bit better in that spot. All you would need is an I or a U from the bag to power up that value of the X in that spot. So maybe he's going to pivot to lean here and just hope for a little bit better of an option next turn. But you are beholden to a vowel draw. If you do that, you're going to be lean in this spot. Will leave GRSX, which if you do not draw 2 vowels, you're going to be in the same predicament next turn.
Yeah, maybe Jason thinking about golf now through the disconnected U and F on the top right of the board. I feel like preserving that lane under the D of bucked is a good idea. Ugh, Lex. I think Lex and XU is necessary here.
Oh, it hurts to play that. And I think Jason is very flexible. He is willing to be aggressive when the situation warrants it. And this one does, with Evan up by a very solid 80+ point margin in this game. And now I think he set aside lean. That would be incredible patience on his part to just say, look, I don't have a way that I'm comfortable opening the board now. I'm going to play lean and hope for a better play with the X. That type of patience feels a lot easier to stomach when the score is 40 points apart, 50 points apart, as opposed to 80. So let's see. And he's agonizing Josh over this one.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't like it, but Jason Lee is such a versatile player. He can play it slow. He can really take things to the second degree and blow the board open when he wants to. But he sees the state of the board. He has such a good sense of what might happen later. He sees there are so many spots on this board that really aren't going away. And lean coming down for a nice 25 or so points, narrowing the gap to 60, and he's just going to be patient with it. He's just going to try and get a better option later to open the board. Or maybe he will never open the board. Maybe he realizes that R and Rotary is staying open a lot of the time. The underlaps of Roke, very difficult to stomach for Evan in the lead. Maybe that's going to stay there. There's a vowel. There's another vowel. And Gox and XU might be his next choice. But there's a second G. Oof.
Oof, yeah, things are looking good with the vowels. I was wondering, is he going to pull a third one? Again, the I or U would have been really nice just to pump up the value of a play here just a little bit. But yeah, it does look like Gox is almost forced if it stays open. Now it's up to Evan to navigate kind of a tough situation of his own here with too many vowels for sure. He has YOU set aside. Is he thinking about playing your here to potentially? No. What could he be thinking with that?
Your to the R of ordeal.
Oh, yeah, way better. Yeah, this is much better.
It
locking off.
Valid words. Careful, Will.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Got to click off that. That's my first mistake like that. But yeah, in any case.
15 games, like you say.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, do you play your for 14? I mean, it does kind of keep the board in its state, sets up scoring. What are you thinking Jason Lee is keeping with a play like lean? Maybe another L, maybe another N, probably another E. There's so few E's left unseen. It would be hard to part with one. That's what Devin Chester has to think about. What does that play signal, and does that change my circumstances? He's going back to YOUR. Can't be happy with this play. He wants to keep stabbing. He wants to keep scoring. But it is a good way to part with the tiles you don't want, Will.
Yeah, it is. And I agree with you that lean looks way more dangerous in the general case than it actually is here. It looks like a play that, like, if you're trailing, as Jason is, why would you play lean on the interior of the board for 25 points, opening nothing new, as we see Oxo come down very quickly? The reason you would see a play like lean is if Jason had really good bingo tiles but no playable bingo, he could be confident that his tiles are good enough that he doesn't have to open anything new. So Evan could feel more inclined to play some defense, inferring that strength. But in this particular case, that is not what Jason was dealing with. He was in a really unique situation that threw Evan off the scent a little bit. But not to say that Evan made a mistake or anything of the sort, but I'm sure he's going to be surprised when he learns what Jason held on that play of lean.
Yeah, this is going to be really bad. Tiara was drawn. Oxo to the left of Unwove was the play. And yeah, Evan spotting this, I guess the least played word in this set. And Jason, don't believe is going to be able to respond. There's a few 7-letter words on his rack, but I don't believe they fit underneath Tiara'd. Oof.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, this is a tough one. Looks like no playable bingos here, and Evan up by over 100 now. And the best that Jason can do here is literally just Griggs, which ironically, holding an N with a couple more I's to come, that is not the worst play here, Josh, to put a G in the lower left corner. Kind of annoying to deal with that. So getting points and putting something good, that seems like a reasonable play. Hate to part with the S, but I think it's not even that valuable here with no great hooks for it. I think that's got to be the play for Jason to stay in range.
Yeah, once he realizes his sevens don't quite fit, I think playing for almost 50 points with Rockettes and setting up a really difficult to block spot on the bottom left, as you mentioned with Griggs, would be the right choice here, but it can't feel good down 117 points. Look at that redraw too from Evan Chester. He's going to have a host of really, really good options. Jawan to the left of Yor. And if the Rockay's spot stays open, does he not have anything there? But anyways, in any case, Evan Chester definitely well in the driver's seat, and it goes a little bit back to the choice of Z for Jason Lee. It's been taking him so much time to sort through his racks here, but Grig's the best way to fight on, and he's keeping the E for the R. Tiara setting up a triple there. It's really, really hard to underlap if you don't have an E, and he has one of the 3 remaining E's, or 4 remaining E's. But he's going to be in trouble.
Really nice point too in the chat. In addition to all of the nice options that Evan has right now, like Jawan and Jaw, all of those seemingly keep a C hook here too, Josh. So Evan could be set to have a big several turn sequence of scoring plays, 40-point plays. First right now with the J, then with the C, and then the S lurking.
Jason's drawn into teething to the G though. Oh my
wow.
God. What a game. There is no way that Evan is getting in the way of teething, is he?
Never. No chance.
95 points, which would put Jason ahead 21 right now. Jaw coming down for 39. It'll be an 18-point game after Jaw. Jawan slightly higher scoring. Does Evan Chester want the extra tile turnover with 2 blanks unseen?
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Play.
This late in the game, if you're looking into a tile pool with both blanks, every additional tile you can play gains a little more value. It could turn into that blank. And we know Jason has the first one, but Evan could just draw the second one and keep this game out of reach, keeping CS a very, very nice combination to work with heading into next turn. But yeah, Jason with the huge draw of teething to keep him alive in this game. No need to delay. Here it comes, a lot hinging on Evan's draw. There is the second blank. Not sure if anything actually plays with that. He has Cob Nuts. Doesn't look like it plays, but a big, big draw for Evan just to know that Jason doesn't have it. But Josh, the unseen tiles are decent. There's still some stuff that Jason could draw out of the bag right now.
One last E for him. But wow, what a key draw for Evan to stay in the driver's seat despite the 20-point lead that he now is clinging on to. He was up 117 just a minute ago. How does this happen every time? It is so much entertainment on board 1. So much to think about. And only 1 vowel for Evan Chester. There goes the draw for Jason. Oof. U, but the last E is on his rack, and there's still a potential for Jason drawing that last S, but it's looking really, really tough for him. We might see him fall yet again, twice in a row on stream. Evan Chester going to look through his options, trying to think about, if I make this blank an A, an E, an I, an O, a U, giving myself a second vowel, can I bingo? But Cob Nuts, like you said, Will, doesn't quite fit to the right of teething.
Yeah, nothing playable for him. And because of that, the position gets way more complicated. as you have to evaluate a lot of options. In a vacuum, something like knob looks like a decent way to score and overlap, but this is a very, very scary play to make with 2 more A's coming for the Anna hook. You could let Jason not only score significantly better in response to the triple, but maybe he can put a good letter for bingos at the top of the board too. So I would be worried about a play like that. Cobb shifting down a little bit, a much safer option to get some points. But man, if I'm Evan, I would love to do something about this lane, which is easily the best lane for 7-letter words. There is also into the R with IER words if Jason's drawn the last E, which we know he has done. So a play like Cobb, as nice as it is to score and balance and set yourself up nicely to get that game-winning bingo, doesn't do much to address the most salient threats on the board. Evan's going to go for it. I frankly think this is fine, Josh. There's no great way to do board control here.
Absolutely, and Evan has the chance himself to draw bingo to the R of rotaries, to the right of teething, underneath Tiara also. With SNT blank, he has fantastic chances, and even if Jason Lee were to bingo, he would completely empty the bag. What a great draw. Wow, that second S and the H for Evan Chester. It's looking closer and closer to a victory for him if he knows Snades,
Shanties. There are words there.
So
I
many
wouldn't say they're the easiest, but I think between all that stuff, I bet he's going to know at least one of those. And if he doesn't, just Hastens right here is one that he's going to know if it stays open. So he's got his pick of some good stuff. And it looks like Evan might have just punched his ticket to another win here on the live stream, barely 2 years after starting his tournament career.
Like I said, with 7 tiles exactly in the bag, even if Jason Lee were to bingo now and take maybe a 30, 40-point lead, he would be drawing all 7 remaining tiles. And with many different draws that Evan could have gotten, he would have been able to outmaneuver Jason in the end game and still win. So even with this draw, maybe FIE comes down and Evan doesn't see or know his playing bingos. Using the last E, by the way, but I think Jason is desperate enough that he needs to draw something high scoring next turn or the blank to win this game. I think this is a sensible play. I just don't see anything else for him in the position. But does he know Shanties? It looks like he does.
Looks like it. That is huge. If he knows this and feels confident enough to send it here, that would be so impressive. I can't imagine that this is necessarily in his study range, but maybe it is, and it's a little deeper than I thought, because he is going to confidently send this play, which is going to win him this game. As long as he designates that an I, he is in good shape.
Is this play on hold? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it looks like the blank was properly designated. Evan emptying the bag, and this will be it. Wow, what a performance from him.
As you said, Josh, a couple tough setbacks on the live stream for Jason, who had just clawed his way up to first place in the standings, had a brutal 2-point loss to Joey Malik that we just saw, and now Evan Chester is going to take him down. But this is what we are in for from here on out. Somebody's going to reach the top spot in the standings, and everybody else is going to give them their very best shot to pull them back to the pack. That is par for the course in an event like this. It's very, very rare for somebody to simply run away with it at any point. And even then, remember, after 28 rounds, top 2 players in the field will play a finals. It'll be a reset. So even if somebody does start to run away with it from here, there is an eventual reset looming for the finals match. So it's going to be crazy from here on out. Too many good players with not enough spots to make the finals.
Yeah, incredible job by Evan Chester, but a couple setbacks for Jason Lee. 13-5 will be his record after this. 12-6 for Evan Chester going into the lunch break. And in terms of this end game, of course, the game is already determined who is going to win. But Ligular looks like Jason's potentially best play to the R and rotaries. Evan Chester's threatening to play Vims to the S of Shanties, so anything better than Ligular would probably block that option and threaten to go out next turn. We'll see what Jason Lee ends up deciding with 9 minutes to go. Time usage was fantastic for both players. Both players playing really, really strong Scrabble here. Yeah, great job by both of them. But Evan Chester, what an amazing performance by him for a second stream game of the tournament. And this is his first nationals in Division 1 after winning Division 2 last year. Incredible.
It's stunning. It really, just don't, if you're out there watching, really try to take our word for it here. Josh and I in the booth are trying to tell you that this is not something you see every day. Somebody in just their second year of play ascending to the top board. You mentioned that this was incredibly sharp play by both players, and it is true that it was a very well played game by both. Tough decisions for Jason at various points that I think he navigated very well. Some really nice plays from Evan as well. But you don't see this level of play from a just 2-year veteran of the game. So I can't tell you how impressive that is as we see Jason play Glout. Not sure. He's just thinking about an out of 2, maybe not thinking of Ligular. Evan going to play Vims, definitely looks correct. And we're about to see the end of this game one way or another. Are we? Where's the outplay? Oh, Liar. Okay. Yes, of course.
Liar or Tail on the left side of the board for Jason Lee. He also had Ales and LIAS to the S and Shanties. So just a regular out and 2 for him. And there it goes. A 7-point outplay for Jason Lee, bringing him to 368. 374 to 460 is the final score. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
For what?
480? 474? No? Oh, you are correct. Yeah, 460?
No, 450?
Uh,
no. Maybe I'm okay.
yeah.
357, 90, 460.
Yeah. All right. Good game.
Good game.
Yeah. Sorry to baby bingo you to death.
I mean, when you watch and you see my racks, you'll
Yeah, I'll
you-
feel pity.
it's
That's
crazy
fair.
the plays I had to make. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did okay, I think.
I believe you. You're
my
too good
racks
to
were-
not be playing okay.
My
I
racks
just
I could have traded early, maybe. I don't know, maybe.
what were the type of stuff you were keeping?
Huh?
What were your leaves?
I'm trying to think because
Okay.
they're all very consonant heavy.
Yeah, I kind of assumed that.
RN for bucked, tip cap, I don't know, Z. No vowels.
Oh,
Z,
damn.
W, N, something else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I trust that you did well with what you had.
Z, V, W, N, R, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that looks
And then
right. I kind of guessed that the E might have been your only vowel.
V, R, W, U, N.
Oh my God.
But I was like, the board is very closed, right?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I got bailed out, and then
Yeah.
I kept RL, and then I had the X here.
Yeah. I considered making the play here on the ordeal turn. I mean, that was unplayable Ladrone.
This was good timing for you.
Yeah.
I had a bingo here.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Surging. Although
Gotcha.
it worked out. This worked out, but I mean.
Yeah, it worked out, but yeah,
And then, I mean, yeah, I was like, I could have played Elf here. I guess that would have saved me. No, you have Shanties here too.
yeah, I have bingos in both spots. It was just hopeless. I mean, Cobb kept NST blank. It's an even pool. I mean, I could have whiffed for sure. I mean, VMM was in the bag, but
Yeah, I guess I should have done something else here.
maybe you're supposed to block Vims just because I think that then forces me to play Via and get stuck with the 2 M's.
Yeah, probably, but
It's
I need an out.
yeah, you do need it. I mean, no, I can't actually play both M's together on this board.
I
So
saw Ligular.
okay.
But the O doesn't really work. If I draw here, you just play Vins.
If you play there for 2,
Right here? You
Yeah.
play Vim here.
oh right.
Actually,
Okay.
yeah, you play Vim.
Yeah, right.
So the O doesn't really work. So I don't know. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe I should have counted.
Yeah.
Is Ziggular more? No, it's probably close.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay.
It's probably close. Yeah.
All right.
Alright, yeah, let's get the score submitted.
Alrighty. Cracked so bad, even Jason Lee couldn't remember what he left on his early game decisions. That really means that he was struggling. These players are so good, they remember every position for games all day long. But this will take us into our lunch break. Will Anderson here. Well, I'm Josh Sokol, but Will Anderson is there. Okay,
I'm
hi.
here.
Uh, Great to have you among us with me calling these games. Always a pleasure. We have around an hour of lunch, which will take us into round 19 out of 28 before two champions are crowned. I guess they won't be fully crowned until the best of 5 on Wednesday, but a little bit of a break for the players, for us, for you guys watching at home. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the NASPA Scrabble YouTube channel, even if this is the only content that comes out of that channel every year. It's certainly well worth it to watch top level North American play.
Yeah, no question. This stream is definitely one that we look forward to every year. This event just has drama that is tough to match. The 28 game cutoff, the two players racing, or rather, everybody racing for the 2 spots to become one of the 2 finalists. It is high drama. It's incredible to watch, incredible to take part. And yeah, we've got a bunch of players at the top who are in good position. Jason losing 2 games on the stream, but he is still right there alongside the likes of Ori Swift and Joey Malik. And big win for Evan as he continues to work his way up there. 3 more games after lunch, like Josh said, where we will get a clearer picture of who is going to be in this thing heading into the final day of the main event.
Yeah, Joey Malik playing Ori Swift. So one of them has dropped to 13-5. I don't believe the game has finished yet. So it is very likely that Jason Lee will climb into second place after that game is over. Also, I forgot that my computer has the wrong time zone on it. It's actually more like 2 hours of lunch. We'll be back at around 2:45 Central Time for the next round. So yeah, so around 2 hours of lunch. Would like to call out the stream, the call-in stream on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel that is also being live streamed right now as we speak. I don't know if their game is over, but you should be watching both streams if you love Scrabble. Josh Greenway producing that one with a host of awesome commentators. I wish I could be watching, but I cannot multitask to that degree. But yeah, go over to the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, subscribe to them if you haven't already. Check out those games, some top level players, Wellington Jigere. You got the Ranky twins, you got Josh Castellano, Alex Seaholm, Austin Shin. So many top players as well on that side of things, Will.
The story there has to be Alex Seaholm, I believe the defending champion there, starting 1-6 and then winning 10 games in a row to move to 11-6. He is right there, a game back of the leaders heading into the round we just witnessed. Not sure whether he just won his 11th straight game or not, but Alec surging up the standings to try to defend his championship seems to me, Josh, like the storyline right there.
Yeah, and it's a round robin format, so Alec is playing everybody once, as is everyone else in the field. That round robin is going to be over, I think, next round, round 19. But I believe that game might still be in progress. In any case, we will leave you with that 2 hours of break, and we'll pan to that board for that break just to show you a little bit of what's going on there. But we'll see you back here in a little bit less than 2 hours time for round 19 of the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. See you then. Welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. Josh Sokol here, joined again by Will Anderson for the last 3 games of day 3. Most prestigious championship in North America. Will, who do we have for you?
Yeah, we are going to be sticking with our tournament leader going into the lunch break, and that is Joey Malik. He is going to be up against longtime expert David Pearl, I believe, from California. David is in 4th place right now, punching a bit above his weight if the seedings of the tournament are to be believed. So very, very impressive performance so far from David. He is going to get his crack at Joey Malik in the game we're about to see. So we saw Joey a couple times, Josh, this morning in the 4 games we called, and he is giving us some cardiac, palpitations here with his close wins down the stretch of these games.
Yeah, in both games, Joey Malik actually played a phony word that was not called off and ended up winning by just a few points each time. So crazy close games. We love close games. We love every game, but when things are going down to the wire, nail biters, that's the best content, and we'll see if he can provide more of that to us playing David Pearl. Like I said when we saw David Pearl, I think on day 1, he is a long-time top expert player, rated in the 1900s, 1800s, but he's never really been the top player that Joey Malik is. However, all that can change. This tournament is the biggest determining factor on how good you are at Scrabble in North America. 28 games against some of the best competition in the continent. So we'll see if he can continue his hot streak, stay within the top of these standings. We can show you the standings, by the way, if we have that available for you right now. But like you said, Joey Malik is in 1st place. He won another nail biter against Ori Swift last round to take the lone lead. I think he's 14-4 now, right?
Yeah, he's the lone 14-4. There's a few players right behind him at 13, and then David is the highest, 12. Those 2 players at 13, Ori Swift and Jason Lee, players we've seen and will very likely continue to see a bunch of going into this afternoon and tomorrow. But yeah, Joey, 1 game ahead of the next closest player. To your point, though, a couple of these phonies, invalid words making their way onto the board. If Joey, who I feel like that's a rarity for Joey Malik, but if he continues to tempt fate with those plays, maybe we will see one of his opponents catch him in that bluff, and it could swing one of these games back in the other direction. So again, I think Joey Malik is very, very solid on his words, but let's just see what happens if he keeps going to that well.
Things can change at the blink of an eye, but I would like to say a very crazy stat. I've called all 18 games so far. In those 18 games, 5 phonies have been played and 0 have been challenged off the board. There have been 0 challenges thus far. We have a whole scene set up for the challenge computer once the challenge actually happens, but we have not seen a single player challenge a single word on the top board. So is it that everybody is intimidated by everyone else, just assuming that the word knowledge will is better than theirs? Is that what's going on? Like this is really weird. It's not as if no one's played a phony. 5 phonies, a phony 4, 2 phony 5s, 2 phony 6s. None of them were challenged.
That's definitely a rarity at this level, where you can take for granted that these players have studied the dictionary very hard. They know their words very solidly. We should also note that even with those 5 phony words that you mentioned, Josh, that have been played on the stream and none of them challenged, we've also seen a slew of very impressive bingo finds, lots of other amazing plays. It's not as if we're not seeing amazing Scrabble, but that is an oddity on the top board to not see those invalid words get brushed off the board for that big loss of turn penalty. So at some point, we are very likely to see if our players keep tempting fate. As I said, we're going to see somebody pull the trigger on that, and we will get to see our beautiful challenge screen that our producers have worked so hard on.
Yeah, and if you remember what those phonies are, if you've been following the whole time, by the way, please like the video. We're at around 60 likes. We'd love to see more likes and get this stream spread through the algorithm. But if you remember all of those phonies, let us know in the YouTube chat. Like I said, 2 phony 6s, 2 phony 5s, 1 phony 4. And like Will said, still incredible Scrabble being played, just a little bit of hitches along the road. Top players are not perfect, but they are so good at Scrabble. That's what we've been seeing the whole time, and we will see more of that going forward. And yeah, it is funny. Like the top players, what's very interesting when challenges happen is they often happen immediately. I've played Will Anderson multiple times, played a phony word, and you just like I hit the clock and boom, sorry, it's over. Like when that happens to you, just your heart sinks. When you haven't seen that at all. So at the very least, having something held and then challenged, that's the normal course of events. But you can see some of the top players, they know so well, they know the dictionary so well. You play something, it's off.
Yeah, a couple of those invalid words that were played, in particular, thinking back earlier today, it's been posted in the chat, cloved. That's one that I would not have instantly challenged. There's too many words that look like that do take a D hook, and cloven being a valid word, it's so bizarre. That seems like a verb form, and a lot of other verbs that end in OVE that can take that N hook that kind of denote a past tense. Roven and roved are both valid, so you could easily look at that as a comparison point. But yeah, that one would have taken a good long tank to actually challenge that. And you can hear after the game, the post-game deliberation, Jason Lee said, yeah, something gnawed at me about that word. It struck me weird, but I knew I wasn't going to pull the trigger on a challenge. And that's the way it goes sometimes. If you challenged every time you felt that little twinge that there was something awry, you would probably also lose a lot of challenges to valid words, Josh.
Definitely. So anyways, we will see. David Pearl has very good word knowledge. I don't expect him to phony, but Joey Malik is the same. It really is such an anomaly to see him play any phonies in a single tournament. I mean, maybe once a tournament, Joey Malik will play a phony or even let a phony go. It's just super rare. So to have seen that happen on camera twice, actually even 3 times. So the 5 phonies, for those wondering, KHEF, is Joey Malik's 4-letter phony. It was then hooked by Nigel Peltier, and that was the second phony in that game. It was also not challenged. Cloved, and then there was Barrer, Barrer, and then there was one more that was let go, YUCHY, which was also mentioned. Anyways, we've panned to the board. The players are ready. The announcements are over. The players have been ready for a while, actually, but the announcements sometimes drag a little bit longer. It is at least before the top of the hour that these guys get going. Joey Malik at 14-4, top of the standings. David Pearl 12-6 with good spread, and Joey going first. Let's see what he gets.
Yep, away we go. First rack of the game. Joey usually wasting no time getting those tiles on the rack. Has a good starting point to potentially build towards a bingo, but certainly nothing yet with the duplicated A's and the Y. Feels like we could be looking at a play like K, which he's already lined up. Any merit to playing something longer here, Josh?
See anything longer that makes sense? CAY or DAY? CAST is a better leave than ADST. Is it worth 2 points plus the fact that DAY can be overlapped much more easily? I think the defense is probably worth it here, and the 2 extra points. K coming down, or Kai for 16 points, but David Pearl has drawn a blank immediately. EIJOPT blank is his opening rack. So he's really close himself.
And Stockade potentially playable now for Joey Malik through the C. of K if that remains open. And it feels like some of the logical plays for David, given that he does not have a playable bingo here, he might just look to play Joy into the Y of K. And look at that. So quickly does Joey Malik arrange his tiles to indicate he is ready to rock with this bingo.
Yeah, great find. And if David Pearl pulls the trigger on this word Joy, 14 points, keeping a fantastic lead, Stockade will be coming down very, very quickly. This is a very reasonable play. It's his best leave, only 14 points. There wasn't really a great way to score in David Pearl's position. I think this is totally fine. Here comes Stockade.
Yeah, no need to wait here. The only question after this, what will David be able to play? Emptiest at a minimum is going to fit actually in a couple different places after this play. But that being said, Joey has to be thrilled to get a bingo down with a K and, not the best bingo rack. Yes, he had an S and an ED combination, but he's very happy that C remained open. And David had a chance to do a little psychological warfare if he wanted to play Joey instead of Joy, but he's going to be very happy to have kept that E, increasing his bingo chances quite a bit. And you can see he just already spotted emptiest. So we will see how quickly he winds up playing that one.
Yeah, what could be better than playing from the E of Stockade, doubling that M, maybe something through the D of Stockade, hitting both double word scores. But there really isn't much else to look for. It's pretty much ideal playing emptiest from the E of Stockade. So we'll see how much longer David takes on this blank bingo. Definitely you want to just catch yourself before you make a decision when you have a blank. There could be something lurking. It's much harder to find all of the playable words when you have a blank tile. And Joey, on the other hand, has drawn a Q, so he's going to be saddled with that. If emptiest comes down, he will have a nice way to just play it for 22, or even play QAT for 32 to the T in emptiest. Looking a little bit ahead here, but here it comes. Blank S, and we're going to see probably a 32-point response, keeping 5 consonants from Joey Malik.
Yeah, almost forced in response to play your Q in one of the two places. If you had an I in reserve, you might really consider playing the Q play here, setting up your I to lucratively play to the triple, but Joey does not have that. Great question raised in the chat of, do the players know the hooks to Stockade? That is something that could definitely come into play here on future turns. In particular, there's really one hook that I'm thinking of, which is the D. Are the players going to be confident to put a D at the end of this word? And if they are, there's a lot of points on offer for 5-letter plays going across.
Yeah, good decision by Joey. You might think, why is he opening a triple QI as a word? But that I in empty is so important to leave open with the 5 consonants. You want to draw stuff with ing. Unfortunately, now slurring is not going to fit from the S in Stockade. But yes, we will see most likely whether the players are aware of the hooks on Stockade. We might actually see it get blocked by a play through or from the M of emptiest. But neither player has an S or a D at the moment. We'll see what David Pearl comes up with here. I think a pretty standard play with his rack would be to play Rain to the right of QAT, making QI and AN, just to get rid of that second R. But is it worth it, Will, to play for 9 extra points and play IN, AYIN?
Very interesting decision there. Do you go for the points or for the rack balance? This is like a classic sort of Scrabble-y decision that comes up all the time. Looks like David has spotted both of those options and might be considering playing for balance. I think the main thing that you're looking at with a play like Rain is, can you identify a really nice option for the Y that you're keeping on the rack? And I'm not sure there's a great option. You have a couple places where a Y could score decent numbers of points, but I don't think there's anything amazing to write home about. So that would skew me to maybe take the points here, and that's the decision that he has gone with as well.
Probably just going to see Stockades and Stockade get blocked here for Joey Malik. Ian coming down, taking the points. When in doubt, take the points. That's a good dash to live by. So MURR from the M and Emptiest looks like a great play for Joey to score something with this awful looking rack. 18 points, open the board at a slight deficit. But look at what David has arranged on his rack. We saw it yesterday or the day before as well. When he has a pinko, he separates his tiles deliberately just to make sure that his opponent doesn't see them all together. It's a little bit of a thing that some players do when they're a bit scared that their opponent is reading their mind. But yeah, MURR looks totally fine to me. Riviera will fit, making to the left of Ian. And I do not expect Joey Malik to block it.
Yeah, he has no real reason to block that area. It's interesting. He has Lungy set up right now, which would go here for a decent score. It would keep the duplicated R's, which I'm sure you don't want, but you are getting a fair number of extra points. That being said, I think the board is open enough after Myrrh. There's enough room and enough open tiles that maybe I would rather see keeping the ING combination together, even though there isn't an obvious place for a 7-letter word ending in ING. I think there was enough opportunity elsewhere to maybe consider that, but he's going with Lungy here and draws the Z. That's nice to see, but he's going to need every bit of that scoring power after another bingo here from David.
So Riviera coming down, yeah, interesting choice. I don't think Joey lined Murr up. Maybe he missed it. I feel like he would have played that. The leave is just so much more palatable, even though Lungy scores 26. So Riviera coming down for 76, bringing David Pearl to 202, and keeping RR. You can't really expect a decent redraw, but drawing that Z, that's very, very interesting. Will Joey play it now? Or will he keep it and try to draw a Za play to the left of Stockade? So Stockades and Stockade still open. Will we see something like Wiz on the top right setting up Rez for 46? Or yeah, maybe just this 45 points for Wares. That looks like way better than anything else.
Yeah, tempting to keep that Z for the big spot that you just pointed out. If you can draw an A, you're scoring a huge amount there. But Wares scoring 45, leaving the very nice bingo combination of PER that looks like what's absolutely called for here. Gets him pretty close on the scoreboard. And David now with an X to respond, and a very nice place to fit it right alongside the top I of Riviera. So he is going to remain one step ahead here, heading into the midpoint of this game.
First thing he's looking at is Mix or Minx. Minx fits from the M of Emptiest. Yeah, I would like to see him pivot to that X spot he just set up with Riviera, play Hex. That's such a huge score. There's no downside to that play. I guess the reason that David might want to play from the M of Emptiest is to block Stockades and or Stockaded. Yeah, not quite working. Okay, he was just going to play IR, that's why.
Yeah, he was just, okay, yep, it was just an IR thing. I was about to postulate that maybe he's just not seeing that, but now he does, and he goes with Hex, which is definitely the play here, scoring very well. He continues to pad his lead while opening nothing new, the way that a play like Minx would do. Yes, you would block Stockaded and Stockades, but you would put an N out in space that would be pretty annoying to block. And he draws Dooming on the rack. Not sure if there is any spot for it yet, but nice balanced set of tiles for David Pearl.
Now we're back to Joey, who's got a pretty big deficit still. He scored 45, but how about 46 for Hex? Just one-upped by his opponent, David. So he's still down 58. No A for Profaner, but he's just going to play Prof. keep ENR, another bounce leave. The L and Lungy is open. Stockade hooks are open. The E and Emptiest is open. He's going to want a bingo soon, but he doesn't need it. Prof scores enough that you could potentially just claw your way back into the game after another good draw. And there David Pearl is again, separating 3 and 4. It feels like every single time it's 3 and then 4. It's really funny to be able to see this because you never actually know what your opponent has lined up on their rack.
Yeah, this is a new tactic that I have not seen too much of, the intentional separation of the 7-letter word on the rack. But in any case, the important tile with dooming not playable anywhere on this board is the D. The question is David confident in Stockaded? And if he is, he can play stuff in that spot. It looks like he might be considering playing Mood. The scary thing about playing something like just DO here, Josh, is that you would be opening up a very good bingo line on a board that doesn't really have one anymore for 7-letter words. So playing something like Mood, that accomplishes the goal of putting a little right angle here and walling off this lane as a bingo lane. Can't hit that. But what it does do is create a big scoring spot as an underlap. So how can you use the stockaded hook effectively, even if you are confident in it? That's a tricky question.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think you'd want to be able to, you'd think you'd be able to play a 5-letter word with the rack so nice, but the ing combination often saving the other letters on your rack. Mood is the longest word that fits there, but he's actually going to play it here instead. So this is a point sacrifice, not a big one. This scores 24 instead of 28. It might actually just be worth it on defense alone, and we're not going to find out, Will, if David knew if stockaded was a word or not, because it's blocked now forever.
This is way better positionally than almost any other choice that he had with the stockaded hook anyway. So yeah, you're right, a small point sacrifice, but this is just so lethal to the bottom of the board. And there is the second blank for David Pearl. So Joey Malik is going to have his hands full trying to find a way to get back in this game, especially after a 3A draw after Prof. And is he going to play? Nice. Look at that board vision. That's a beautiful play, Josh, for 33.
Yeah, suddenly you thought Mood was a defensive play. Well, I'm playing through those M's. That's a really beautiful find. Rammer for 33, exactly what the doctor ordered for Joey Malik. Open the board when you are down, and that is a great draw for him too.
Yeah, very good draw. Not sure if
Alienate would fit.
Oh, very nice. Alienate into that E. Of course, David is now going to lock in on that spot. It looks like he may be considering playing View at the bottom of the board, which would block the E of Rammer very conclusively, and the R almost, both of those extremely well. So that looks like just what the doctor ordered here for David. He is clinging to not that big of a lead, but I do feel like playing defense against bingos at all cost, he's up by enough to justify a play like this.
Yeah, so competing doctors for Joey Malik. His doctor wants to open. David Pearl's doctor wants to close.
Oh, he still has this, though.
Their jobs. But yeah, Alienate does fit to the E of Emptiest still for a very small score, but also much more defensive than playing to the E of Rammer. So I think, wow, just immediate. Alienate is 59 points here. So Joey Malik up by 11 after the SES draw of David Pearl. Fangless will fit through the L and Funguses through the U of Lungy.
If he's doubtful in Fangless at all, Funguses will come to his aid. But make no mistake, I think Fangless is arguably a little bit better just to prevent any counterplay from going along the top row, which Funguses would allow Joey to do. Nice draw, though, for Joey. It looks like in certain cases he might be able to do something with this rack. But this is just up to David to spot either Fangless, which is a little bit tough to remember, is this a valid word, or Funguses. I think if he sees that one, it's going to go down.
Or you could just play FES in the top right, making XIS and ERE, keeping SNG blank with a decent amount of vowels to redraw. That might actually even be better. Instead of taking just 65 points to take a 50-point lead, I'm going to take a 30 or 20-point lead and keep the blank for later. Although, in terms of how this board looks and in terms of what David's game plan has been, I think thematically it is time for him to play his bingo if he sees it and just try and coast his way to victory.
There is some danger. I do like the idea of keeping that blank and playing FES for a pretty good score. Hold on to that blank. The board is still very difficult to navigate, both for bingos and scores, and you can probably do well after a play like that. But there are 3 U's still lurking. There are some draws that you can get after a play like that where you might regret not taking the bingo immediately. So he's now spotted Fangless. This is definitely a great play by him. The only question, the confidence level in this word, which if you were given this as a quiz question and told, Josh, there's a word in here, what is it? You would see Fangless. But playing it over the board on the live stream at the national championship is another matter.
Indeed it is, and we see him sitting there. Is he confident enough? If he has any bit of doubt and doesn't see funguses, even if he does see funguses, just play FES. Live to see another day. Don't lose your turn at a pivotal moment of the game. And yeah, I guess the issue is, well, it could be that after FES, David Pearl never sees a bingo rack for the rest of the game. So I do think this is probably not entirely correct from where I'm standing, but it is a great play, and he's still in fantastic position after this play.
Yeah, I mean, yes, he could draw UU or something like that, but in point of fact, he is much likelier to draw more bingos after this. But look at that. Oh, this is exactly what we were worried about for him. Oh, man, the lack of vowels is going to hold him back. It's going to give Joey a golden opportunity to potentially get his rack into better bingo shape. And I wonder, is it possible that Joey can beat David Pearl to the punch with the next bingo of the game? It's going to be tough, but not impossible.
Yeah, this rack, the more I look at it, it looks so balanced, so nice.
Oh, great. Look at this, though. What a spot by David Pearl. I didn't even see that.
There he goes again with the 3-4 gold Derns through the U is playable. And the more I look at this rack of Joey's, the more I'm worried. I hate everything here. You could play something like Eunuch through the U of Lungi and open a huge triple. You can't really do that. You could play Hound through that same U. You could play Douche through that U. Those are the plays that will actually work out for Joey if he plays them. But UH on the top right looks so much better.
It gets in the way of gold Erns, just barely. That would be crazy, Josh. It seems like a play that doesn't block that much, but at least it balances Joey's rack, and it happens to block the play that David would desperately want to get down here. That would be crazy to see go down.
It's such a close game, right? Like, it's hanging in the balance. 20 points between the two. A blank is out, but 2 U's are out. So it feels like the first order of business for Joey Malik would be to play off a U. And he's seeing this also plays to the left of Stockade for 16 rather than 19, but opens a little bit more, which might be something Joey wants to do at a small deficit. Might not be. If he plays on the top right, if he's patient, he will block gold Erns. And instead of getting a 60-point score, David Pearl will be stuck with 6 consonants that don't do anything. This is the most pivotal turn of this game so far. Will Joey Malik see through the position and make a block? If he does, he's in good position. If he doesn't, the game is pretty much lost for him.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because I feel like in Joey's shoes, trying to get that second blank would be so nice. And if you're only playing 2 tiles, you are sort of hampering your chances to do that. But that being said, what can you read into David taking a long time on his turn and then playing FES? I just wonder, does that mean that David has good tile? Ooh, we're going to see there. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
This makes sense, right? This makes sense. This is if Joey feels like I want to create a bingo lane that I can use. This does that way better than playing UH at the top of the board. I think it's a totally sensible instinct. It just so happens in this case, huge swing in the game for sure.
Wow, he actually did it. I mean, I don't really see how that helps him all that much. It's so hard to overlap Oot and HO. Did he miss the top right placement, or did he do this on purpose? We don't know, but it allows Goldurns to come down. And if he saw the 19-pointer, he's regretting it. If he didn't, now he needs to find out, how can I steal this game from David Pearl? Down 67 with not so fantastic rack. I don't have an A to hook onto the G. Feel like you might have to play from the G of Goldurns and hope things don't get blocked, but this looks so terrible.
Yeah, just a grim situation now. That bingo of Goldurns, even though it doesn't score as well as a bingo that reached the edge of the board might do with these bonus squares, it has a huge advantage, which is the more tiles out in space in this direction, the more space there might be for Joey to come back with a bingo. As it is now, the only tile that he can even think to play through is the G of Goldurns or the O with incredibly specific overlaps going down past the U and H that he just played. Those are not very good lanes. So in a way, even though David would love to get more points here, the resulting board position is so poisonous to Joey's ability to get an equalizing bingo down.
But Joey has a C. The C is a weapon. You can start words with the C. You can fork the board with the C. There are no 2-letter words with the C. E, C, O, and G, O for 13 points. Setting up Deco, but also setting up a C in starting position for a bingo. Is this enough for Joey Malik? But what if David just scores? What if he plays on top, making ego or a go?
Vibe.
I mean, he has Bibe right now. Joey doesn't know what he has, but this might be the best shot Joey has. If Eco comes down, a play on the top, you get something starting in D. Suddenly the scores are close to tied. Does the timing work out? This will leave 6 in the bag. A 4-tile play on top will leave 2 in the bag. A bingo with Deco would empty the bag. Joey would draw 2 tiles. It might be another very close game. I think Eco's the only thing he has in this position.
That it feels like, when from Joey's perspective, looking into the unseen pool.
Oh, he's playing it there. I was gonna say, whoa.
Ooh, okay.
That's right. He's potentially hoping for a B for Boho.
Yeah, which of course now David, with both of the Bs on his rack, he can just sit tight and say, I've got the last hook to that, and I don't have to worry. So yeah, that might have been the idea. Meanwhile, a terrible draw for Joey anyway, so it didn't seem like he was destined to succeed, even had he played Eco in the other spot. But all I was going to say, Josh, is that looking into the unseen pool from Joey's perspective, Bibe is like the worst case scenario that could have happened to him after Eco. There was pretty much no other scoring play that would have given him pause. This might actually have been the highest scoring 4-letter word available to get hit after that play. So feels like all the options had serious problems there for Joey Malik through no fault of his own.
Yeah, and this one scores quite well. So there could be something to be said about it. The problem is, with 6 tiles in the bag, had David drawn the last S, for example, which is a tile, of course, Joey wants to draw. He gets a 5-tile play with ecos and takes a very strong lead and probably outruns Joey's bingos. If he has one of the 2 Bs, how does he block boho exactly? It doesn't really, you don't really need a B. You can just play to the K and stockade and block that way, block laterally. So I feel like this play, although it scores enough to stay within range, is just a little bit too transparent and will not work out for Joey Malik. So I would have liked to have him spend a little bit more time considering another placement for this word off the beaten path. In either case, Joey was extremely unlikely to win this game. It feels like this one just too easy to deal with at this deficit. Even just a 10-point play or 15-point play to the K of stockade, a 3-tile play, would just block everything.
Yeah, it's a very good point there. A play like that, potentially, I don't think there really is a play that goes into the DA, but either of those would have dealt with the new threat quite effectively. And then you're looking at a dearth of options for sure. But meanwhile, I wonder what David is going to do with the knowledge that he has both Bs and that he can either hold them, hold one, use the other. He's in a good position here. The board is extremely ironclad for him from his perspective, knowing he's got those Oho hooks. What should he do? Obviously, you're wanting to secure victory in the game, but maybe there's an argument to be made for trying to go for a bingo. He's going to play bib. Interesting choice. I wonder if this is the way to go here, because before this play, there's not a lot going on, but now there is a chance that you can get a 7-letter word with an A in second position, Josh.
Yeah, I wonder if David has mistracked and didn't think there was an A left. Huh. Yeah, it was hard to find a move, but you're up 46 points. You don't need to do anything. I guess he was a little bit concerned with setup plays. I don't really know what the point of this play of bib was other than to just balance the rack. You're going up 63, so you're still probably outrunning bingos, but this feels like just opening the door up to a couple of potential losses that weren't there before. In any case, 63 points between Joey Malik and David Pearl and 3 tiles in the bag. This is Joey Malik's last time to try something. And looking in the unseen letters, they're so good, except for that U. Joey Malik needs to play off a couple tiles here, maybe 3 tiles if he can draw something in 2 spots, set a spot up for himself again. The only spot to go now on this board is on the left side. There's just not enough space anywhere else. So a play hooking onto the G of gold urns or onto eco to make deco is necessary here.
Yeah, for sure. The left side is where Joey is going to be focused for the reasons you described. There just isn't quite enough real estate in this area to fit a bingo down. So if Joey is going to figure out a way to pull this off, it's going to be on the left side. That being said, he is hamstrung a little bit by the number of tiles in the bag. 3 tiles in the bag means you cannot play a 4-tile play up here and still preserve the ability to bingo on the next turn. Otherwise, it might be nice to play something like Odia in the top side of the board just to score and put some letters that David has to think about. That being said, the play of Odia would also use your last A, which is necessary to play in this spot. So maybe you're looking at a play underneath the G. That might be what he needs to do here, either way, just to create a threat, however unlikely, that he can pair with the bib lane that David just created.
Yeah, you have to play 2 or 3 tiles. You can't play 4 or the bag will be empty. You'll only have 6 tiles on your rack. I think the only play that I'm seeing that might give a chance is Udo and GO. Maybe you draw the L for Ludo. The L is in the bag, but a U and a G are the other tiles in the bag. So if Udo comes down, it completely empties the bag, and AEGLNOU will be Joey Malik's final rack. So maybe you actually just hope that David has mistracked. Hope that he doesn't realize there's an A in the pool, and you play something elsewhere on the board. Is that what Joey Malik is considering? Book 15.
That's a funny
Negative
one.
E.
Just because of ebook. Yeah, I mean, he has to feel pretty confident that David's going to have an E of his own. So I'm not sure how often that actually works out well, given that, I mean, maybe there's no R's. I mean, it would be amazing if there was an R and you could like lure David into somehow playing something with ebook and then play rebook, but that's not on the table here. So yeah, not sure what the plan would be after book. Do you see anything, Josh?
No, but again, leaving a tile in the bag, leaving the fog of war, hoping that David Pearl makes a mistake. That might be Joey's best chance here. It feels so close to being over, but one more chance at making something happen. Yeah, maybe NO and GO, setting up the last O for oh no, keeping the A, give some reasonable chances as well. Yeah, none of these plays are good. DO could also be a good play. You have to look at the unseen letters and try to find a way to bingo. Looks like OU now being separated from the rack. I guess Joey, if he plays off OU with like SOU from the S and emptiest, he can certainly draw stuff with AB. Again, that's where he's looking at, to the left of the B of bib. That's his main attempt at getting a bingo down.
Yeah, it's a grim situation, right? And there are a lot of end game or pre-end game situations where your task is to come up with a pathway to victory, and the grimmer the situation of the game and the less likely the situation, the more you have to go way off the beaten path and try something a little bit bizarre that might somehow give you a chance. Because if you do the customary things that good plays typically represent, it's not going to get the job done. So is it possible, for example, that you play book and hope that David misses the hook here? Like could you bank on him not thinking of ebook and then draw into something there? Is that the way forward? That's really difficult to evaluate because there is a human element to it. Of course, a player like David Pearl is very, very likely to see the ebook extension, but how do you put a value on that, Josh, of like the likelihood he misses a hook? Hard to do.
So this gives back tenties. It's a guess an attempt, but unfortunately it's not going to work out for Joey Malik. He's drawn the G and the L, so the last tile in the bag is an O. It was very desperate. It was very much potentially just even like impossible to win the game for Joey in that position, based on what we know David had. But that's an attempt. You have to try something, and oftentimes trying something that induces the most mistakes is better than trying something that gives the absolute best winning chances.
So it is an interesting, you mentioned tenties. So tenty is actually valid with this spelling, but I believe it is an alternate form of the adjective with a Y, tenty. So you cannot put an S here. So there is some possibility if David knows tenty and he had it lined up on the rack. I really don't think we're going to see a phony be played here, but it's tempting, and he set the S aside. But Josh, as we know, setting a tile aside doesn't mean too much in the visual language of David Pearl.
Yeah. Does he see ebook? That's another thing. The value in book is potentially just, will my opponent see the e hook? It doesn't really feel like a word that takes a hook. But yeah, we'll see what David Pearl does. All that being said, with Joey Malik's rack, he doesn't have a 7-letter word, especially not one that fits. So even if David Pearl somehow loses a turn on tenties, it will probably not be enough for Joey Malik to come back. And David's got 7 minutes, so we'll see what he ends up doing here. He could also try to play like interview to the view. If he doesn't have an R. But yeah, you could pretty much do anything here. You just don't want to open the board for an out bingo for Joey.
Yeah, the nice thing too about Tenty is putting the T here is just a total wall to any potential hooks going across, and even setup plays if you were to, try to make one of those, although with one tile in the bag, there's no point there. David is going to be going out no matter what. But yeah, just a question of his confidence level. I think he's clearly thinking about playing Tenty, and he's surely thinking that it's going to lock down the board. But are you confident enough to play a phony in this position? As you say, it isn't likely to cost him the game, but he can't really know that. And instinctively, you feel in a situation like this, oh my God, if I play a phony and it gets challenged and I lose, it would just be the worst thing ever. So he's probably going to opt for something he is sure of one way or another.
Sorry, the U is the last tile on the bag here. It is interesting. If Joey had played the two O's elsewhere on the board, he would be threatening LANGUED with AB, but
isn't that Collins only?
Nope.
No, what am I thinking of? Oh,
You
yeah, it's not.
Tent. You received Tent for 19. David just unsure of the IE extension to that, so just playing it safe. He's going to draw that U, so don't believe he's going to be able to go out with that, which means that Joey Malik will have the end game to set up a sequence for himself and just minimize his losses. But this game will be going to David Pearl. Very, very interesting decisions in the late game for both players. And I think if you're Joey Malik and you go back and look at this game, it was the one turn Lungi keeping two R's might regret. He might have regretted not playing MURR at the bottom there.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. This was a very crisply played game by both players. I can't even think of a move that David made where I would consider something else, maybe mood, but I feel like his play actually did a lot of things better than some of the plays we were pointing out. So maybe Bib, I guess you could say, for David is a play that invited some winning chance back into the game for Joey, but he wasn't able to draw well enough to put a realistic plan together. So other than that, very impressive by David Pearl, who continues his march up the standings, pulling Joey back to the pack a little bit. And of course, we will keep you up to date on the other results from this round with a slew of other players who are going to be very happy to hear that Joey has dropped the game after a very, very good morning.
Is this the tightest Nationals has ever been? I guess Joey has 4 losses only after 18 games, but I mean,
he's about to have 5. So
field is so tight. Like after day 1, no one was undefeated. I don't remember seeing that. And yeah, lots of people at Joey's tail, and his spread differential, the plus 634, not so great for the position that he's in. So he needs to stay ahead. He needs to stay a game up on people if he continues only winning his games by 2 points or 6 points. He's going to need to keep winning.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like the rule of thumb at this tournament for any player that has aspirations of becoming one of the 2 finalists after the end of day 4, and just as a reminder, that is how this tournament is going to work. After 28 rounds of play, the top 2 players in the standings at that time will advance into the, I believe, best of 7 finals, which is absolute cinema each and every year that we've had it. But yeah, so the rule of thumb, can you get to 20 wins? That seems to be the magic number if history proves to repeat itself again. But if there's parity in that way, maybe that number could start to drop. Is that possible? I don't know. It seems like there's enough games left that I still would say 20 feels like the magic number. As we see a nice play here, unlaid. Look at all those
That
overlaps.
looks like Joey's best endgame play because it scores so well, but actually, I lied. David Pearl does have an outplay here. It is so hard to spot, so I'm going to let you guys try and find it on this board, and we'll see if he spots it with 5 minutes left. But Joey Malik's best play, give you a little hint as to where potentially this outplay is, was only 4 points.
That's amazing. I think I see the idea behind it, but that is a goofy situation. Would be a really cool outplay, a nice cherry on top of a great game for David if he spots it. Of course, he does not need to. He's going to have his pick of some pretty reasonable non-outplays here. Yeah, so it's only academic. Oh, is it best of 5? Sorry, what has that always been? I thought it was longer. But
If it isn't best of 5, we've been lying to you for 3 days straight, so I don't know for sure. But I'm pretty sure for the top division in CSW and the top division in NWL will be a best of 5. But for the other divisions, I believe it's just a straight 31 game tournament.
Interesting. I'm gonna just. Yeah, it looks like I misremembered, and last year it was just a best of 5. So I totally forgot. It was so exciting that I thought there were more games than there actually were. So, all right, we've seen our ending plays here. Looks like just Prof's dinking the S off, and then Joey goes out with his G.
Wait a second. That was Joey's only spot for the G. Sorry, this end game was so weird. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Yeah. Just everything else I wanted to play here would give you an out spot, so. At least you couldn't score much to block it. But
no D on this, right?
I was wondering about that. I never drew one, so. And he took care of it for us.
Yeah. Rec was a ING up there. Dooming.
Odeming.
Go see what Lisa owed.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
For sure you're going to play there.
When?
I don't know when I had gold urns.
Oh.
It's like be a dead rack without that you.
Yeah, well, I kind of wanted to leave it open because I was behind, but just wish I could score more. I had ouched in with the UH rack, and I figured I could score decently and open something up. And
Oh, it's not good.
what?
10T. Oh yeah, it is good.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, didn't look in that other column. Yes.
Yeah, I had it there ready to go, so I had 2 spots.
Yeah, very nice. Oh,
Yeah, I thought that was my chance, but when I didn't draw the blank, I thought I was in trouble.
Yeah. That's good comment about the blank. Yeah, I finally.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't think he kept track over time, but he's beaten me a few times. It's
Oh,
not-
it does. It does take the D.
Yeah, I thought I probably did.
I wasn't in a position where I thought I had to risk it. Otherwise, yeah, then it's.
Like blockaded, rhymes with blockaded. That's probably how to remember it. I couldn't believe it stayed open. I thought you'd overlap. But it worked
I
out.
did. As soon as you played it, I didn't
Yeah.
think of stockaded.
Yeah, Rammer bailed me out too. I had AALN with that rack.
Good opening. Good. I had the blank right after that, so I had the F and G blank.
Alrighty, so 447 David Pearl, 403 Joey Malik. A lot to talk about in that end game, but it doesn't really matter. It's all academic. Ooh, there was a voice crack. Josh Sogel here with Will Anderson. Thank you to NASPA Games for sponsoring the stream. We have 2 more games after lunch today. This was the first of 3. We're going to take a break, look at the pairings, come back to you very, very soon with the next matchup. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm Josh Sokol here with Will Anderson. 2 games left today, and the standings different than they used to be. Wow, what a surprise. Let's take a look. Jason Lee back in the lead at 14-5 after a 14-point win over Ori Swift. Joey Malik, 14-5, but with the worst spread after his loss on stream to David Pearl. Ori Swift and David Pearl in 3rd and 4th respectively. That is the Table 2 game that we are going to be featuring right now, Will.
Yeah, another showcase for David Pearl, who just put forth a very impressive effort to reel Joey Malik back in from the top spot. But man, it is a bit of a maze at the top with so many players still having very, very real chances here heading into the last 2 games of the day and then our 7 games tomorrow, after which you are gunning for one of those top 2 spots. So I think our players are ready. We want to cut to the board. I'm not sure.
Pretty sure. They were ready. The tiles were unsquared. At the beginning of each game, tiles are squared on each corner of the board in a 5x5 square, usually. And that is just to show that all 100 tiles are there. Nobody has any tiles up their sleeves, etc., etc. So the tiles are back in the bag now, but David had to get up for something.
Looks like some water. I think he was carrying some water back to the table, staying hydrated.
Yeah, World Cup style. Hydration break.
Yes, that's right. So there we go. Handshake. David going first. Ori, such a tough competitor, has always been in the mix at these big events. Made the finals a few years back. He is gunning for his first ever North American Scrabble Championship, Scrabble Players Championship. So for him, this is a big game. Obviously, also a big game for David Pearl as he looks to continue holding strong at the top of the standings amongst the giants of North American Scrabble. So here he goes, going first. WCP, Josh. Not the best 3-tile combo.
Not so great, but with all those vowels in the R, suddenly the rack isn't so bad. Wiper is a nice way to score well. And PEW for 16 instead of Wiper for 28, keeping CEIR. Those look pretty good. And it's going to be important potentially to see what Ori does after the play of Wiper. Does he have an 8-letter word?
Yeah, over wide at least, right? So it would be almost inconceivable for David to have made a play that did not put the W on the board. That would have been job 1 for David. He has done that. He has scored well. But as you say, Josh, in the process, the W hitting the board will give Ori, and there were a lot of 8-letter bingos that Ori could have hoped for with these nicely balanced tiles with the over combination. Wow.
Cheater.
Oh, unbelievable. Oh my gosh. So a potential huge counter bingo on offer for David if he spots it. First, he's going to absorb the bingo from Ori here and take stock of that. But oh my God, if he spots his own 8-letter bingo, we have ourselves some fireworks to start this one.
Wow, so 28-80 now, but Congener to that R and Wiper will score a whopping 89 if he spots it.
And he has.
He is firing on so many cylinders, David Pearl. He has played so well on stream all 3 times so far. That's a great find. In their first matchup, since this is a repeat matchup, David Pearl lost the game 377 to 399 against Ori. So this is also a potential revenge match as Ori draws pretty nicely. ADEHRTX. X will allow him to score pretty well in a variety of spots on the board. So Congener, it's just a matter of, do I know for sure that this is valid? If there's any doubt, kind of messes with your thought process, but how could you do any better than this? Double from the V? No way. Double from the E? No way. Congener, by far the highest score possible with a rack like this. We'll see if David has the confidence to lay it down.
he saw it so quick, right? So any time spent beyond that is purely evaluating the validity and confidence level of this word. Just look how quickly he spotted it. It was mere seconds after he drew his tiles and took stock of them. So this is just trying to get straight in your mind. Is this a word that I know for sure? Am I hallucinating this? I do expect him to eventually play this into the R of Wiper and retake the lead. But man, you can see his body language suggests that he is grappling with this one, Josh.
Absolutely, and I guess Oncogene is also playable through the O of Overwide. If he's more confident on that, we might see him play that, but how could you be more confident on that than on Congener? That's such a weird word. So, yeah, a little bit tough. I guess potentially the story being displayed in David's mind is, what just happened last game? I didn't think Stockaded was good, but it was good. Do I know my words properly? That might be the thought process here. A little bit of confidence.
Oh, wow.
That is
That's
unfortunate.
that is gonna sting. There's no way around it. When David looks up this word and he saw it so quick, so we do not see Congener go down. That is a tremendous swing. Although he does now have Legongs on his rack, we'll give him another chance to potentially see a bingo, tricky one here. But that is a huge reprieve. Unbeknownst to Ori, he just got a bit of a break, and now he gets to proceed with his X. Should be several good options for him to use that to good effect.
Seen it, and I guess we could have sort of we could have maybe told that he was unsure of Congener because he didn't separate the letters in the same way that he separated these Legongs. So I think, again, just giving us a little bit of information at home or on site, which I am, that David knows this word and is going to play that. Now he's just shifting the O over. But yeah, a very unfortunate miss for him. Will Ori play his X now with X'd to the left of IDE? What about Herd? Heard to the left of Overwide. If you put that on the board, you suddenly see, if you draw another A, there's the setup for XED. But what if David has the Z? What if he has a big play there? Is it worth trying to set this up when you don't actually have the letter you need? Do we play the X now? We're up 32 points. Do we play through the C of Coven? Make things even more dynamic? This is X is a little bit dangerous on the left of Overwide, setting up a huge spot, making ED, not setting up the X. Maybe we'll see it to the right of Overwide, making X, which also creates a dangerous spot or helps, aids in the dangerous spot that already exists to the left of those three letters, Will.
There's a huge number of viable options here. Sussing out which of them gives you the best chances and exposes you to the lowest amount of damage coming back from David is tricky. It looks like Ori maybe about to play XED on the left of Overwide and pulls it back, realizing, man, this might be a little harder hitting than I thought at first glance. But yeah, tricky decision to suss this out. What is the safest and best option? Or are you going to take a point sacrifice here and go for this one? This maybe, Josh, I feel like this arguably complements his own tiles better than some of the other options.
Absolutely, it does. So I think that's why he did it. He also could have played X underneath the ER of Wiper, which wouldn't have blocked Legongs, but it looks like it would have for a second. But that is a very quick bingo for David Pearl. He's confident in this one, and he is up a point on Ori Swift, who's just sacrificed 2, and he's drawn into, I believe, is a valid 7-letter word now. Oh, not in this lexicon. My bad.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't fit anyway. So ABHORST. Or he can use his setup now, play to the left with something like Horst or Horas or Auras, Torah, Torah. But he also has a triple to contend with on the top. Does he want to cover that and play BAH, for example, keep a better leave? Does he want to play through the Sea of Coven? Again, he has that H for a huge score. So many scoring options for Ori Swift. A lot to choose from, maybe a little bit too much. He's looking at BROCH or Botch also fits there. So many options, Will. What do you want to do here?
Yeah, I'm just putting a few of them on the board. There's so many good scoring plays available, similar to last turn, actually, where Ori had so many different ways he could have gone with his X. Now he has a similar number of ways, whether it's Botch, Batch, Broach, anything through the Sea of Coven. There's 3 or 4 plays up there. And then, of course, all the plays here that you just threw out, there are so many of them. Do you try to keep your S? Do you spend it to maybe try to use both your B and H with a play like Bots in that spot? There is a ton for Ori to process here. And if you were really, really obsessed with finding the absolute best play among all those options, you could take quite a while on this turn. But there is also a practical consideration here, which is that there's not likely to be a play that is massively better than all the rest. And playing something would be a good way to go here. And Ori is going to settle on Broach here. Interesting to play this over Botch, keeping AST compared to ARS, which I think in general you would want to do, especially with, look at the T's in the unseen tile pool, Josh. Maybe a little mistake?
I think it's a mistake, but maybe for a different reason. I think he's keeping the T for the R and wipers, but this play is on hold. David Pearl unsure of this 5-letter word. We might see an unsuccessful challenge, a challenge for the first time in 20 games. But I think the biggest problem with this play does open triples, but it's the first A of the game. No other A's have been seen. We see David Pearl doesn't have an A on his rack. So Ori's chances of duplicating, even triplicating his A's are pretty high after this play. So I think I would have liked to see him play an A over an O. I know that sounds crazy. But yeah, I think bots, BAHTS, is what you showed. And wow,
Whoa!
in a challenge for the first time. We get to see the challenge cam, but this is a huge swing in Ori Swift's favor. Very surprising.
So David sticking to his guns. There were a lot of reasons to potentially consider not challenging here, given just the game situation, that you're still going to be coming back with a decent play and making the game close to even. Your opponent is Ori Swift. Would he really play a 5-letter word that's not valid? But David sticking to his guns, challenging the word, losing the challenge, and now Intarsia potentially playable. And wow, no time wasted. It is the only bingo. Crazy thing here is that A in space is probably going to give David some nice options for his Z. But that being said, this is a huge swing in favor of Ori.
Yeah, very, very quick punishment for the lost turn. So there, I guess, was some hidden value in this play. It is an awkward, weird-looking 5-letter word, BROCH, but Intarsia coming down, or he did duplicate A's, drew 2 I's, still managed to bingo, and suddenly David Pearl is down 100 points after things were just hanging in the balance a couple turns ago. That was a big swing. So Zed was the play that David was considering before these 2 plays in a row by Ori Swift. That fits to the left of Lagong's for 44 points. But now is he going to pivot and play something through the A, such as dazed, raised, adsed? There's nothing great, though.
Yeah, Izard has been shouted out again, a play we saw earlier in the morning. Are we going to see that for the second time? Potentially. Even just ADZ has some merit. It is a little bit closed of a play, given that you cannot overlap this Z to go down. But the other tiles on David's rack represent very good bingo tiles, so he could be happy with a play like that. Now he has Xander set up. That would score quite well, similar to Dazed or Ads. A lot of plays like this in this game, Josh, where there's like 5 or 6 options, all of which deserve some consideration.
Xander would be a mistake. There are 2 blanks out, so playing 5 tiles makes sense, but this breaks up the rack so much. Izard through the A is the same score. The leaves so much better. This is one of the last 3 E's in the game as well. So I actually like playing just ads or playing the 5-letter IZARD here. I think this was maybe a missed opportunity for David Pearl. Let's see what he draws out of the bag. He did not draw the blank.
Yeah, it's close. I mean, he's definitely close. Unfading, and I think is valid through an N, but there is no N available. So is that true? I might be wrong about that. But either way, there is a good that is a word. There is a good nucleus there with the ING combo, the F and the U getting in the way, but still has a long way to go. And Ori has set up a Mauti, which is a really nice way to clean off some of the clunk that he has on his rack, play alongside the leftmost column on the board. That seems pretty strong to me.
Yeah, that's a great play. The first thing you think of here is to play off the A, the F, and the U, but being able to score on that triple, the only other wide open triple, I guess, on the board, and just keep an F as a scoring tile now that you're in the driver's seat makes perfect sense to me. Also, digging for those 2 blanks that are still unseen to Ori. I think this is a hole-in-one play.
Yeah. In particular, it does so many good things already to block off the leftmost column. But yeah, just drawing so hard to get one of those 2 blanks is also a huge bit of upside. We mentioned it earlier. When the game continues along and gets past the midpoint, or certainly towards that final quarter of the game, and both blanks are still unseen, then it's time to start thinking about playing more tiles as being a good thing because of the increased likelihood of drawing one of those blanks. Let's see if Ori benefits from this choice right now.
Over to David. Don't play frauding. That's a very reasonable sounding word. Not valid in the Scrabble dictionary. Doesn't look like he's considering that good. Fungi is play is lined up. That fits to the right of Amauti. And look, Ori Swift did not draw a blank either. So those blanks keeping us waiting for them, teasing us a little bit. But maybe fading now to the left of Xander, playing 6 tiles. Again, gunning for a blank, setting up a potential S hook. Do you know if fadings is a word? Does my opponent know if fadings is a word? We saw a similar situation with coaxing on day 1. David Pearl playing coaxing, then hooking it with an S. So fadings is a valid word. Maybe that's what you do here. You're down a lot of points. Need some help.
So I can tell you that Ori actually knows a large series of nursery rhyme style stories that help him remember whether ing words take an S hook on them. I am dead serious about this, and he has recited some of them to me. They sound a little bit like gibberish, but they sure work for him because he definitely knows the ing S words exceedingly well because of these bizarre series of rhymes and fables that he knows. So look out for that. If fading is the play, Ori is going to be confident there. Instead, we're going to see fungi. And Josh, what is the deal with David Pearl and funguses? We're seeing it over and over here.
Yeah, well, this is a great way to throw a punch here. David, knowing that Ori was not sitting on a blank or an S with Amauti, setting up a triple. This is a big threat that Ori almost certainly will want to address. Luckily for Ori, he has a fantastic way to do so in the form of Keef, and of course, with a lot of draws, you're going to be able to handle this threat. But it makes sense to keep things on the top right of the board. Everything over there still open. Keep AD, which has a nice balance. Gun for those blanks, but it's going to get hammered.
Interesting choice between Keef, which Ori had originally set up, and now he has Oak, which would play parallel to Fungi in the corner, really opening nothing at all. Keef also doesn't open anything at all. So it's mostly a question of, are you willing to live with FP as the primary deficiency on your rack going into next turn, or would you prefer a vowel-heavy rack going into next turn after Keef? The leave there would be AOPU. Gets into trouble if you draw more vowels, maybe even though PF isn't a great bingo combination, maybe that stabilizes your scores on the next turn enough that you would consider Oak here. I think Keef is very, very similar in quality, and it looks like that's where he's leaning. Josh, what do you think of this one?
I think Keef is a lot better. The FP combination with the U is not really leading you anywhere. The blanks are going to be really important. This board is so wide open. You want to keep balanced tiles, but you also want to keep tiles that can play long, that can play short. FUPE is just so clunky. I think I prefer this choice by a long shot. And let's see if Ori gets rewarded with a couple constants or the
Oh, huge reward for him right there. Yeah, I think you're spot on there that FP would be bad enough, but throwing the U into the mix is a really toxic combination. So getting rid of some of those high scorers when you have a chance to get rid of two of them in one go makes a lot of sense. So Ori considering his two runaway best options, and I agree, I think he's gone with the correct option here. Over to David, down by 104 points. Time's running out, but again, both blanks are still lurking from David's perspective. They're both unseen to him, and from our perspective, we know Ori doesn't have either of them. What he does have is very nice scoring ammunition in the form of the Q, the U, and the S all together, and let's throw the Y in there along with it.
Yeah, normally you do want to keep scoring tiles when you have a good lead, but I do think Keef was the right choice, and the reward was very, very nice for Ori Swift. David Pearl down 104. Now that the F is gone, Amido, I guess, to the left of Xander, making AR. It's a little bit less dangerous. You won't see an IF overlap or underlap going down to the triple. Keeping AE again, gunning for those blanks, but what does Amido take, Will?
Yeah, this is risky with this situation. It does take an L hook, and you can get hammered off of that with 3 of the 4 L's still lurking in the bag. Is that a gamble that you have to take if you're David Pearl? Are you down by enough that you have to try to catch Ori off guard with some kind of a setup and hope to get lucky? Maybe you need to make a play like that. There are certainly other options that he can go with that are a little bit less risky. Something like Diorama through this R burns through tiles at a pretty good clip and draws pretty heavily. Madeira, which he has set up, is very similar, except it keeps an O instead of an E, which is a slight downgrade. Maybe it doesn't open quite as many good scoring plays back to Ori. Interesting options. I think David's thinking about this the right way, trying to play at least 5 tiles, maybe more. And here we go. It's time for some fun.
Really? Yeah. This does take an L, does not take an S, though. Be careful. This is a gamble for sure for David. Will it work out for him? Keeping EA. In positions like these, where you're down 100 plus on an open board, it's usually better to play shorter and try to bingo sooner and then bingo a second time rather than going straight for it. But look at the first blank on David Pearl's rack. He will certainly bingo next turn from the R of Wipers, something like Ruminate. And Ori Swift, is he going to continue to be able to score enough? Even if David Pearl draws both blanks, will he have enough scoring power over the next few moves to stay within the driver's seat? He's looking at QUAY through the A of Intarsia. I wish I could do better with a rack like this, Will. I feel like there might be some setup potential. I feel like there might be some way to maximize the Q, but this looks great. Good leave, good score, blocks the double-double, blocks the R of Intarsia. Not a bad play.
Yeah, this definitely takes care of at least one or two of the biggest threats on the board. And the nice thing you can say about David's play of Amido is that now there is a lot going on as far as big threats. The double-double through this A was just blocked with Ori's last play, but you've still got Amidal and you've got bingos to the R. I wonder, is there some crazy overlapping play? Almost certainly not. It's certainly worth looking at if you're David. That being said, something even now, if you play Ruminate or Retinula or whatever it is, you can still draw the L and score really well if you're David. But look at that, Josh, the second blank in the nick of time for Ori Swift. He has to be thrilled to see that tile.
Yeah, this is actually just curtains. Honestly, you cannot recover from this. If you're David Pearl, he just doesn't know it yet. A little bit concerned that he had aunties lined up, the blank S. Like we said, Amido does not take an S. Most likely Ori knows that and would challenge that off. But yeah, Ruinate, Ruinated, Ruminate, Retinula. Those are the plays from the R and Wipers. There's also the cute Inundated from through the N and the D disconnected on this board. Host of fun bingos here. If you're David Pearl, you're down 112. You want to play the bingo that gives you chances to bingo later. So does that mean playing Ruinates? Don't think the S really helps. When you're playing all the way down through that open space, you're cutting off access to a lot of the board at once. Could this be a situation where you sacrifice a lot of points to leave that R of Wipers open for later? I wonder.
Yeah, it's very interesting to consider where to play to maximize the long-term openness of the board. We'll try not to think about what Ori has right now and the fact that he's sitting on a monster. And by the way, he has stuff even through this L here. He can play Dalapons and things of the like. So even if the bottom area of the board is obstructed by David's bingo somewhat, we are going to see Ori 99.9% sure figure out a way to get a bingo somewhere on this board. He probably has stuff with overlaps alongside Amido too. But from David's perspective, he's going to go with Ruinate. I'm curious. I like your idea, Josh, of maybe calling this an S to give yourself better chances to draw an L in the second blank and play something devastating in that spot with hooks. But it is not to be. Ori is about to figure out something to play here that's going to put this one out of reach.
So according to our person on the floor, the blank was an S for Ruinates. It doesn't really matter, like you said. Ori's already found Dalapons. It's not an ideal play. You open huge scoring spots. Maybe that's what you want here. Just pretty much ensure that you are you're going to be able to score something next turn. But what happens after Dalapons? Put this on the board in a play like Joey, which David Pearl is just one letter off of. Joey would fit on the top of this board for 87. And suddenly the score will be within 10, 15, 20 points.
Yeah, it would be shocking. You're giving up more points than your bingo by far. But Josh, do you see the highest scoring bingo available here? There is something, dare I say, Nigelian available here that if Ori sees this, Ori, if you find this play, I'll get you in a video about this some way or somehow if you find the highest scoring play here.
My goodness. Yeah, so getting off of Dalapons is probably a good idea. Ori has found Anopsias through the S of Intarsia. There's also a really, really cool option making the blank a D through that S for a couple more points, but this is just good enough. You're gonna look for something better, but it's okay if you don't see it. 70 points, pretty nice. I guess the problem with Anopsias is it sets up a sevens lane to the left of the AS. You could probably deal with that. So for those wondering what it is that Ori can do here for 81 points, adaptions through the D of overwide and the I
Making axed. Oh,
rune ace, making axed. So this
tremendous.
Is still a game. This is actually still a game. There will be, after this play, there will be 8 tiles in the bag. David Pearl going to play Amidal and Jolt for a big score of 66 and narrow the gap to 42 points. And with a really, 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 really good draw, David Pearl could steal this one, but it's looking very close to over.
Yeah, he's going to need something pretty remarkable. This is going to get him pretty far up past, 300, closing that gap. 66 points on offer, as you said, but leaving VY on the rack is just rough. It's going to be difficult for him to draw into miraculous plays, miraculous bingos. He's going to have to hope for the best. Nice scoring pop there for Ori too. Feels like he should be able to figure out a way to score nicely and outrun.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ori could have drawn 7 consonants. David needs vowels. I think that was the only way for David to win. But unfortunately, neither of those things happened. David has drawn too many consonants, and Ori has drawn a fantastic balance here. So from his perspective now, 42 points ahead, 4 tiles in the bag. First thing you think about is a play like Ba, B-A-H, to the left of Lagongs. That's a nice 31. Leaves 1 tile in the bag, goes up by 73. How can you lose after that? And that's the question Ori Swift is asking himself. How can I lose this game? What could my opponent do to win in this position? So it might take a long time, and he has the time to think about all of these really, really crazy case scenarios that might lead to David Pearl stealing this one.
Yeah, always the exercise that you are looking to perform, figure out the worst case scenario, and if that would cause me to lose, trying to avert that. So yeah, the score of the game is enough where significantly high scoring bingo, for example, some kind of massive play through through LA or something like that. Maybe that does it. So you have to at least look for something like that. But Ori is too smart. Looks like he's already figured out if I can just score well with 3 tiles, there's almost nothing that could outrun me in the end game, even if there was a playable bingo somewhere. And frankly, Ba also gets in the way of those potential nightmare scenarios of 9-letter bingos through LA, leaving very little else available on the board.
Yeah, welcome to our commentator friend, Kenji Matsumoto, in the YouTube chat mentioning I'd at least think about botchable from the B of Brock through the L of Lagongs. But as you say, that is the only open spot on this board. We call this an exhausted board. The board is in use everywhere. Every single quadrant of the board, top left, top right, bottom right, are well within use. And so the open space for long words is extremely limited, despite how much open space there is. And the only spot to play 7 letters unobstructed is through the L of Lagongs. Anything else would have to be through 2 disconnected tiles on this board or making tons of overlaps. So you could think about from the R of Intarsia, could we see a play there? No, that is a blank I. So why blank I does not work. but maybe there's a 9-letter word through the A of Ruinate and the I of Amidol, the T of Ruinate, the D of Amidol. These are the things you're thinking about. Maybe there's something through the D of Overwide and the I of Ruinates. Well, there was something and you missed that, Ori. Sorry, but it could very well happen. You just want to look for those scenarios and try to eliminate them. And with the unseen letters, 11 unseen tiles for Ori Swift, EEILLRSTVWY. It's kind of easy to think about these things because there's only 3 vowels.
Yeah, that's true. That definitely narrows the range of possibilities quite a bit when you only have the E and the I to look through, limits the number of overlaps and prefixes and suffixes you have to consider. So Ori at one point had considered, he had beach lined up, which would have been just fine for him to play, but he's gone back to the idea of playing a 3-tile play instead, keeping the H on his rack, maybe reasoning that the H just has a little bit better flexibility for scoring than some of the other scorers on his rack. The C and B, not quite as flexible at this juncture of the game as the H. So maybe he's going to play cab alongside Lagongs. That or any number of other 3-tile plays should be enough to get the job done here.
Yeah, this is a nice little adjustment. A few points sacrifice, I think 4 points over BAH, but keeping the H to overlap the A of Anopsias. You draw an L, you get hotel. Stuff like that is going to be threatened. So this is a good decision by Ori to keep a really flexible tile in the H. And he's drawn EEL, so he knows that the best David Pearl can have here is just one I and a Y. So the game is just over. It's like there's no words there. You can't do that.
Very nice. Yep, it's true. And David may be on the cusp of realizing the same and throwing in the towel with a play like Waverly through the A of Ruinate. Yeah, this is probably the best that David can do. Doesn't feel like there's any realistic winning chance. Let's just get to the end of the game with our outplay on the next turn, which he is guaranteed to have, almost certainly holding SR in reserve. So nicely spotted there, but a huge win for Ori Swift as he continues to fight his way towards the top of the standings. I think he's been the top dog at least once or twice so far, but he puts himself in great position with one more round to go in today's session, Josh. It has been a journey to this point, almost every game close throughout.
Yeah, it's been great to be able to call these, especially with the likes of Will Anderson, for those unaware, our most prominent content creator. Please go subscribe to him on YouTube, Wanderer15. You just posted a video I haven't had the time to watch, but it seems like a very sad one. If people want to commiserate, feel free to watch Will's latest video about his path to becoming a Scrabble Grandmaster. But unfortunately for David Pearl, this game did not go his way. He was pretty confident that Ori Swift played a phony 5. We saw our first ever challenge this year on stream of BROCH. And Ori Swift immediately punished that and basically never looked back. And is going to win this game by around 50 points. He's found his highest score of the THEE to the right of the ANO of Anopsias. That looks pretty good. It blocks some of the outplays David Pearl has with his 3 consonants. It's probably the best play. But he's just going to look for something better. He wants to maximize his winning margin as best he can.
Yeah, that looks good. The challenge by David, definitely an inflection point, but don't forget how quickly he spotted his playable bingo on Coven. Yes, he chickened out of Congener and did play a bingo on his very next turn, so you could look at it as, well, it didn't hurt him too much, but Congener would have scored significantly higher and set him off on an even higher scoring path, as we see Ori play the. So a couple unforced errors here for David. It's not that he missed the bingo. He sat there and stared at it for several minutes before playing Coven. but those are the two missed opportunities here. Overall, though, I've been impressed by David's play. Just the unforced errors are something that at this level, vying for such a difficult championship, there's only so many mistakes like that you can make.
Absolutely. So David Pearl with 8.5 minutes. His time usage has been great. His play finding has been great. Just a little bit shaky on a couple of those words. And that's sometimes all it takes to make a difference between some of the top experts and the top experts. Are we going to see, Will, one of the weirdest and most unplayed four-letter words in the game? David Pearl's highest score here is 8. He's seen a 6-point word in rest through the E of runates. But rest has an anagram, tres or tre. If you're French, means a lot. It is 8 points through the E of coven. I've never seen that played, I don't think, but it is a valid word. We don't.
Yeah, not this time. That's okay. That would have been a tough one. 6 points instead, and maybe the players will have a lot to say about this one if we cut.
Takes an E and an S. E is the weird 6 that doesn't take anything. I drew the K for a Mautic, but it wasn't worth playing.
Yeah, I've chickened out on congener.
Oh no. That's weird because congene is like not a word.
I wrote it down like a half a dozen times.
Yeah,
that was a bad game.
That would have stayed. 453, 398, correct.
Yeah, congene no good, that's why I looked up.
I know, yeah, it does look strange. Cab was just an abundance of caution. You could like bingo here. If I played beach, you'd still win.
That was a clunker. Poorly executed.
Alrighty. That was a clunker. That was a bad game. David Pearl lamenting congener and the lost challenge. That's how it goes sometimes. He's still doing great. He can recover from this. He only lost by 55. His spread is good. His win-loss ratio is good. Maybe we'll see him on a little bit later. But until then, that was round 20 of 21 for day 3 of the Scrabble Players Championship 2026. One full day ahead of us tomorrow as well after this last game. 7 more games, and then top 2 players based on wins and differential will face off in a best of 5 finals. So, one more game to go. Let's take a short break. See who we have for the next pairing. And we'll be right back, Will, with more Scrabble. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to the final round of the day of the Scrabble Players Championship 2026, brought to you by NASPA Games. Joey Malik, who has found his way back into first place, facing off against Evan Chester, the new breed. He has been really, really impressive the couple times we've watched him on stream. It's his first Division 1 Nationals. Joey Malik is in his way now at 15-5. Evan 2 games behind the field. Let's see what comes onto the racks. AAEEMOT for Joey Malik. Not a great rack. Is this an exchange 3, Will?
Yeah, what to play. If you're going to try to push through here and play something, it needs to be sufficiently vowel heavy. Joey wishing he could go second, clearly, and get a T, and there you go. Quickly comes the exchange. I don't even know what was going to be my favorite play to put on the board there, Josh. Toia or something like that. Doesn't feel good enough. Exchanging seems fine.
Yeah, no G for Mightier, no C for Hermitic. Evan Chester also hoping to go second, and he is going second, but didn't get the letter he needed. Joey Malik has seen Amirate on his rack, Amirate. Evan Chester probably just going to play him for 16 in response to a short exchange, but Hermit is also reasonable.
Yeah, Hermit giving up the T-hook of Thermit, which would be a funny sequence to see that happen. That would be, I'm sure Joey is going to spot and think of that quickly, but now Evan is thinking about a shorter play. This is one of the classic Scrabble decisions in the early going, especially after an opponent exchange. Do you play short? Do you play long? What is the play that best reduces my opponent's bingo chances, best maximize my own bingo chances, and how many points do I have to sacrifice to make that happen? These are tricky, tricky decisions. Very close call here.
I wonder. Just thinking, is he thinking about a potential T-hook on Hermit? Is he unsure of that? He was thinking about high for 10, which keeps a really nice leave of MITER. This looks totally fine to me, but it's a longer play responding to a short exchange, which can sometimes lead to consequences you could have avoided. In this particular instance, Amirate will come down for a big score, but it would have come down regardless. Let's see what Evan Chester pulls from the bag after his long play. Wait, not so great.
Yeah, not great. The question for Joey, how quickly is he going to spot that T-hook? I fully expect him to see it. We're going to see a much higher score for Amirate and Thermit. There we go. Of course, a player of Joey's caliber, not likely to miss that. Nicely done. And Joey Malik jumps out to the lead in this important game.
Yeah. Response, I think Evan Chester doesn't have a big decision here, just Kiwi underneath AM, but
wow.
There's a hold here, but Evan has accepted. I think that was a little bit of surprise maybe for him, not being totally sure about that hook, but if he realizes it's maybe outside his studying range, most likely he'll just let it go and say, well, it's Joey Malik I'm talking about. Kiwi is a huge score, 45 points, and I think without further ado, Evan will make this play after seeing there's really nothing comparable, Will.
So much higher scoring than anything else. He correctly gets this down quick. Definitely want to note, not only does Thermit take an S as a noun, it takes an E. And the player, this is actually an extremely open board at this point with the S and E hooks here and a very good sevens lane here as well, in addition to all these nice tiles to play eights through. This is a good board to play a bingo on, and we could be seeing nice tiles there for Evan. He's definitely close to something.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good draw. And Joey Malik, on the other hand, not so great in terms of what you want to do here, which is use that K of Kiwi to great effect. But Joey could just take 40 here. He has Vasti and Thermits, keeping a B and a D, which is totally fine. He's only up 9 points, though, so maybe he wants to play a little bit shorter, keep the S, keep some good tiles on this open board. I just don't know if it's worth sacrificing so many points. I think Vasty is just the play.
Yeah, the idea of Vasty not just scoring much better than you can get by playing in some of the more seemingly obvious spots like this K, you can't really score as well as you do with Vasty, and you cut off that big possibility of the Thermit hooks, which you never know. That could be the difference between your opponent getting a bingo down and not in some of the cases here. Seems like definitely a justified choice for Joey Malik. Like that for him. Back to Evan now, and he has decent looking tiles here, but no playable bingo, in fact. So he's close, though, Josh. Very close.
Yeah, there are 2 tiles that he could bingo through an A. Not uploader, not re-upload. Those are 2 words that should be valid, but at least re-upload should be valid. We're YouTubers at heart here. But Poulard is the word with the A with an H. See if you in chat can find the 8-letter word using an H. The H in Thermits is semi-open, but doesn't quite work. How long will it take Evan to decide, all right, I'm not going to bingo here? He's already found porked through the K. That is 39 points. That's his best score. PULK, though, is a nice 30, keeping a much, much better leave. And that's what he's looking at now. The P at the top left of the board is also ripe for the taking for an 8-letter word. Maybe he draws Poulard, for example. I think Polk is the correct option here with a 50-point deficit. Just try to go for that bingo and keep the balance. See what he does.
Yeah, I like it. Both of those plays also have one common thread, which is they block the K in the triple lane, which does look like arguably the easiest way to grab some easy points. It does feel like playing through that K for Evan is likely to reduce Joey's scores by a decent amount. And sure enough, in this case, he could have played JOOK in that spot for a pretty good score had it remained open. So now Joey is going to have to improvise and play somewhere else. So, wow, look at that. Produces, Josh, from that P. So exactly as you outlined, that P in open space, one of the better letters. I think it's one of the top 3 or 4 letters for starting 8-letter words. And Evan is poised to benefit from that choice.
Yeah, wow, great draw. And Jowd looks totally normal here for Joey, just a very standard play, getting rid of the J, scoring well, even setting yourself up potentially underneath for high scores. Let's say Joey draws the X, he gets boxed for 60, 62, but produces is coming down very, very quickly. Hopefully, Evan, take a second to look at the P at the top of the board. Decorums is nice, but what could be nicer? Let's see if Evan is able to just think a little bit harder about the position. Maybe he's just making us believe he hasn't seen bingo up top. But oh my God.
This is gonna hurt, especially because produces is a completely normal word. Evan might. Oh, okay, there we go. See, he hits the clock there. I was wondering whether he might pause for a moment, but this is a big, big difference between decorums and produces here. Definitely just a miss. Missing a regular word too. Evan's not going to be happy when he finds that out, but nevertheless, he gets the bingo down. Joey with booning on his rack, not a valid word, nor, well, there is a place to play it right here. Is he going to consider pulling a fast one on the youngster? I don't know. Doesn't feel advisable, Josh.
If he plays booning, fig trees will fit through the eyes. So it's actually very, very interesting. Evan's drawn pretty well EERST, but the FG making it very hard to bingo. An I is what he needs for that word, fig trees. But if Joey doesn't play booning, will he play booing in the same spot and also give back an even better spot for fig trees? Reasonable play too. What will Joey Malik do here? It's going to be extremely important for him. to
Yeah.
not float an E out there.
Oh my gosh, here it comes. Oh, okay. So Evan has a decision to make here.
Hold.
He is holding. Oh man. Okay,
Okay.
so Joey going for the gusto here, Josh, with the phony of booning Evan with a major gut check. Let's look at his body language here too.
And this is such a multi-pronged decision because you either challenge this off and then you don't bingo, or you challenge it and then or you don't challenge it and then you bingo. Joey Malik will be drawing his courtesy tiles. That means he is still on hold. He can still draw the tiles from the bag and take a look at what he would have if this play stays on the board. But make no mind of that, Evan Chester has to either let this go and see fig trees, or challenge it off and stay a little bit ahead here. I would leave it on, I think, if I had any doubts, but you have to find fig trees too. Let's see what Evan Chester is able to consider here. This is a big moment for him at the top stage of Scrabble.
Yeah, he's agonizing here. I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. We are going to see a challenge. That is huge.
Wow. Such confidence, and it's going to be rewarded here. The play will come off the board. And I think if you're 100% sure this is the right call, even though it gives you back a bingo, I think the math works in Evan's favor. So those courtesy tiles, Vox underneath decorums, will not get played by Joey Malik next turn. Beautifully done by Evan. Very, very, very impressed by that.
Yeah, great job there. One of the reasons why challenging this word is good, even if you suspect that there's a reasonable chance that it's good and you can just play fig trees through it, is again, we're just a little bit earlier than the halfway point of the game. Both blanks are still out. If Evan can make a play here and snag one of those before Joey, that makes a big difference in the way the latter part of the game will proceed. So there's that type of upside here. And now you, as Evan, in his situation here, you know Joey's 7 tiles, and you can do a lot of things with that knowledge. Question is where to go with that information. Do we just play FET or ref on the left side of the board? Just have to make sure you're not giving anything better in response.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The rack that Joey has is no bingo. Someone in the chat saying no bingo means no bingo. There's no word in there. Ref coming down, a very reasonable play for Evan, keeping GEST, hoping to draw one of those 2 or 3 remaining ends to make his rack a little bit better. But even without an end, he has good chances of potentially bingoing from the R of Reft or in the spot that Joey just played in if he doesn't go ahead and play booing now. But I think he will.
Yep. This is what we would have potentially expected to see. And this, again, would have been met with fig trees had Evan seen it. Not the best draw, though, for Evan. He should be able to do something to try to alleviate his consonant overload, but he was probably hoping for one more vowel there and certainly not hoping for the BGC combination on his rack right now.
Yeah, this is actually really bad. It feels like you would have a 4-letter word through the I of booing using 3 consonants, but Gert can't be worth it keeping the B and the C together. You have to separate the B, the C, the C and the G. You have to play off the G and the B here if you want to retain a good leave. So maybe GIBE, GIBER through the I of booing is all you have. Or maybe you play big and keep the very, very strong CERST. That will hit the P of Polk very well, the R of Ref pretty well as well. Or Bice. I guess that's what Evan's looking at. BICE. Is the E, is the G worth keeping here? I don't think so. But 4 consonants as well. I prefer GIBER here, Will.
Yeah, Jiber just looks a little bit more stable in terms of drawing more tiles to redraw some of those vowels. You're going to be using your only vowel after a play like this tons of E's still to draw, so it's okay to part with the E as long as you're making sure that you, okay, Bice is the play here. So Evan is going to need to draw some vowels, and we are about to see Pendular off of that P of Polk. Evan's draw is going to be huge here to see if he can keep pace with this big incoming bingo.
Very important. Joey's going to be up 50 points after this extremely good draw to just a lone N. And despite the lost challenge, it's up to Evan Chester to draw some vowels, and he's only drawn an O. So he's in pretty bad shape now after Pendular. That blank is an R, and Evan's drawn the Z, but on this board, really poor options for him.
Yeah, where is that Z playing productively here? It doesn't feel like there's any great spot to do much with it. I guess if you are wanting to score at any cost, you can play Grosh here. That puts the Z in a good spot, but man, it's scary to just give your opponent easy counterplay. All they need is an A, and you give up your S. Maybe the S is okay to use here because there isn't really a great hook for it lurking anywhere on the board, but I'm not sure I'm loving that play. I don't know if I love any play, Josh. This just went from under control to a code red for Evan Chester in a hurry.
Absolutely. At least he has time. He's been playing very well on the clock. Of course, Joey Malik almost never behind on the clock, so he's doing great with 19 minutes left, and we're way past the halfway mark in this game. You have to be patient here, I think, if you're Evan Chester. Playing from the G, scoring 35, narrowing the gap to 14 points with 5 A's unseen from your perspective just feels really, really bad. I think you have to play God on the top of the DE of decorums or something a little bit more.
I love playing God.
Yeah, we all do, don't we? Or something a little bit more, I guess, dynamic, like setting up your S. Not really sure. Okay, dog is set up. There is one player, Will, that refuses to play the word God. You know who I'm talking about?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I have some guesses, but I'm not sure who you're referring to.
Pretty sure the player is the legendary Matt Graham, at least from what I've heard. Unless it's absolutely necessary, he won't play the word God because he doesn't like to play God.
That's interesting. I did not know that. That's interesting. Fun superstition. I feel like that's on brand for what I know of the legendary Matt Graham. And here we go. Evan does not have the same level of concern. He's going to go ahead and play God. And if he could really play God, he would draw some vowels and maybe that second blank out of the bag after this.
More vowels than consonants left in the bag, so the odds are in Evan Chester's favor, except Joey has 5 out of 7. But what does he do with the rack like this? This is just god-awful. You want to be able to keep scoring.
Pun intended.
You play ball, B-A-A-L on the top? That's what Joey's looking at right now. There's a couple of eyes to redraw to triplicate, which you really, really don't want, but how else do you score points? That's 23. Everything else is in the teens or in the low 10s. Boar or ball on the top right. And that's the sort of play that Joey likes to make with the lead. Just whatever. I'm going to score points. You do you.
Yep, that is a reasonable choice, especially, again, looking into the bag, you can see a slight consonant imbalance. Maybe you can fill up your replenishment draw, with more consonants, but I think that's actually closer to an even ratio than it looks at first glance. So maybe Joey is worried about a play like that. I think he's currently evaluating aioli here, which would be a very, very aggressive play. Opening the board.
AE, right?
What's that? Sorry. Oh, play here. Yeah, that's way, way safer. Yeah, definitely. Much safer option here.
This is a 3-point sacrifice, but well worth it. You do not. I mean, you're about to draw it on the board. Sorry to interrupt you, Will, but
not at all.
You don't want to set up the S there. You don't want to set up the big scoring. The bottom of the board is locked right now. This makes a lot of sense. And Evan just one letter off of being able to double that Z right next to the I of Aioli. Right now he can play Ritzes if he wants it. It's 48 points, way more than anything else. Maybe he draws the blank. Maybe he just stays in the game that way. He's going to take the lead with that play.
That would seem to be his best option here, just on the basis of scoring so much better than anything else and continuing to draw for that blank. Uh-oh, is he thinking about Gitter? I hope not.
Please don't play that. Gitturn is a word. I think Evan would have studied this if it were valid.
Oh boy, this could be bad. Joey's challenging this 1,000,000% of the time. I cannot imagine he will let this stay. And this is going to be a tough way to lose a turn here at a critical juncture for Evan. I just cannot imagine Joey not challenging this one.
We'll see. We haven't seen that many. We've only seen one challenge in 20 games, and it was last game. But this looks really bad. And I think Joey, with his experience, has either seen this before or just knows that it is just not recognizable. This is not a word. Looks like a lot of words. Gitturn, like you said, gitted. But
I'm shocked. He's not. He is really in the tank on this. I mean, I would have expected an instantaneous one here, but Joey thinking hard. Is he willing to risk a lost turn here? But yeah, I'm surprised, Josh. I am surprised by this.
I don't think he likes it, but the implications of losing a turn here are huge with the blank out. If Joey just lets this go, he's up 17. He's got decent tiles. He can maybe play through them. Like Bean up top for 23. Lots of vowels to draw. Actually, not that many anymore. It definitely does feel like Joey will challenge this. Still at this stage, but it's still on hold. And the longer Joey sits there, the less likely it is he'll challenge.
He certainly is at least also thinking with his nice, relatively balanced bingo tiles. Am I getting anything good through those letters? He just let it go.
So let this go. I cannot believe it. And let's see what the draw is. Wow, both S's now for Evan, but that blank still out there and not exactly enough room for ansatzes.
Incredible. That is a shock. So Gitter stays on the board. This has been a really crazy game. We saw Booning be played and challenged. We saw Produces be missed earlier in the game. And now Gitter. In between that, we've seen some very nice moves by both players. Definitely, can't ignore those big swingy type plays that are so remarkable when you see them happen. But all that being said, at the end of it all, we have ourselves a really, really close game down the stretch with that second blank looming so large, Josh.
Yeah, it's a really close game now that we see Evan Chester's rack and we see Joey's rack. He doesn't have great plays right now, but man, I am very surprised. Is he going to play pattern through the T of Gitter? Yeah, that could be a good play to play 6 tiles, go for the blank. I feel like the biggest reason this wasn't challenged, similar play Arpent is made. I think the reason this wasn't challenged is because Joey lost a challenge earlier in this game. That really messes with your confidence. But look now at this opening that Joey has created with this 6 tile play. Will he draw the blank? There's a V. That is not what he wanted to see. Another N. Ooh, bad draw for Joey Malik. He's still in good position despite losing a turn and letting a phony go. But Evan Chester, if he finds stanza for 48, keeping an E and an S, he's going to be in great shape here. But
even just Zoa. I mean, this has advantages too, Josh. Admittedly, it doesn't score quite as well, but keeping this leave with now a big S hook available, that is also a very good possibility for Evan here. Stanza probably the play on points alone and just to draw harder for that blank, which is still lurking. But you do have some ugly stuff too, in addition to the blank, the Q, the X, the V, the U, some of those, the V on Joey's rack already. But the more tiles you play here, the further you could potentially go from a bingo. So this is definitely warranted. I don't hate this either for Evan compared to Stanza.
It's a great play, keeping both S's for the YAS hook. That R and ref still open for bingo starting an R. This is a key draw for Evan Chester here. Will his short play work out for him? Or will he draw something not quite good enough? That is an E and an F. Not seeing anything immediately. Maybe there's a 9. So this is still a game. Will we see Thiel for Joey Malik from the T and Arpent, keeping NNV? He's got to feel kind of bad about his position after that play, but it's a nice score. I don't think he's getting anywhere near that score elsewhere on the board.
Yeah, the feeling though for Joey is with NV. I just worry a lot that you're kind of in this pattern of taking the lead by 30 or 40 points, and then Evan finds a way to close the gap a little bit. And it just feels, if I'm Joey, I feel like Evan is getting really close to a bingo. But what a draw. How do you even unpack that one, Josh?
That's a lot. That is very much a lot. Q and blank, which kind of cancel each other out a lot of the time. Joey Malik up 42 points here. I feel like Evan Chester's best line is still to try and bingo, but looking in that unseen pool, maybe he wants to play longer. Maybe he wants to try and play off tiles to draw the blank and leave himself in a better position for the end game. With 6 tiles in the bag, a 4-tile play seems ideal for tempo, but where would you play 4 tiles for anything good? Scene underneath Arpent for 26? That does not seem very good.
Yeah, that's just, it takes the biggest threat at your disposal away as well. Really wanting to keep that S hook alive with you holding the last 2 S's. I guess I'm evaluating just playing EF right now, which is maybe the best way to keep your incredibly good bingo tiles together. The thing that concerns me about this is, does it make it somehow easier for Joey to block this S with some kind of overlap? I'm not sure it does. It's kind of hard. There are no other hooks to EF lurking. No T's, no S's, no F's. Maybe that's just a simple but decent play that continues to drive towards that devastating bingo. And by the way, not only can Evan get the bingo here, but he can easily draw into something here too, which is, I don't see how Joey's ever obstructing that spot.
Yeah, so much to think about here. What is important to note is, of course, Evan's worried about Joey having the blank and potentially a bingo of his own. But if EF hits the board and Joey bingos, I think Evan will still win if he bingos out, given the Q and the X in the bag. Unless Joey has something like Requinto from the R of ref. I think the points are still in his favor, so this looks, upon further consideration, like the call for Evan Chester. No need to sacrifice points, no need to sacrifice leave. Just try again with AENSS. But what's lurking out there from our perspectives? A U, an X, a Y?
It's going to be tough.
Draw. I don't know if you can even draw anything.
Yeah, is that oh, that's about as good as it gets, but I still don't think it's going to yield anything. So yeah, Evan, unbeknownst to him, he is going to be struggling to actually connect on a bingo here. What's even available for him to draw? Uneases or something like that might have been all he could hope for.
Yeah, but what do you do if you're Joey Malik? Where do we play the Q? We can play it for 11 points to the I and Thiel. What is he thinking about now? Van and Pen? That could be a really interesting way to play defense. But from Joey's perspective, what is he worried about? what bingos are available in that unseen pool from his perspective?
Uneases and nauseas, pretty much.
There's only one A, but uneases, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Uneases, could that be it? That's crazy. If that's all that he has to worry about, that would definitely devalue the need to play defense here. And I do feel, though, that one of the nice things about Van is that not only are you defending against any potential bingos, maybe there aren't as many as it looks like there could be at first glance, but you are also blocking scoring plays under laps here. So there is some value there, because even without a bingo, your S is hit relatively hard now in this spot. So yeah, I think Van going to be the play. I feel like there just aren't enough bingos in the unseen pool for this to necessarily be the best play, Josh, but it does have logic behind it.
All righty, one tile left in the bag, and it's a Y. Evan Chester doesn't know that, but can
Equinox.
he? This doesn't fit. Hopefully we don't see him open a spot for that. Can Evan Chester outscore Joey Malik in the end game if he plays something long? But what would he play that even... What long plays are there? Something like Bean up top? I want to play a lot more tiles off from the unseen perspective. What is the threat? How can Joey Malik score points? Is it the E in Gitter? Is it something else? Evan looking at playing Vans and Fs. That's the first thing that comes to mind for me, Will, which is 26 points, narrowing the gap to 4, but then you're stuck in an endgame 7 versus 7. Joey to go first. It's looking really, really difficult.
Yeah, I feel like the end game timing aspect is creeping in again, where I really would want to play more than one tile here. I want to give myself at least a chance to draw an outplay that forces Joey to think a little bit and maybe not play an obvious or, top scoring play that he otherwise would try to do, just because Evan would simply go out and collect either the Q or the X, which it's going to be not that easy for Joey to play both of those tiles. If you're Evan here and can find a way to use tiles, score a decent number of points, and set yourself up to go out and maybe grab some of those unplayed tiles, that is probably the way you steal this here. I don't think just dumping one S is the way to do that, as much as it's nice to grab those points and maybe temporarily jump into the lead or get close to it.
That is right, but with all that being said, you still have to find a move. What about SINE underneath ref, making odes and DEFI? Will that be good enough if Evan Chester is able to go out next turn? Let's try to look into the future there. 4, 6, 10, 14. Or here, SEINE. Oh, that's maybe an even better way to try and go out. Is this enough for Evan, who's down 30 points, but is facing a situation where Joey Malik needs to part with both a Q and an X, or be left with tons of points to donate to Evan Chester once he goes out next turn? So I think this is right. One tile in the bag, you have to try and go out next move with as many draws as possible. You have to avoid the Q, obviously. Very complicated situation. Evan Chester down to 6 minutes. Still considering just dropping the S. Feel like you play long here.
Yeah, the nice thing about the time aspect is that if things go well for him here, he should only have one more play after this. He doesn't have, if he's going to win this game, at least, I don't think he's going to have very complicated endgame sequences to calculate. I think it's going to be more, I have outplays, I'm going to find them, and I'm going to win the game on that basis, as opposed to tough sequences that take a lot of time for him to unwind. So that's another benefit of playing more tiles here. Creates those easier end games that don't require a ton of time on your clock to figure out. Joey is going to be the one with a potentially brutal situation on his hands if Evan plays a lot of tiles here, sets himself up. And again, the last tile in the bag is actually a huge ace in the hole for Evan. It's the Y, which is a very nice, flexible tile. And in fact, it plays in this spot right here for an extremely good score. So Joey's going to be hard pressed if Evan plays Sen down here or Sane in that spot, leaving AS drawing the Y. That looks like it's going to get the job done here. So let's see. Evan is still grappling.
We have to look at different draws, but we do know that if Evan Chester draws the Y, he will win this game after SEINE under Gitter. He'll win by 17 points because Joey is just so saddled with his Q and his X. Looks like a beautiful rack that you'd want to draw at the beginning of the game, but it's the absolute opposite at the end of the game. You can't be stuck with so many points. Let your opponent go out in 2 with 1 tile in the bag. So let's see if Evan pivots to a longer play. What is this? IANE.
Not seeing what that's. Is he thinking about ESS instead? I'm not sure where that would go. But yeah, I feel like he's probably locking into the idea of playing as many tiles as possible. The trick is figuring out where is the best way to do that. And I wonder if he's also thinking about Joey's previous play of Van and what could that mean for his likelihood of keeping the Q and X. Is Evan trying to win this game with an X draw? The Q draw is going to be really, really tough to win. I think hopefully he can sort of realize that it's almost impossible to win if that's the last tile in the bag. He might be tempted to come up with a way to win with an X draw. That's still going to be pretty tough to do. I just don't see a great place where he can spend enough tiles. Where would he, if he plays Sen, for example, leaving AS, he would have SAX on his rack, but what good does that even do him?
Yeah, is SAX good? He will be threatening, actually won't be threatening anything. You're right, he'll have AX on the top right though. How does Joey block that? So I think the X is a good draw too. The U, you have to look at all these options, but I don't even think Evan has been considering long plays. This might be a situation where his lack of experience isn't directing him to look for the right type of moves in a situation such as this one. I know from experience when there's a lot of heavy tiles and 1 tile in the bag, I want to play long in a score like this. It might look a little bit difficult to win down 30 points looking into the barrel of an X, a blank, a Y, a Q, but in reality, that's actually exactly what you want in a position like this. So where does IANE fit?
Not sure yet. Let's just see.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Liane. Interesting. I had not identified that, but this has some things going for it. I guess the problem, though, is where is Evan going to go out? Yes, the Y is a good tile, but I think this may guarantee that Joey gets another turn here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't see an outplay now for Evan Chester. Will Joey be able to untangle here with a couple of plays with the Q and the X? He's up 14 points now. Queer is 24, and the X on the top right would be 26 with Axe, and Evan can't really block that effectively. So this might have been a bad blunder for him. Yeah, I don't really see the point. I mean, it's a long play, but maybe not the correct one. Queer is 24. How do you win after that?
This is this is tough. What? I mean, it's not going to be easy for Joey either, but I just feel like now, as soon as he has plenty of time, by the way, he is going to be able to figure out that Evan doesn't seem to have an obvious outplay. Maybe I'm just wondering, does Joey even need to care about? So Joey needs to go out in 2 because this is a scary 2-turn sequence from Evan, right? So you need to figure out a way to go out in 2 because these are 2 big scoring plays. I do feel like Joey should be able to pull this off, though. What about Oxo?
Yeah, Oxo looks amazing to the O and Thiel. What a weird play, setting up Equine. Setting up just Queen, but Equine would fit. That's what the engine's telling me. Wait, where does Equine fit?
If Evan plays yes, which may be his, so he can't play yes or else he'll get hit with Equine. But given the fact that Queen already plays, he may just be forced to play yes, and then Joey will have 2 outs. Right?
Yeah. The queer is good enough. Queer is good enough.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just not enough for Evan Chester to.
Yeah, he needs to go out here, and he can't. Wow, crazy game. That was a brutal pre-end game for Evan, and you can see the importance of end game timing come to life right here. The difference between Evan playing 4 and 5 tiles on his penultimate move here was the difference between a win and a loss in this game.
Yeah, very complicated pre-end game, very complicated end game, but for Joey Malik, setting up an outplay from the A and Vasti, protecting against the play of yes with play of Exons. There's just too many ways for him to win now that Evan can't go out. So that was the point. You had to try and go out next turn if you were Evan Chester. And the play he came up with under time pressure was just not good enough. I think Leanne might have won with a few pulls, but just not the Y. So I'm very curious to hear Evan's thoughts on that situation that he just faced. But yes, still looks like his best play, giving back Exons for 22, but it will fall just short, 25 points, bringing Evan to 359. Joey Malik going out. As long as he designates his blank as an S, he will win this game, and it'll be 396, 359. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
396, 359.
Yeah.
Good game.
Thanks.
Man, Y was in the bag.
Feel like
It's
I
a
gotta move
hard
on.
position.
Yeah.
Equinox.
Yeah.
I kind of just guessing that you had that because
I
I
had-
saw you move your tiles when you drew them, but
Good
I don't know
read.
if there's any way to win with the Y draw. I could have fished just an S here for 2, which wins with a blank draw, but nothing else. Because you can't actually play down there, hooking AS.
Yeah.
And I will catch you with the Q or the Y. But I think this could work maybe if I draw like the E or something flexible that gives me like, an out that'll catch you with the X.
Is that good?
I think so, yeah. Challenging booning was hard because it gave me back fig trees. I had that through the eye.
Oh, wow.
So I had to think about. I was more sure than not it was bad, but obviously you have better word knowledge than me, and it gave me.
It's not good.
It's not
I didn't-
okay.
I didn't think it was one of those funky like.
No, that's good.
That was like one of those funky standalone 6s. Yeah,
No, that was just.
I know
me.
Gitter, and I thought maybe it was some version of that.
Yeah, it's just me not knowing the words.
Well,
Yeah, SZ was my leave there. I had a ton of tough turns. This was a mistake. I know I had the word gross, GROSZ on my rack. I missed that I could play it here. So that was probably wrong. I mean, it would have kept DGT, but it would have scored just a good amount better. So I don't know.
yeah, I've been making like the perfect mistakes pretty much all weekend.
Yeah,
From the rack I had to give back, and then I got the blank like one turn later.
I know, right?
Yeah,
It's
like
like
that's-
you
It seems like I'm on the other. When I challenge something up, and it seems like my opponents go on to like do great things after that for some reason. So it's not always.
yeah, that's actually the first phony I've challenged.
always
off this
merit.
flip.
It's not always
Oh,
my
it's not,
merit.
but never mind. I've not been challenging many words off. Mainly, no one's been phoning me, which is weird because I don't know the words. People should take advantage of that.
Yeah, Thermit was one of those weird ones that was. It came out in 1991 and then came back many years later.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Steve remembers that, right?
Well,
That was
I
one
don't
of the.
remember the years.
That was one of the original 37 that were deleted, and then like half of them came back, like Borazon came back, and Noir. Ecole never came back, nor did my favorite Wasteth.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Dude, to me, everything's new in 2023. Oh man, this was a lot of interesting turns, though. I'm really curious what the commentators have to say.
Yeah.
I'm probably out of it now as far as getting to the finals is concerned, but I'm very glad to have been competitive for this long. Yeah, I mean, maybe if I like win all my games or something, but it's probably not happening. I'm gonna be playing too good of players for that to happen. All right.
Alrighty. A nice introspective post-mortem between Evan Chester, Joey Malik. Joey going back in time way before Evan Chester was even born, talking about words that were removed because they were brand names, such as Thermit, or not brand names necessarily. In any case, we're all rambling at this point. After 21 games, the division has clarified itself a little bit. Joey Malik winning that game, so he is staying in the sole lead at 16 wins and 5 losses. Ori Swift won his rematch against Joey Krafchick to stay in second place at 15-6 plus 1208. Very good differential. Jason Lee at 15-6. Evan Chester falling to 13-8, saying he probably can't make the finals. If he wins all of his games tomorrow, he probably will. But Joey Malik is the one to catch 7 games tomorrow. I'm going to be calling half of them with you, Will.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back tomorrow afternoon. It's been an amazing set of games today. I feel like we have been blessed with banger after banger, close game after close game, nails bitten down to the quick here. Hopefully I'll regrow some of those in time for tomorrow afternoon when everything will be up for grabs, the 2 finalist spots hanging in the balance. But what a set of games. Joey Malik with another close win down the stretch. How many of those did we see on stream today? And he continues to pace the field here at 16-5 going into day 4. I am so excited to watch you tomorrow morning, Josh, and hop back into the booth one more time tomorrow afternoon.
So tomorrow morning, we're back with the analyst supreme, Kenji Matsumoto, who is here in the chat for the last couple of games, giving his thoughts on the positions. You'll hear him in the flesh tomorrow for the first 4 games going into the lunch break. But until then, that's it for us today. 21 games down, 7 to go before the finalists are determined, and then the best of 5 crowning the 2026 Scrabble Players Champion. So, if you're still here, thank you for watching. Thank you to NASPA Games for supporting this stream and the co-stream on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel in the International Lexicon division. Thank you to the producers of this stream and the other stream, Christian Andrew K, Josh Greenway, all the commentators, all the annotators, Heidi Robertson over with Josh Greenway, Kristen Chu over with us. And thank you to you, Will, for coming and commentating.
Oh, me?
We'll have you again for only 3 more games, but it'll hopefully be 3 more good ones. Kenji in the morning, Morris Greenberg to top things off at the very end for the finals. Probably some guest commentators. But I'm talking a lot. That is it for day 3. Thanks for watching. I shouldn't hit the table. It's moving the camera too much. I'm Josh Sokol, Will Anderson here. It's always a pleasure, man.
Yeah, pleasure's mine. You said it best. Everyone's going to be in great hands tomorrow. Just make sure to be up bright and early to watch how this one concludes and proceeds. I'll be there in the chat if I'm not in the booth. Super excited. Thanks so much, Josh. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. So that'll do it for today. 7 games tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central U.S. time, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where all the action in the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship is being had. We'll see you tomorrow for more Scrabble. Thanks again.